can fool the rest, but you can't fool me. You can't fool me. You can fool the rest, but you can't fool me. You can't fool me. You can fool the rest, but you can't fool. You can't fool me. You can fool the rest, but you can't. You can fool the rest, but you can't fool me. You can't fool me. You can fool the rest, but you can't fool me. You can't fool me. You can fool the rest, but you can't fool. You can't fool me. You can fool the rest, but you can't.
Hello, everyone, and this is Pops, as you can tell by my voice. So tonight with Pops, we're going to talk about everything and anything. Anybody have anything they want to start off with? You can. I was watching some shit today. Pretty interesting. Watching Tucker Carlson in Russia going to supermarkets. And, they want us to believe like the people there, they have no food. Well, it didn't look any different than an American supermarket. And actually, the prices, he claims, are cheaper than in America. He said what he bought in groceries would have been $400, and then he only paid $100 over there in Russia. So I guess we're getting inflation through the roof here, and everybody thinks Russia, but you know what? The man ain't lying. He didn't go there and went to a supermarket just to rub it in. I mean, he's just showing you what's going on the other side. Because you watch videos, they'll tell you, Russia, forget it. There's no food there. The people are starving to death. I mean, yeah, I'll show you anyway. Hold on. Here we go. Let's look at Tucker in a supermarket. So he's in there, he's buying all the food. Look at it. I mean, the shelves are stacked. Not like they ain't got food. So we have to stop entertaining these people. I'm just going to fast forward through it. They got liquor section packed out. Oh, and there's bands. Yeah, here we go. Snickers, Mars Bar, Gillette. I guess the what do you call the sanctions that they put against Russia? I guess they really exist because everything there looked like it was from America, right? Look at all these girls. He said this cost them $100, all that stuff. So, all right. He said in American, that's rubles, but in American money, it's about $100. So you can't believe what they tell you. This is what I'm trying to tell people. Just don't believe everything they tell you, especially our mainstream media. Hey, I didn't even talk about January 6th, right? So I'm laughing. On the bottom of my stream, last one I had, they have like Wikipedia going January 6th, and there was a big, uproar and revolution. Like Wikipedia makes it sound like, and I didn't even really talk about it, but I think if you just mentioned the word, YouTube has this shit where Wikipedia puts something underneath your video. I mean, like, I didn't get a strike or nothing because I didn't even talk about it. I don't know what's going on with YouTube, man. You could just say words and they're over there listening to you, like pandemic, COVID-19. No matter what word you say, vaccine, they're listening. They're fucking listening. It's crazy. Whatever, algorithm, computer, it's all bullshit. Whatever it is, doesn't matter. They're spying on me. Little me. They're worried about little me. This is how crazy it is. So now, they're saying Russia got secret space laser weapons. So now they're setting you up for the kill again, to go to war. They're setting you up, telling you they're space weapons. fun share Pops tonight. Hey, Pops, long time no talk. Hey, how are you? Andy and Rudy, hi. Hey, Pops. Give a thumbs up. I appreciate it. So now they're telling us we got Russian space weapons, space lasers. You know, I don't know. Do we have space lasers? What happened in Hawaii? Was that a space laser? I guess they want to blame Russia. Amazing, isn't it? Isn't it amazing the times we're living in right now? We're living in a movie, people. I tell you all the time, we're living in a movie. You know? Then they're saying China now has some type of digital currency going on now. So they got like the mark of the beast. I guess you're going to have to go get a chip put in your hand or some shit. I mean, they're saying because all online shopping sites require real name to log in and you need to make payments with digital wallets. I don't know. It's getting crazy, people. We got Russian space weapons. So what happened in Kansas City there? I mean, I'm not too far from there. Anybody got any information what really happened there? I mean, we know a tragedy happened, but I don't get it. I don't get anything anymore. People are just, what, waking up in the morning, flipping out, shooting people? Like, is this really what's going on? You got all the globalists. I'm just saying that for the algorithms. Yep. So we got that. They got 12 victims are suing the FBI for covering up the pedo network. So people are suing the FBI now, which is good. All right. What else we got going on? We got all kinds of shit. They just want to scare you, spook you with everything. You know, Newsom over there in California is trying to take your guns away. They've been saying that shit for how many years now? They want to take our guns. They really don't give a shit if we have guns. They're full of shit. They're just doing it because they just want to keep annoying you with everything every day. Let's just annoy the people. Let's give them more shit they got to think about. And they're saying by next year, I don't know, America's going to be in debt $54 trillion. How is that possible? Getting crazy, people. Getting crazy. Anybody got any things they would like to talk about? Let's see. No, that's what they want. They want you to lose hope. I think they, you know, we just got to stop cooperating with all this shit. If we don't feed the beast starves. You know, even Christians, you know, let's just talk about religion to drop quickly. So you're a Christian and you're sending your kid to a school that's teaching your kid non-Christian morals, but yet you're still sending your kid to that school. So are you really a Christian? Because, you know, it's kind of hard to be a real Christian. You know, people are never happy or satisfied. I mean, Jesus supposedly rose people from the dead, cured people that were crippled and blind, and they were all complaining on the Sabbath what they're going to eat. You guys walking on water, and they're worried about what they're eating on the Sabbath. So it just goes to show you, people are just, they're unreal, man. I don't know how the Almighty God puts up with us. You know? What was that? Fact. Future. I got to read it. Future pensioners USA is 300. Yeah, they say with the pension, we're really in the hole. You know? I mean, they're telling us there's space nukes now. They just want to really stir up the pot of coffee near the election. It's going to get, I would think, closer to the election when we start hitting like August, September or something, man. It's going to get crazy. Who knows what they're going to do? They're going to pull something off so they could shut down the election, say, like they did in Ukraine. You're not allowed to vote. We're at war. So you got to get stuck with the warmongering president. That's the way it works. You know? I mean, I just think these globalists, these super elite ones. I mean, look, there's globalists that probably are making money and they're rich and greedy. And then you got like these bloodline family globalists, you know? They're the ones that want to destroy civilization. I mean, they just don't want any of us around. They rather just have a planet with hardly any people, just a few people. And, you know, if they could get it down to, like they say, 500 million, listen, these people would get it down to 50 million, 5 million maybe even. That's enough for them. They would have enough. They live in their little city there. They have enough slaves and, you know, they don't want that many people. Yeah, so it is what it is. You know, want to get the algorithms going here? Climate change, climate change, climate change. It's all climate change. That'll get the algorithms in YouTube. Hey, YouTube, how's the climate? Is the climate change good or bad? I like to fuck with them. So, climate change. Let's get the algorithms to listen to us. Are you listening, YouTube? I mean, what else is going on? How much more are they going to keep throwing the Trump bullshit at us? You know, they're going to go after. They're doing this to Trump. They're doing that to Trump. All distractions. Get people pissed the fuck off. You know? You got, I don't know, Germany's tracking people now too with right-wing extremists. So if you are conservative and you believe in there's an almighty God and you don't want all this alphabet pride and all this bullshit that they're throwing at you, well, you're a terrorist now. You're not a Christian. Christians don't exist anymore. And let's see what we got here. It is not responsible that those who gamble with men's life should not take their own. Oh, it's crazy, crazy. The deep state's coming. They're coming to your town. Yeah, how many people I got in the deep state? I'd like to know, who is the deep state? Exactly, who is the deep state? I just think the deep state is the CIA. Who else could it be? Anybody here ever see the television movie Swordfish with John Travolta? He was like black water deep state. Like, yo, he was doing crazy shit in there. They were fucking flying buses in the air. It was crazy with helicopters, and it was all kinds of craziness. You know what the craziest is? We got like 3-4 of these real psychopaths that are like 75, 80 years old in the Senate and shit, talking all their bullshit. You know? When did the people, the Christians and the Muslims, who are both religious people, are gonna stop taking this bullshit? When is that going to happen? When are you going to stop letting them indoctrinate your children? When? If there's a deep state, I'm going to wear water floaters left loud. There's a deep state, but what is the deep state really? The people controlling shit. CIA is controlling every freaking thing with all their bullshit. Turkey tells World Government Summit that the U.S. is using its power as a force of evil. That's what Tucker said. Not I didn't say it. That's what Tucker says. Yeah, look it. I'll show you. Tucker said it. See? Tucker tells World Government Summit that the U.S. is using its power as a force of evil. So, deep state is CIA and shadow government. Yeah, what else? Who else could it be? Who else can it be? We got invasions going on, letting millions and millions and millions and millions of people in. And they were worried back in the day about 150 terrorists. When they're letting millions and millions of people, and how many of them are terrorists? How do we know who they are, what they are? It doesn't matter anymore. Just deal with it. That's right, people. Deal with it. You got to deal with it. Anybody got anything interesting going on? I don't know why these people are still walking on our planet. I have no idea. I mean, we got a lot of traitors that need to be trialed as traitors. So you watched, he had an interview in Dunai? I didn't even know that. Who did he talk to in Dunai? What's the punishment for a traitor? Well, years ago, they used to just lynch traitors, you know? But more or less, it's the death penalty. Or life imprisonment, I guess. You know, life imprisonment's good enough for me. I almost rather be dead than be in prison for life. Who the hell wants to be in a cage for life? Obey, consume, Dubai. Okay. They say this year we're going to have even more illegal immigration. Okay, on pace for a record. So what are we going to have? 30, 40 million illegal immigrants in the country? How do you support that many people? Giving them food, shelter, credit cards, phones. It's crazy. But what I find amazing is, you know, these guys are all talking about all this stuff, but for some reason we forget certain things like what happened in Hawaii. I still want to know what happened there. Everything is kind of like forgotten about Hawaii. Even the people there aren't making enough noise unless they're hiding it from us, because it seems like that was a forgotten thing, you know? All right, let's go to the chat. Let's see what's going on. Did you eat popcorn when watching and hearing it cat? Yeah, did you? And you should see the video. Oh my God. O'Keefe Media. Well, I was watching a show about O'Keefe. I like O'Keefe, but they're saying he's controlled opposition. Arabian, who interviewed him, I get the type and profession that it was a perfect of a bigger event on world government. With O'Keefe, people that was supporting when he had his other channel, they went to the feds about him. Well, they said that he was doing some crazy shit. I don't know. Maybe they're lying. I like O'Keefe, but you don't know who's who now. Well, they're telling us basically one guy's really claiming 90% of the alternative media has been captured. They're just basically delivering you the doomsday news that they want to put out there. They want you to know your life is miserable. And this is what you're going to have to deal with. Oh, we got Silver Tongue Cavalier in the house. Oof. Yep, I agree with that. Well, My son is kind of not feeling too good, I think. He's a little under the, I don't know. It's under the weather, you want to say? And he hasn't been feeling too well. But, I don't know what it is. So, we're forgetting about everything, aren't we? They're throwing so much shit at us, we forget about what happened 2 weeks ago. Ah, it's crazy. Then they want to try to tell us they're going to make Kamala Harris the president? Really? Oh, could you imagine? Could you even imagine that woman becomes the president of the United States? I mean, how much more embarrassing do you want to make it? Oh, meatloaf and roast potatoes. How do you make your meatloaf? You use pork, beef, veal. Do you combo it? What do? You make it just with beef? I like it just all beef. You may be able to throw, if you don't like pork, some people can't eat pork. I mean, you could throw like 10% pork in there, give it some flavor, but I like it really I like it like almost Salisbury steak. Just beef with a nice gravy. Or you make it where you ever make meatloaf and you on the top you pour ketchup on it. Sounds crazy, but I like ketchup anyway. So there's a lot of ways to make meatloaf, but you gotta have mashed potatoes and peas when you're eating meatloaf, so you can mix it all together. Like the uglier it looks, the more delicious. Getting me thinking about food here. I like to eat. There's no doubt about that. I mean, what else do you got going on? Laugh out loud. Sweet Kate, thanks. Yeah, you're getting me hungry, Kate. Talking about food here, getting meatloaf going on with the mashed potatoes and the peas, right? Gotta mix them peas and the mashed potatoes. Oh, yeah. Oh, roasted potatoes, actually. Yeah, that's good, too. Oh, Bitcoin now is hitting its highest price. What is that? Is that a setup? What's going on with Bitcoin? Because you know who owns Bitcoin, right? What did you think? Somebody actually made a thing to go against the government? The government owns that too. They'll just imagine they got trillions of dollars of people's money in Bitcoin, then it just goes to zero one morning. I mean, look, if you could have gotten Bitcoin when it was real cheap and gotten cashed out, it would have been great. But who the hell? I don't know. I wouldn't want Bitcoin right now. I'd rather buy like silver dollars or something, keep them in my house. I mean, gold is great, but you got a gold bar. You can't barter with that anyway. What are you going to do? Go to a store and say, I'll give you a shaving off this gold bar for that Hershey bar? I'm telling you, man, just buy boxes of Hershey bars. You'll be able to barter them for anything. And Bic lighters. Everybody needs a light somehow, whether they smoke or they got to make a fire. Bic lighters are going to be they're going to be in demand. We don't have lighters. Instagram and Threads to restrict all political speech by default. So you're not allowed to talk about politics no more. You just got to accept what they're doing to you. Accept it. Submit. They should hand out like submission shirts. Like, you wear this shirt, submit. Turkey, eggs, spinach, shredded carrot, spice flour, pink salt, ground black pepper, turmeric, chicken spice, and cinnamon. And what is that? A turkey meatloaf? I guess it is. She's giving us recipes now, Miss Cat. Ground turkey. I'm not a big turkey person, but it sounds delicious. I wonder, the spinach in there, that all sounds good. Got the spices going on. Oh, man, that must be real good when you cover it in that sweet sauce. Yep. Baby Ray's hickory and brown sugar barbecue sauce. They're delicious. I like baked beans, too, and brown sugar. Bush makes baked beans with brown sugar. It's pretty good. And they use sugar, not fructose syrup. I always try to avoid fructose syrup. When I buy stuff in the store, and I don't like to eat stuff out of a can too much, but when I do have to get something like baked beans, it's easy, right? I look for stuff with no high fructose syrup. Even the ketchup I buy I buy with no fructose syrup in it. You got to stay away from that fructose syrup, man. That shit is real bad. So we got a cop that got stabbed to death by an unidentified trespassing suspect in New Mexico border city, they're claiming. So we're letting them stab our police officers now and getting away with it. This is what's going on. They said basically the crimes that they're trying Trump for is really Biden's crimes. I mean, they just want to shove it down your throat, you know. And there's another headline: 10-year-old boy killed by a hit and run person from Mexico, and he was kicked out of United States 6 times, and he still got in here. So who knows? And they say Tucker Carlson, I don't know if anybody knows this, he's got over 1 billion views from all his stuff. I mean, that's 10 times more than Fox News. So who's the loser now? You know, like today I was thinking about this food, like, fruit. So I got fruit in my refrigerator, right? And it just ain't getting ripe and shit. It's crazy. It just stays like hard. Like I buy pears, they stay hard for like 2 weeks. I gotta let them sit to get ripe and almost rotten so they get soft. That's how terrible it is now. That either they're picking the food too fast or they're putting so many chemicals in it that the shit don't even age. It don't even get ripe. You can't even find a good piece of fruit anymore. Very, very difficult. Fructose corn syrup. Yep, that is one of the main killers. It's just concentrated sugar. Yeah, I agree with that. I think he's a little bit of both. I don't know if he's been captured yet. He could have been. He could be controlled opposition. I don't know. It's like Trump. You got to figure it out down the road. We're gonna know more down the road. Because I didn't really like that interview with Putin too much. I thought it was just. I thought he could have asked him a lot better questions, and it basically Putin was giving everybody a history lesson about Russia, which is nice, but who gives a shit? I was consuming air today for breakfast and lunch, and tonight dinner was a prana. What's a prana? What is a prana? Nomadic. Watch, Biden blames companies. Biden's blaming the companies now for inflation. And we got, fish. I thought it looks like piranha, but piranha, I never heard of piranha. I never ate a fish called piranha. I have no doubt that Trump has controlled oppositions. No questions at all. I'm like 90% with Trump. I said this the last show. There's 10% of me. Maybe that's just like hoping he's not. But I've always said he plays the good cop, and they play the bad cops. Trump didn't just get in because he got in. Nothing's by a chance. They don't take chances, the deep state. They put him in there. Now, whether they put him in there and he rebelled against them and he snaked them, that's possible. But when the vaccines came out, warp speed, that's what screws me up with Trump, But other than that, I mean, you would think maybe, okay, you play it off like you're the bad guy, like I play it off like I'm a Mason. I move up the ladder, and then when I get to the top of the ladder, I flip on them, I mean, I wish that was the case, but I don't think so. I have no doubt that Trump, they eat you. Laugh out loud. Oh, Light Boss? Okay. So Mrs. Kate says, but they're all controlled by their oligarchs. The leaders don't make decisions. They probably instructions at the G7 meetings. Yeah, I would imagine, the Davos group and them, a couple of these big global groups, even the World WHO, they're very basically controlling a lot of shit. And you know what the greatest thing is? All these people in these groups, nobody elected them. Just bloodline families handing down. I mean, you got like George Soros, his son's taking his wing now, Well, like, I don't get one thing. You're an evil guy, right? So you're one of these evil globalists. How do you convince your child to be evil? Like, how do you do that? How does that work? I guess it works because it seems like the generation that's still alive right now, their father was probably evil and taught them to be evil. And then they're teaching their kids how to be evil, like, basically telling them that the human race doesn't matter. We're just like cattle, and they're the only important thing. They're from a different bloodline, they're probably telling them. Well, I think the oligarchs are all from bloodline families. Like, the 13 tribes of Israel, 13 bloodlines. Yeah, that's right. They don't mix the bloodlines too much. Oh, so why did they open borders and stop prosecuting crimes? Does anybody want to answer that question? Because I'll answer it in a moment. Well, the reason is basically very simple. They want to destroy America. That's the game plan. When they've done this to other countries, and they're doing it in Europe too. They want to, for some reason, switch the balance of power from the west to the east. We're in a shift right now, and the power is getting transferred from the west to the east. So the west is going to end up the lower, and the east is going to prosper for a while. And that'll go on for whatever, 100 years. Then they'll shift it again. I guess you kind of like shift it so nobody gets too strong. It's basically the same kind of thought of what Thomas Jefferson said. If we got rid of our government every 20 years and we just flushed everybody out and started all from scratch and got new senators, new congressmen, new everything, you could probably keep it not too corruptible, because some of these senators, they're there for 40 years, 50 years. Like, they got to be term limits. These people are digging in. They're evil. So I would imagine that's what they do with the world. They shift it. They'll make the East powerful for like 100 years. Then they'll make the West powerful for 100 years. Imagine the United States stood powerful for another 300, 400, 500 years. You probably wouldn't be able to stop it. I guess they learned their lesson with Rome. See, because Rome was in power for a long time. It took extreme circumstances to get Rome down to where it was. And Rome really never lost power because they took the Vatican and made that their power structure. They used God as the power then. They basically infiltrated that. Humans choose to learn evil and good. Yeah, well, you have to know what's evil to know what's good, and you have to know what's good to know what evil is. Yes. But you don't have to practice evil. I blame a lot of this on the Christian leaders. They've all basically bent the knee. All the leaders, whether it be Christian, Muslim, I don't care what religion it is, they've bent the knee to the evil. They've basically looking the other way. That's what they're doing. All right. By the way, the Zionists who aren't only are Ashkenazi Jews for Europe. That's true. I agree with that. Let me put a link if anybody wants to join. Got some stuff they want to talk about. Any missed it? Tucker went to Russia. He was in their supermarket. I'll show you quickly. Their shelves are packed. So they got to stop giving us all this BS here. Here you go. Here's Tucker shopping in Russia in a supermarket. He said it was a middle class area, nothing crazy. But does it look familiar? I mean, looks like supermarkets out here. Same thing. I mean, I'm just skipping through it quick. I mean, look at all the liquor they got. They make their own wine. Hey, look, you really think there's an embargo on Russia? Well, how are they getting Snicker bars and Gillette razors? Yeah, some sanctions, huh? Really, sanctions. And his bill in rubles came out to about $100 in American money. He said in America it would have been a lot more. So, who knows? And let me put a link up for people if they want to come in here. Hold on. Let me get my YouTube page up. And let's see. Another day, another dollar, right? But we have to change our ways, people. We have to try our best not to feed these companies that are evil. I mean, they're all evil, kind of. But we have to try at least to, like me, myself. Here, I'll give you an example. I go to a store, Aldi's. It's I don't know, German company. I know they're evil. I go there once in a while. It's either there or Walmart. And then the most of my grocery shopping, I do in the local grocery store here. It's a few pennies more. You know, let's say my bill was $100. Maybe if I went to Walmart, it'd be $95. And I don't care about the $5. Whoever owns that grocery store, I'm happy to feed him. You know, that's in my opinion. So if you can, stop feeding the beast. I put a link there if anybody wants to join. You know, try to go to your local stores. And everybody, please make sure you hit the like button, you know, and subscribe. If you get me a couple of subscribers, that'd even be better. The bigger we get, the better. We get the word out there. Because it doesn't seem like too many people are talking about the right things anymore. You know, I'm talking about just a little bit of everything. I was bored tonight, so I just started the show. But I mean, you know, they're just not talking about the stuff that they're supposed to be talking about. I mean, you know, they're making everybody forget everything. They just keep coming out with new shit every day, so your mind is occupied. Aldi's is evil. Yeah, I think they are evil too. But I go there, it's either there or Walmart just to buy certain things because I like to get certain items that nobody like the guy near me doesn't carry, or his prices are like really high on certain items. Certain items, you know. So I buy, say, 20% of my stuff from, let's say, Aldi's, and the other 80% I buy from my local grocer. Now, back in the day, I would buy 80% of my stuff in Aldi's, but I've cut it down. You know, I'm cutting it down as best I can, and eventually find a couple of other local grocery stores that, you know, maybe they have sales and I could just go to 2-3 of them and just basically support them instead of giving anything to Aldi's or giving anything to Walmart. You know, even Costco. You know, Costco's got their stuff too that they're evil, supposedly. I don't know if they are, but I mean, you know, if you got to go there, just go there and buy exactly what's going to actually help your life, like saving money-wise, like, and I'm talking about good money, not like, I'm not going to Aldi's to save a quarter. You understand? So when I go there, there are certain items that are much cheaper there. Or Walmart, you could go in. There's certain items that I won't buy any meat in any of those stores. I can tell you that. The meat, you don't know where it's coming from because I don't know if anybody's aware of this. But USDA basically means it was butchered in the United States. That doesn't mean the meat comes from the United States. So they could be shipping cows from another country here as long as they're butchered in the U.S. It's USDA. This is what I was told. Mrs. Kitaps. I like you. You're funny, but you're right. Define evil, please, and thanks. So we want define evil? Okay. Let's think about that. To me, evil to me is when they're forcing things upon people. Or like if you're poisoning my food, that's evil, right? Like not telling people what you're doing to them, just doing it secretively. I think that's kind of evil. I mean, there's so many ways to define evil. I mean, there's thousands of ways. If you are a pedophile, you're evil, right? If you're a murderer, you're evil. There's a lot of different ways you could describe it. So we got Mrs. Cat actually wants to come on. Whoa. All right. Something different today. How are you?
Good. How are you?
Good.
Nice to finally meet you.
Yep. So I like what you're saying. You're kind of saying the truth. I mean, you're not lying. Everything you're saying, you're kind of bullseye in it. You know, you're right on target. I agree with 99% of what you're saying.
Well, thank you. That's why I saw you, I think, over a year ago on Denizens, and when I finally figured out what channel was, because I liked what you were saying, I went, "Oh, this guy's actually paying attention." So I thought, okay, I'll sign up for his channel. But I haven't had much of a chance to watch you.
Where are you from? What state?
From the state of Canada.
What part?
Ontario.
Okay, I heard though Ontario. I think it's Ontario's a conservative part of Canada. Is that true?
I don't know about now because I don't pay any attention. I used to be right into politics and I used to be a news junkie. And when I finally figured out that it was all a fucking lie, I didn't bother anymore. So I'm not sure if we're conservative or not, but we're known as liberal. We're liberal.
Well, you know, liberal back in my day was kind of like conservative up to a point. Like they just didn't believe in big government and things like that. I believe when today the far right actually moved to the left and they're the new liberals.
Well, it's all just an act anyway, because they're all on the same side.
Yeah, they're one uniparty for sure.
They are. Even the small, we have more than two parties. Like we have the Green Party, we have the NDP is the third one, right? It was the Liberals, Conservatives, and NDP, and then it opened up to the Green Party, and there's a few other smaller parties. And Quebec has their own system. So, you know, we have a lot more choice, but really it's not. It's all the choice of what color of the same thing. They're all the same.
You know, I was just watching a show on a guy that lives in Canada, and they were talking about, I think it was Ontario. They're saying they're probably the last province or whatever you call them, their states. We call them states. That's kind of rebelling against the system, like a little bit, where they're not obeying. Yeah.
Oh no.
So I got the wrong province then.
Yeah, I think
there's one province they say that's kind of rebelling.
It was Manitoba and Saskatchewan. Alberta actually kind of rebelled during the stupid 19.
Maybe it's Alberta. But you got stuck with Trudeau. I mean, I don't know, man. He didn't even supposedly win, but he still won.
Pray for Trudeau, because I think they bought his soul a lot. His father groomed him from the time he was young, according to his brother. And because I saw an interview with his brother like last year or the year before, and they groomed him since he was young. And when I kind of grew up with him because he was on the TV, his father was the prime minister. My dad had custody of us, so he was a single father, custody of us. And Trudeau threw Maggie out, so my dad kind of saw himself as like a brother of Trudeau, Pierre Trudeau. So Justin was like my cousin. So when he was growing up, he used to say all the right things. He used to back Palestine. He used to back the First Nations, which is what we call Indian people, North American Indian people. They want to be called First Nations. So he backed the First Nations. He was all about humanity and proper principles. And now he's like, he
He's
turned.
inverted. He reversed.
Yeah,
You would
but
think a demon took over.
well, I just wonder if that was just an act that whole time that he was saying all the right things, because he always used to say he's not going to get into politics. But then
Right.
he steps in and he's the automatic leader of the Liberals. He didn't have to pay his dues. He was the automatic leader of the Liberals. Next election, he's in. So all of a
He
sudden,
probably just said that to get elected. You're right. He
I
fooled
don't know.
everybody.
He was saying it decades before he got elected, right? So
Right.
he at least a decade to do that, 2 decades. He was saying the right things. And there was a movie by a Canadian actor named Paul Gross. If you ever used to watch that show where they had like this a Mountie and an American cop on the same show.
Okay.
And he went anyway. So Paul Gross made this movie called H2O something something, and in that movie, at the end, they made the whole movie. They started it out like it was Pierre Trudeau. Pierre was known for wearing the First Nations leather and canoeing and all this stuff. They opened it up with the canoe, with the prime minister in a canoe.
Is that you, Domenican? Is that you? I just want to make sure.
Yes, it is. Hi, Mike.
How you doing? Let me get. I thought it was you, but I have to double check because people use the same avatar and then they porn bomb you.
Hi, Dom.
I've had that.
Hi, Kat.
So and then his son ended up being the prime minister, Justin. They never said, never used the same names. And Paul Gross said, oh no, this isn't about the Trudeaus. But it was so about the Trudeaus. And right at the end of the movie, and I tell you, I get a goosebumps even when I tell you about it. And this movie was on at least 20 years ago. And so at the end, he sold Canada out. He sold all our water. He gave it to the United States. And then he found out that they took over all of Canada because he never read the fine print. And now it looks like it's a real thing. It's exactly what's going on. He looks half dead. He looks like they sucked his soul right out of his nostrils. He looks half dead. He's losing everything. His wife left him. They've got allegations that he was with a minor when he was a teacher, thereby abusing his power. And here he is. He's not sticking up for the Palestinians. He's backing the Israelis. He's giving the Israelis money to commit genocide.
They probably leveraged him somehow. Imagine they leveraged him like with a minor, sleeping in bed with a minor, right? Now they got that on video. And now
I don't know,
he don't want to be who he is, but he has no choice. So I think it takes the soul out of these people, like you said.
Yeah.
How do you sleep at night knowing what you're doing? I mean, like, I have to say, half the people that, you see in politics, a lot of them, they look like they're getting sick. Like, they just look sick because they are getting sick. Their subconscious mind is telling them what they're doing is wrong. But they can't do anything because they're leveraged. They're either with money or videos on them. Yeah, or death threats. I mean, who knows? That could be the problem. They don't want to be who they are, but they have no choice. Imagine you had to be evil and you're not an evil person. I think Miss Cat got frozen. They probably heard her in Canada and froze her up. They heard Trudeau and they got nervous.
You got the other Canadian here, Mike. So I'll hover back.
Oh yeah. Well, she'll come back. Let me. Yeah, let me remove her, and then when she comes back, I'll add her. Let's see if I add her now. She'll come back. No, I added her, but she froze up. Miss Cat, when you get back on, just put it in the chat, and I'll let you back up. But yeah, I like that. Define evil. So how do you define evil?
Evil to me just means material. You're living in an evil world, a material world. Now, what people talk about are their likes or dislikes, humanity's cruelty, misjustice, and all that kind of stuff. This is why when people talk about good and evil, spiritual material.
Yeah, material would hit it on a, most of the time. But like if you're a murderer, you're evil, right?
No, just a cruel human being. Again, this is, when people start talking like spoken words, again, like when we start shifting different languages and using different words, it gives you different meanings and understanding. So, but I get it. People,
I think they zapped her internet connection. I swear. The poor lady.
It could be.
Could you imagine? I'm telling you, they're actually listening. Whatever, their algorithm's actually paying attention to poor little me. That's how bad it's getting.
Well, it's picking up on words, and it probably has certain commands to it.
Yeah, like if it hears January 6th, it goes, ooh, red alert, red alert. I didn't even talk about January 6th on my last show. And underneath my show on YouTube, it has a Wikipedia thing about January 6th. It goes, this is here to give people, to get them off of misinformation. I'm like, because I clicked, why is this here? And it explained it to me, YouTube. So they're putting shit underneath your video, links, just to basically give people the information they want to give them. Because Wikipedia puts whatever they want. I mean, there are people that actually told me I Wikipedia'd somebody, and then a year later I Wikipedia him, and there's different information in there. So they change the information according to their needs, I guess.
A lot of things are copyright, Mike. Whether people understand when they monetize their stuff, that's not their property anymore.
That's true.
Yeah, so it's public information. If you want a private conversation, you go to a restaurant, we declare that where we're sitting as a private conversation. Somebody overhears us, take us to Commerce Court. I said, no, you're screwing yourself, not us. You're revealing private information that could have been done in a public platform, but it's done privately. So, but these are just literally public conversations that we're having.
Yeah, YouTube, this is private information.
No, you can't say that. Doesn't work that way, but you can try.
I'm making a joke.
I know. We can try.
Miss Cat, let's check. Let's let Miss Cat back on.
Mm-hmm.
Let's see if that's up. All right. Is that you?
Hi. Sorry.
Oh, okay.
Welcome back. If I can ask, Mike, what part of Ontario are you from, Cat?
Well, I was born and bred for the first 42 years of my life in Toronto. And then I'm like about an hour and a half north of there now.
We're an hour and a half, like Barrie?
I can't tell you, I'd have to kill you. So
I'm from Toronto, so.
Sorry?
I'm from Toronto. I'm originally from Oshawa. That's a native of India, obviously. Yeah, that's what I was asking. But if you want to kill me, more than once, hopefully.
I just met you. I'd rather not. So. But,
hug me. Sorry. At least hug me.
I think Miss Cat got a little Tony Soprano in her going on here. Like, if I told you that, I'd kill you.
Actually, I'm a big fan of the mob movies. I actually was going to say that the way I picture Trump getting into power was that whoever it was, the R1s, Rothschilds or whatever Zionists it was that freed him from his bankruptcy, probably said to him when they first, rescued him from his bankruptcy, they probably said, okay, I will grant you with this favor. And maybe one day I'll ask a favor from you. So that's why I think how they put him in power.
Well, I think they knew a long time ago they were grooming him to be the president eventually, because he talked about it even when he was a young man on like an Oprah Winfrey show. He was talking about, presidency and all. I think they groomed him for a long time and waited for the right moment to put him in.
Well, because their own timing, right? Because he kind of tried to run and then he gave up. Remember? He sort of went to run and then he just sort of gave up, like a false start. But see, the way that they get Trump is they're not going to get Trump. I don't think unless they just Trump it up, or they're not going to get Trump on child molestation or something, like they
No.
could easily get Biden, or it looks like maybe Trudeau, but they will get him by his ego. He wants the power, and his ego needs that. So they use his ego to control him.
What about this, Miss Cat? I'm thinking really, see, the one thing that I do is I think so outside the box that it's insanity. I'm not saying this is the fact, but here's the story for you. So if you are a person that actually reads the Bible and kind of thinks it's kind of true, and you believe in God the Almighty, and you believe in Revelation, here's one for you. So let's just say, for argument's sake, I'm making a movie now. This is all fiction.
I know what you're going to say. I put it on
Trump,
my community page yesterday.
Oh, okay.
I know what you're going to say.
Let me finish and then tell me if I'm saying what you're saying. So Donald Trump comes in as the president, right? Millions and millions and millions of people love him worldwide, not only America.
Yep.
Now he goes out of power, okay? And he becomes this person that they're picking on him all the time. They're going after him. And you need a miracle to get him back in, right? And guess what? He becomes the president. Now he starts to make peace with around the world because he's got the American military. And guess who he really is? He's the anti.
He's the devil. I just wrote that. I've been thinking that for years now, but I finally put it out there on my community page yesterday. I put that. I said he reminds me of the devil in the Revelations.
Yeah, well, Christ is the devil's son, right? So
okay, well, whoever was,
he knows
everybody's gonna love him.
Who he is. The people persecuting him, they don't even know he's the Antichrist. That's how good he is.
I know. I was wondering if he has 666 tattooed on him somewhere.
But this is a fictional thing, but he does fit the mold. Because there's nobody else that could come on stage and be the Antichrist. He's the only one. Nobody else fits the mold.
I figured it would be a pope until Trump came along. I figured that character would be one of the popes. And then when Trump came on scene and everybody loved him, I was like, oh my God. And now he's about to come into power as Revelation's about to kick into full power. I'm like, that's it. He's definitely that character.
Yeah, and then he got kicked out, and then he came back with a miraculous, because let's face reality.
Is that what was in Revelations?
If Trump wins the next election, it's because they chose him. Okay?
Oh, yeah.
There's no way he's going to get in there if they don't want him in there, because they already showed you what they did with Biden. They could shut you right down, right? So they control it. We know this. So if he gets in, there's a reason. You have to actually be more nervous, because think about this too. If we actually went into World War III, nobody's going to go fight for Biden. But if Trump was the president, middle America would rally behind him, all the patriots. Yeah, let's go to war. They'll join the army if he's the president. But with Biden president, nobody's joining the army.
I never thought of that.
Yeah. So are you putting this patriotic man in power to rally the troops? Because he can do it. He's the only one that can do it. Because you look at his rallies. He's like a rock star.
Oh yeah. He definitely is a Pied Piper.
Now I hope I'm 100% wrong on Trump. I hope I'm so wrong that he really is who he says he is. I don't buy it, but I pray that I'm wrong. But I don't see that I'm wrong.
Look at his track record so far already. Like I said, he was rescued by the oligarchy from bankruptcy, by those same Zionists that run the world. They run the central banking. They run the media. They run the pharmacies. Pardon?
He's a Mason for 100% fact. You ever seen him do a handshake? I could show you 20 pictures of his handshake.
I don't know. Never got into the whole Mason thing.
He's but Scottish, right? And he's the head guy in the Scottish, right?
Then he gets into power and completely surrounds himself in his cabinet by Zionists. His whole cabinet were all Zionists. So I have no doubt. And he went and moved the capital, or not the capital, but the people that they recognize Jerusalem in the Israeli part as the capital, like as their headquarters.
Yeah.
So he is definitely, and supposedly in Revelations, the World War III or whatever war is supposed to start will stem from Palestine. So
yeah, I mean, you're right.
So yeah, and so who better to do that than Trump, who is rah Israel? So
I am the
definitely
chosen one.
Even said he's the chosen one.
Can I share something,
So,
guys?
you know,
sorry.
you ever see the Omen, the movie, The
Oh yeah.
Omen?
Oh, I love.
Okay, he comes from a rich, like, billionaire oligarch family. Where did Trump come from? So,
I don't know.
like,
He was a part of the oligarchy. He's
oh, his
not part.
father,
Of
they were very, they're tied into it. It's his relatives from Scotland are like one of them is like really high up there, like a witch or something, like a woman. But no, his whole family, they're tied into it. Masons, all.
His son boss builds illegal settlements in the West Bank. So
And what is the head mason? Builder. He's a builder. They build things.
Did you
He
say,
builds
Dominic?
skyscrapers.
I didn't hear what Dominic said.
No, I was going to say, guys.
Well, we'll let Dominic in now. Go ahead, Dom. The floor is yours.
Oh, sure, no problem. Thanks, guys.
Go ahead.
Revelation is about the Asian world. Far as when it comes Asia. So when you read Revelation, they're addressing the Asia countries, not the way people perceive it. But anyway, this is a story. So now, when it comes to the Antichrist, it will be an elected world leader. Now, Donald Trump, yes, he is a Mason. When they were prepping him up with WWE, at the time it was WWF, with McMahon, who's a high Mason. When you had The Apprentice, he's a puppet. He's just ruling on the Babylon, the America, when it collapses. He's not that, he's unimportant. Now, as I'm hearing you, Kat, say, they do have it in their policy when he bought all the casinos. There's a loophole that he bought a debt, so now he can go for 10 years without having to pay taxes. Now, if you follow the what would they call it, former president, these are all these fucking useless presidents
Of the United States.
Yeah, United States, where they basically laundered money through him. Then at that point, you know, Clinton,
Bush,
thank you. Yeah, the Clinton. Yeah, when Clinton was the head senator of Arkansas, everybody that knew that they were laundering money through all the drugs that they were pushing through that. So when you're allowed to have exemptions from these elite people, you don't have to pay taxes. That's all he is. He is a puppet to no end. He's kind of like doing a little bit of a Ross Perot. He's insignificant. So they'll use him. They'll do an impeachment. They know that's never going to go through. But as people are being distracted, the masses, they're basically passing all these new policies and laws for martial laws and all that kind of stuff. Again, that's typical. No offense to the American. They're talking globalist. Americans are still talking nationalist. That's like talking about Trudeau. You know, people understand his father had a certain type of sexual preference, and his mother, St. Clair, had a different kind of preference. There's a good chance Trudeau himself, the one we have now, wasn't even his son. But again,
Pierre's sex life.
Who do you think could actually rise on the universal stage and become a world leader? I mean, Trump fits the mold. Who could do that?
Where I was going with this, whoever the world leaders, if you guys value this stuff, it will be many walk-ins. Now, I don't know if you know what walk-in is, Mike. They're just body possessions. So
yeah,
that's
but who do you think right now? Because the time is coming. So whoever it is has to be in the spotlight already somewhere. I mean, who's it going to be?
Putin could be.
Could be Putin, but Putin's another. He's another club member.
Religious than anything.
Yeah, he's another club member.
Trump.
They're all club members.
Trump hit the bill.
I could show you a picture with Putin and Xi in robes, like purple robes, like they're wizards.
Mm-hmm.
You know?
Oh yeah.
Everybody missed this one thing about Trump. When Trump became the president, when he won, the next day, His whole cabinet, all the people around him, all wore a purple lapel pin. A purple pin on their lapel.
Mhm.
It was a Masonic pin. They
Mm-hmm.
wore it for one day, and then what happened was somebody in the media caught on to it and asked about it. And then the next day, they never wore them again. But if you look into it, you'll see that they did wear them, all of them. So we know he's part of the game.
Well, they're all club members, whether the Bush family, Berlusconi's richer than Donald Trump will ever be, and he's a different world leader. So when people want to talk about we're looking at below middle triangle. Now if we start talking about the Rothschilds and the Cardinal, the DuPont family, now you're going a little bit more higher.
Oh yeah, well the DuPont family is. Woo.
Gates isn't even part of the oligarchy. He works for them. He's not even part of them.
That's right. Exactly.
They claim the richest family in the world it's a French family, like I forgot the name. It begins with a P. And how they got rich was when they were building the railroads in America, they made a deal that they would own all the land within 100 miles going east and west of the railroads.
Mm-hmm.
And I forgot the name of these people, but they say there were trillions and trillions of dollars. And then they started buying companies like DuPont. They just absorbed everybody. They were buying all these big companies. And they say this is the head of the snake. They're the number one bloodline family out of all the families. Like the Rothschilds are like, let's say they're in the middle of the bloodline families. Mm-hmm. But they say these people surpassed the Rothschilds by, forget it.
They will land.
You don't know really who is the real. You'll never know. They try to keep it from us that who really is controlling the show.
True rulers might never show their heads.
Right, they got people under them, but they're not going to let you know who they are.
Yeah. Now, if we rebelled, the masses, if we truly rebel, which probably won't happen because most of us are still asleep, maybe, and I only say maybe, you might see a ruler come out. It's like any good business. When the ruler has to come out or the owner of the company, there's a problem. Outside of that, the best rulers are kept secret. But those people that you're talking about, the French, they rule land. They're not owners. They're rulers. Big difference.
I think Trump is the safeguard. Like, let's say you got Trump in the back, right? The back burner. And if for some reason the people, the mob, woke up and rebelled, they would bring Trump in to calm everything down. Because then people will go, okay, we got him, we're good, and people would just go back to, like, laxed again. Because that's why they're getting away with all this stuff, because they always push. And then when we finally catch up to them a little bit, they ease off. Okay? And then they wait a while, and then they start to push a little more, and then they push. So they keep gaining, but they'll let back when they have to, make you feel like you're free.
So, Mike, here's one. Our company is broke. We haven't declared receivership yet, but we're starting to move things. Should we put a clown as president for a while to entertain the masses? Because that's what Donald Trump and Biden's all about, even though Biden's been around for a long time. When he was vice president with Obama, he was running the show. How many trillions of dollars was supposedly lost or disappeared during Biden's 8-year term? Was way more than all the other presidents together. Why? Because they were looting the country.
The only thing that freaks me out with Biden is why they didn't put him in instead of Hillary from the beginning. Remember when Hillary ran? Because they wanted Trump to win. That's what it was.
They needed a clown.
Yeah, so they needed Trump to get in there. That's why Biden didn't run against Trump. Because if Biden would have ran against Trump when Hillary did, now Biden was much, not as senile, right? And he just came, he was the VP of Obama. I think he would have beat Trump. But they didn't put him in.
You're going under the premise that you think the citizens' votes actually count.
No, but people would have, even though they don't count, right? You don't got to fix an election if you know the outcome. Like if you know right now, if they didn't rig it, we know for sure. I'm 100%. If it was not rigged, Trump is going to be the president.
That may be true, Mike. That may be true, but the United Nations has been running the show the whole time. So now, if the United Nations thinks that there's a problem going in one of their countries, we'll just say the U.S. with their 380 million people, pittance to them, then we would have to apply martial law in that country. And martial law, the way it works, you need a foreign nation on that territory. The American soldiers would have to leave the country and go to another country. That's how martial law works. In America, in Canada, we're lucky because we have a standing army already here. It's called the British Army. So now when they make, I don't care if it's a president, the chancellor, a dictator, a prime minister, the United Nations says who's going to be there. Now, the Americans, for whatever reason, they like the Roman Empire, they've lost their way, meaning the citizens don't got a fucking clue what's really going on at all.
I don't think they would send the American army out of America, but if
Sure
they
they would.
did,
That is martial
let's
law.
say they did do that.
Yep.
Do you know how many retired veterans we have that have weapons? I mean, like, we got millions of retired veterans, millions, that are armed to the teeth. And I think no matter what you do, you'll have a hard time taking, like, if they invaded America, I know they have superior weapons and stuff.
Mike,
I think they're going to still have a hard time.
Okay, you're talking about what they're telling you in the media, what they think Russia is or isn't. Russia's had way more libraries than any other country's ever had. The Russians are more well educated than any other countries in the world. Now, unfortunately, that's the media telling us stories. The story that would be fed to the American people, the Canadian people, the Europeans would be different stories. YouTube is bigger in these other countries, but everything's segregated. So now, I had shared with you last time, 2 weeks of no food in America, done.
Well, listen,
I was
if you
gonna
starve a country, but it's hard to starve America. Do you know 60% of our land is farmland?
Yeah, and who owns those
60%.
farms? Who owns those farms?
There's a lot of small farm owners. Let me explain to you. Like, I live in Missouri now. I drove from my house to my son's house through the back roads.
Yep.
I'm telling you, for 2 hours straight, all I seen was farms. Farm, then a little town, then farm. There still are a lot of farm. How they'll do it, though, if they were going to fertilize it. That's how you kill the food.
Most people live in big cities. So we
Yes.
rely on farmers to get our food through a middleman. The middleman, by the way, are the Zionists. They are the ones who are controlling our food and putting stuff in our food and killing us with pharma. So all those generals, those old generals, retired generals, are all going to be killed by their own pharma anyway. So
Well, I think the big cities are doomed when the time comes. That's for sure. But middle America is a lot more rural in the big cities. I mean, I live in Missouri. There's only 2 cities here, and the rest of it's all little counties.
And what are they? They're strafing the sky with aluminum particulate.
Well,
aluminum
I
into
agree
everything.
100% with the chemtrails. I mean, people think they're doing stuff to, they're putting stuff up there that's non-harmful. You got to be out of your mind.
And now with 5G, they are controlling people's minds literally.
Well, I think they can radiate us with 5G almost.
Yeah, they can burn us, but you have to be pretty close to it. But they can turn neighbors against neighbors just by piping frequencies through them that make them angry.
Yes, I agree.
So they can get rid of us at any point they want. They're just doing it in a complex way, in different ways. They're killing off the stupidest of us with the drugs, right? With the street.
Yep, and the magic potions we call
it. They made it legal in Vancouver, in the province of British Columbia, on the left side of the country. They made it legal for you to possess 2 grams of anything. You can have 2 grams of fentanyl, 2 grams of coke, 2 grams of meth. This is all legal now because they just want us to kill our own selves. It's a lot more costly.
Well, they're accomplishing it.
Well, yes, and it also, if for them to just bomb us, they'd be wrecking the infrastructure. They get to keep. Did you ever watch Star Trek, the old classic Star Treks?
Yep.
Do you remember that? Did you, Dominic?
Refresh my memory. Go ahead.
there was a planet, I think it was called Aminiar 7, and they had this council of people, and they were at war with this other planet. And what they were doing was they were playing Battleship. They would just on a computer pick a place to bomb, and then instead of bombing, so they could keep the infrastructure in the cities, they had the people report to chambers to be destroyed. They lined up for their own death, and they had to do it. Same thing as they do with the whole, the Kool-Aid shit, where they tell you that it's your herd immunity that's important and blah, blah, blah. And so they told them that it's so important that they line up for their own destruction, because otherwise there might be a real war and then more people will get hurt. So it's their duty to line up for their death. And that's pretty much what I'm seeing going on since 2020. I'm sure it was going.
There's a doctor that studies the population, as far as, how many people are dying and all this. And he's claiming, excuse me, he's claiming that the numbers of the population are not true. He's saying that they're claiming there's almost 8 billion people on the planet right now. And he's claiming that over 1 billion have died since the magic potion. So we are getting depopulated, but we're not being told we're being depopulated, by the media. That this is the most dangerous thing that we have right now, is the media and the judicial system are both on their team. So you can't prosecute somebody if they're investigating themselves. Hey,
I've noticed the narrative is the most important thing. By the way, if I disappear again, my tablet's like 15 years old, and my it got broken, my laptop. So so if I leave that next time, I'm just gonna stay gone. But
now you got to go get a new tablet. So when you come on the Pop Show, you'll be good.
Don't get a tablet, get a laptop, a refurbished laptop.
Oh, definitely get a cheap laptop.
I don't have money for anything. I don't have money for anything. That laptop
refurbished laptop.
You could probably get a refurbished one for real cheap.
I'm on disability. I don't.
Say
I
up a PayPal. I'll give you $20, $40 towards the cause.
Yeah, we're gonna have a show. We're gonna raise money for a laptop for you.
We'll raise money for a laptop.
No, thank you. I purposely don't raise money.
Too bad. You're gonna get it.
On purpose, I don't. Because
care.
if I were to accept money, people will say that I'm here for money, but I came here to make
we know you're not for money.
We know you're not for money, Cat. Come on, we know that.
Don't be so hard on yourself.
Principle, but I do appreciate it. Thank you.
Yeah, but beat on.
Hey, MacGyver, I would like to have a nice brand new F-150. Can you help me out?
All right, I got an extra laptop here. I'll just give you it. I didn't pay for it.
I just saw a commercial about that. No matter what your credit score is, I got this I got this 2018 F-150.
They have a car dealer that they just put him on the news that he leased a Silverado, right? That was fully loaded, like to the gill. It was probably like a $100,000 Silverado, right?
Isn't it ridiculous?
And they charging him $3,000 a month for 96 months for this truck. So you're talking about $300,000 he's paying for a $100,000 truck.
You pay for $100,000 if you're doing on the monthly payments. You're going to pay $150,000 for that damn vehicle.
That's why Ford got out of the car business. It's not profitable, but the truck business is.
Ford is dropped the price.
Isn't it the same with leasing to own anything? You always pay more.
Well, if you're smart and you know how to do it right, you could probably. I leased a car that was $30,000. I got it for $20,000 because it was a hybrid, not an electric, a hybrid. And I got $5,000 from the government, and I got $5,000 off the price.
It was electric and gas.
I paid $20,000 for it. So then when I leased it, I leased only $10,000, and then I bought it outright for $10,000 at the end of the lease. So I did well, but you have to know. I used to sell cars, so you have to know how to play the game with cars. Because there's different prices for different people. There's a thing called holdback money. People don't know what that is. Holdback money is basically the bank that's financing them gives them holdback money, which means if that car's sitting in the showroom for 6 months,
Yeah.
they use that holdback money to pay the interest. So it's
Right.
kind of complicated, but if you know what you're doing,
It's a numbers game.
leasing is good if you're not going to put a lot of miles. If you're
And
and
take
then
good
buy
care of it.
Yeah. If you're going to put a lot of mileage on a car, you have to buy it outright because the lease will kill you.
Right.
I'm 57 years old and I never got my driver's license.
I
I'm
got a
58.
2019 Ford Fusion hybrid. I only got 24,000 miles because of the COVID. I ended up sitting in the house a lot, right?
Right. Right.
You know, that COVID, one thing it did to a lot of people is it made us overweight. Think about it.
It didn't stop you from
You know, my
driving. You
house
don't have to
eat.
go for drives.
I was just eating like crazy during
Yeah.
COVID.
Nothing to
I mean,
do except
nothing
eat.
else to do but eat and watch YouTube.
Right. Now, Pops, did you hear about the Acorn cop yet?
I heard something about that, but tell
I
me.
put a link for you. It's on YouTube there. Oh my gosh. Acorn fell on the cop's car. He does a couple of fake tumble flips, gets back and shoots his own cop car because he's got the guy in handcuffs. He thought he was shooting at him. It's totally unbelievable what this cop did. Try to murder somebody.
I
Wow.
believe it.
Yeah, they checked him out. They put handcuffs on him and they put him in the back of the car. And then when he walked by the side of the car, an acorn fell off the tree and hit the car. He does a couple of tumble rolls, gets his gun out, and leaves. Just opens all the whole clip in the back window of this car. And then his girl cop, his
He's in
partner,
Florida, right?
I think so, and started shooting the front of the car.
It says Florida cop empties his gun, runs for cover after Acorn
I think
falls
I've been
on the
hit.
car.
I got any holes in my vest? Blah, blah. Oh my gosh.
Due respect to you, Pops, because I believe you used to be a cop, right?
Yeah.
But as far as I'm concerned, cops are pussies.
Well,
They're just
I'm not going to
wrong.
disagree with that. But the new
They're
generation,
trained.
especially, my
I talked to a
generation of police were different.
I talked
Yeah,
to a
right.
Chicago cop lady, right? She tells me that they're totally training him wrong. She told me she went through 3 years through the academy. They taught him first year was de-escalation, the issue, and then the last year was about gun range and shooting your gun and stuff. But she told me what they're teaching them now is right away, it's the guns. You got to shoot all your bullets off. And they're teaching them, we don't know who could be the criminal. Anybody could be the criminal. So just make sure everybody you look at is a criminal because they don't know they're going to pull a gun on you. So they're teaching these cops to be fearful.
Absolutely. They've changed
They
the teaching.
teach them in the academy now that the people are the enemy.
Yes.
Yes.
And to be
And that's
fearful.
why it's so important for us, I believe, to treat each cop as an individual instead of say, oh, you're the enemy, because
No.
then we're just we're
There
making
you go. You ready to listen to the gunfire?
that blue line even thicker between us.
Hey, I was always taught to respect the cops. Yes or no, sir, man.
The
That's
guy
what I
just
did.
unloaded his whole gun.
Yeah, but I was taught to respect the officers. I never gave them lip. I got my ticket, whatever I did, and I didn't play no games.
Yeah, and
I
look
treated
how
them
that
with respect.
indoctrinated.
You know what I find amazing with the cops today? I'm not kidding with you. When I was a cop, I'm lucky I pulled my gun out 3 or 4 times out of its holster. We never pulled our gun out of our holster just to pull.
Yeah.
Today,
They
they
do
make
it
a
left and
car
right now.
stop. They're coming up to your car with their gun out.
Yep.
Yeah,
And
Yeah.
if you don't put your hands on that steering wheel and you
Yep.
make any, you got to be scared that you're going to get accidentally shot because the cop
Right.
thought you had a weapon.
yeah, because they're paranoid.
They're
Yeah.
so
Because
paranoid.
they've been taught that way.
We were
Yeah.
taught to protect the people. We were taught to restrain. These guys are
Right.
taught to be
De-escalate.
gun hold. Just that's
And-
it.
And how to unarm somebody as opposed to shoot them in the heart.
Yeah, you know how many? There was a guy. He was getting off a bus. I'll give you an example.
Mhm,
And he had a knife in his hand, right?
mhm.
And there were 3 cops, and he was coming off the bus with a knife. Now
Right.
they could have tasered him. They could have shot him in the legs. They unloaded like 30, 40 rounds into him. Set him ass right in the chest.
Mm.
You didn't have to kill the guy. I had guys, I'm not lying to you. I've had people coming at me with weapons when I was a cop. And I
Right.
pulled my gun out and they right away dropped their weapons. But I wasn't thinking about killing a guy that had a small little knife in his hand. I'll think about shooting him in the leg or something. Now I know
Right.
you're not supposed to aim for the legs though. See, you're taught in the academy to aim for the center mass, which is the chest, because you could miss. Believe me, you could be 10 feet from somebody and actually miss them if you don't know how to use a gun. But me
But
as a
that's the
cop,
point.
I would
Even
look.
cop is supposed to know how to work a gun.
I'm ready to roll. I can even roll on the floor with somebody with a knife. You know, it's not going to be like, but a lot of them have never had a fight as a child.
Hey,
They've
Mimsy.
never been in that type of environment. So they panic right away. They just shoot you. God forbid you got a weapon on you and they see it and it's a legal weapon, you still may get shot.
Yeah.
Even if you're a good person, they don't care anymore.
Mm.
They just shoot you and then they worry about they don't even get indicted anymore, cops. They don't go to jail. Very rare.
Well, they purposely do that because at the time when they put the zombie apocalypse in full swing, the cops are going to be our enemies because they're going to work for the government, right? So except for the cops leave, there were some cops that left during Stupid 19 here, and nurses and doctors and cops, they left because they saw the corruption. But the ones who left are
So
going to be
what's
the
this zombie? How are we going to be zombies?
Well, look at everybody now.
So
Everybody's
Tucker
on.
Carlson was
Well, they're
born
on
in
fentanyl.
1966.
Everybody's on 7 pills of pharma. They're eating all kinds of processed foods and killing themselves with meth and drinking themselves to death.
Yeah.
And, you know,
The only way I see zombies is who knows what they put inside us. I hear it's got metals in it. And if it's got metals, what do they say about these zombies? They're going to be bleeding through their eyes, nose, and ears.
well,
So
no,
what
no,
I'm
no.
seeing-
I don't mean movie zombies. I mean
No, I'm talking like
people
you're
who wear
saying.
the space diapers. Those are zombies. People who ignored real science and just listen to their TVs. Those are the zombies. They don't think for themselves. They're just
But-
driven by others.
Yeah, but with the other part I was talking about, they're putting metals in us with these injections, right?
Yeah.
Now, if they turn the
Oh.
5G frequency way up, these metal particles inside us will vibrate at a certain frequency and it'll tear
Exactly.
tissue. It'll tear
Yes.
tissue. Then we'll be bleeding
Yes.
from the inside.
I
Well,
don't
there's that.
know. That could be
I don't-
disinformation.
I'm sorry. That was just something I was just, farting about. Sorry.
It's
I
true.
think that's disinformation.
Maybe.
You're corrupting
I
my
don't know what I'm talking
audience.
about. I was just joking. Yeah.
But
Of a movie I was watching. Yeah, that's it.
listen,
None of us
Slick
are
W,
experts.
what
None
are
of
you
us
not an
are.
talking
expert.
about? What are you
But
But I
talking
played
about?
one on TV.
There are-
6606. Oh, days after Putin?
Yeah, I'm not an expert, but I do play one on TV.
Yeah. I'm going to pack a fat bowl for this stream.
I just finished smoking one.
Well, I'm gonna go
Yeah.
smoke it myself right now.
Not
Yeah.
a bowl though. I only smoke joints.
I do
can't
one
get-
hitters. I do one hitters because I like to conserve. Because when you blow all that smoke out, you're wasting all that smoke.
Yeah, one hitters is the way to go to save money.
Yep. It's really a
Wait.
2-hitter.
Hey, nothing better than a real joint, but
I'm
you
gonna
go
be
kind of
59.
broke
My lungs are
smoking
catching
joints.
up. I don't need to kill
Unless the
myself
weed's
more.
cheap in Canada, I don't know. Weed's expensive over here.
Wait,
Ooh, yeah, that tastes
I
good.
don't. I've been smoking for 40 years. I've been toking for 40 years since
Right.
I was 16 and a half. So
Yeah.
I'm 57 and a half now. So like 41 years I've been toking. But
Mm.
I bought the ounce that I'm just finishing. I bought that in the beginning of October.
Wow.
So I just smoke
One-
like one joint a day. And
One toke over the line, sweet Jesus. One toke over the line.
I don't even smoke a whole joint. I just take a few tokes. That's it.
Well, I tell you one thing, I never heard of anybody getting cancer that smokes weed.
Well, you can. That's a carcinogen.
Yeah, but
You
it must do.
not doctors.
I got this side effect when I smoke weed. It's called munchies.
Yeah, I know. That's the worst, and that's how we all got fat.
They say people that smoke weed never get Alzheimer's either.
Oh, you know what? Though?
Alzheimer's.
Mhm.
Alzheimer's is, and again, YouTube. I'm not a
The
doctor.
calcium buildup in the brain.
There's aluminum. Aluminum is a huge factor towards Alzheimer's,
It's
dementia.
aluminium.
Well, you got to take there's certain vitamins now, minerals and stuff you could take that flush out metals out of your body.
Yeah, chelate them.
Yeah, now chelate them, right. But here's what you have to do. So you use it for like, let's say a week. But you have to make sure that you don't use it every day for your whole life, because what happens is then you have no iron in your body. You get rid of all the minerals, is no good. So what you got to do is you do it like for 1 week and then you get off it. And it works. It gets rid of a lot of shit in your body. But I'll tell you what, here's one thing I've experienced just recently, just so you kind of understand, there's got to be something to it. Now, when I would wake up in the morning, my body would always hurt a little bit, whether it be my bones, my muscles, something. You feel like, So I bought these crazy organic coconut clusters that had pumpkin, sunflower, and hemp seeds and coconut flakes, organic, no sugar, not like real low carb, keto. And I started eating them. After like 2 days, I was waking up and I'm going, I feel good. My body don't hurt. And ever since been eating them, my body never hurts in the morning. So I think it's the hemp seeds that are an anti-inflammatory.
It sounds like maybe you were short on magnesium. And when you were taking these pumpkin seeds, sunflower seeds, all that, you were not just magnesium, but for instance, magnesium, your body was just lacking certain minerals that it needed. And when you were taking those coconut clusters, they had those vitamins. Magnesium is a big cause of cramps. If you don't have enough magnesium, you'll get cramps.
Well, so I'll tell you, whatever it is, it's a miracle. It works.
It's just actually it's the norm. We've been chased off from the norm. That's the norm.
Yeah. Now they want us to eat Doritos instead.
Exactly, and I love Doritos.
Listen, I can make meals out of Doritos. I've taken Doritos, put cheese on them, and then put chili on them, and then put them in the oven, and got them all nice and warm, and the cheese melts with the chili on them. Oh, it's delicious. But I do that like once every 6 months, because that's like a treat to me. I'll make like a meal. I can make a pizza out of Doritos. I love Doritos. But
my patch is potatoes. Potatoes. I can't live without potatoes.
My father couldn't live without potato chips. I'm not kidding. My father ate potato chips every single night.
If I had the money, I'd be eating it every single night too.
You know, well, if they made them healthy for you, it wouldn't be too bad. You can make your own potato chips. They're probably a lot healthier, especially if you air fry them.
I do, but they're not. Yeah, I know that's I do air fry them, but they're not the same.
No, they put crack inside the bag of potato chips that you buy in the store. They load them up with sodium and all kinds of shit.
Well, if you get a bag of plain chips, whatever I've ever seen,
no salt.
It's just salt and whatever oil they used and the potatoes. That's it.
Yeah, I get them without salt. They're even better. They taste fresh. Like they taste like a real potato.
Oh, fuck that. I need salt.
I mean, salt, it would have to be real salt, not, sodium shit.
Sorry, we took over again. MacGyver and Dominic hasn't even talked at all.
Oh, well, they
go for it.
Time.
I'm getting high right now.
They can come in.
I'm getting high right now.
We're talking about food here. I'm getting hungry.
Don't mess with my high.
But all the food that tastes delicious is all bad for you. Even if you want to eat normal food like pizza, you go, oh, pizza ain't that bad. It's just dough, cheese, and sauce. Bullshit.
Cholesterol. It's cholesterol.
Eat pizza, you'll be 500 pounds.
I know. I'm surprised I'm not 500 pounds.
Yeah, I mean, I love food, period. But I mean, everything I love is no good for you.
I'm 30 pounds overweight, but so that's not obese, but it's fat, and I've been fat ever since I've been home when I was raising my daughter.
Well, I think we're overweight because of a lot of the toxins that are in our body. Because when your body has toxins, it'll surround fat around the toxins to protect you. And I think we're getting more toxins than we're getting rid of every day. So our body is just starting to get fatter and fatter and fatter.
But we're
I think
tied to our seats in front of the computer, so we're not getting any exercise.
that's true. That's another reason. Look at all the young kids today. They're all overweight. Most
Yeah.
of them.
Yeah, most of us are lazy now.
My grandchildren, they're always out there playing with rocks and dirt, and they're out in the woods, and they're skinny and ripped, and they're strong as oxes. But if you get a kid that sits and plays Xbox every day,
Yeah.
and his mommy's feeding him Hot Pockets.
Yeah, it's another fat slob.
I love Hot Pockets, but I won't buy them because I know how bad they are.
Yeah, exactly.
Ain't that terrible? You go to the store and you see all this delicious food, but
No,
it's poison.
I know.
I'm like, poison. Look at a Twinkie. You
I
can let
get-
a Twinkie sit for a year. It don't even go rotten.
Oh, mine is Joe Louis, and I have diabetes. I can't be eating Joe Louis.
Or those marshmallow pies. I like them. Oh, I just love food. Suzy
Yeah,
Q. You know what a Suzy Q is?
No,
It's like a cake with cream in it. Like it's like a giant cake.
Joe Louis.
Yeah, it's called a Suzy Q. How about yodels? I love yodels.
I don't know what those are, but I heard about them on American TV.
Oh, I could talk about food all day, but I don't eat any of this stuff anymore.
Well, all the food's crap. It's designed to kill us slowly. You know.
I
that.
know. I know.
Well, the food that they're giving us, except expensive food, the cheap food, which a lot of poor people are buying it, and then they have to go on Social Security to go ahead of a doctor. What do you call that that plan nowadays they got? Anyways, there's a cheap plan, and you go to the doctor. Hey, I'm fat. I've got stomach issues. I got rashes. I got all this stuff. Where's it coming from? I don't know, but take these medications. But the doctor don't tell you, hey, what do you eat? Well, don't eat this stuff because that's the bad stuff that's causing all your problems.
Yep.
I mean, it's a revolving door policy I'm seeing.
Mimsy Mims, I can't stand eating.
Oh
Yeah,
my gosh. I don't
I could
understand
swear
you
to
people.
that.
Right.
So Mimsy Mims is my daughter-in-law, so I know she don't like to eat.
My
Well,
mother
it's good, and she knows it's
wait.
good. I'm sure she'll eat.
my mother and
I
my,
love egg
daughter's father, they were both like, they wished that food just came in pills, that they didn't like eating. And it just used to drive me nuts because my love language is cooking. So I'm trying to cook for him, and he'd rather eat spaghetti in a can. Instead of me making a nice spaghetti dinner, he wants to eat spaghetti in a can. It was such an insult. I can't understand people who don't like to eat.
When my mom was in the hospital, they had her on a feeding tube. It went in her nose and into her stomach. She didn't have to taste it.
I tell you though, one thing about food, I eat it now, and I feel
Everybody needs
terrible.
nourishment.
I'm not getting proper nourishment. Even if I eat healthy, after I eat, I still feel like shit.
Because you probably get your stomach is leaking. The tubes are leaking.
Yeah, they got that too. All that. But I've been
I'm
eating
sure
healthy for a long time. So
I'm
my
sure
stomach's
Mimsy
pretty
makes a
lean.
good meal, but she don't like to eat her own food.
Mimsy Mims is a real good cook.
I
But
bet you she
she don't
sure
like to
is.
eat.
What nationality? Italian?
She's
Who, me?
Cuban.
Cuban?
Mims-
All right.
Mims is
Yeah, they
Cuban,
still
but-
cook good.
No,
I'm
my
not
just
son's
Mexican.
Italian, and he taught her how to
Yeah.
cook Italian food.
Yeah,
She
my wife's
learned.
Mexican. She knows how to cook. Yeah.
Mims can
Well,
make
I'm
a
half
hell of a
Arabic,
sauce.
Mexican
half
and Polish.
I'm half
You have-
Arabic, half Irish. I know how to cook.
Yeah, I'm Irish.
What
Scottish.
what type of
Dutch,
Arabic? Like where you
German.
from? Morocco?
Palestinian. Palestinian.
Palestine?
Yeah.
I got you. I knew
Well, you're
you
not
were
happy
Arabic
what's
before I
going
seen
on
you.
down there now. I bet.
Pardon?
I'm sure
I
you're
just-
not happy what's going on in the Middle East now.
I'm not. I've
Genocide's
actually
going on.
I've
That's what's going
quite a
on.
bit. I've gone through quite a bit since October.
Well, those
This is-
Ashkenazi Jews need to get the hell out of there. Not the Hebrews or Orthodox Jews. I'm talking the
That's right.
Zionist Orthodoxis.
That's the Ashkenazis. Yeah, they are.
Yep.
Israel is made of them. They chased away the Palestinians and the real Jews.
You know,
The
I got the
actual
name Nazi in there. You see that? Got the name Nazi in there?
That's where it came from. That's where the word Nazi,
Yeah.
because it
They
was the
got it.
Ashkenazis they were killing. Then they came
Hitler's
and
a Jew.
their Holocaust 75 years ago
Yeah.
on the Palestinians and the true Jews, the real Jews.
The Hebrew Orthodox, those are the true ones. They hijacked their religion. And you see them on YouTube. We want you out of our religion. You hijacked us. Get out of here.
That all goes back to Samaria, you know.
They
that,
Wait a
hijacked
right?
the
second,
Catholic
wait a second,
religion.
Wait a second. Wait. You can have an Orthodox Jew in New York, Orthodox just mean that they follow to the letter, right?
Right.
It's like being a fundamentalist Christian. That's what an Orthodox Jew is. But the real ones are by blood. You know how they used to say until Hollywood changed it that you could marry into a Jewish
Yeah.
family, become Jewish.
Whoopi
It used to,
Goldberg.
it was by blood that you be a Jew. And
Yeah, Whoopi
slowly,
Goldberg did that.
see how that sort of disappeared from
Yep.
the yeah, because they hide that. So the real Jews, they chased them away, they killed them, they chased them away, they chased the Palestinians, and the Ashkenazi Jews are not Semites. They have no Semitic blood in them unless
No.
they came from the quote unquote Holy Land.
Did you see what the Jews did in New York City? Taking that tunnel?
You know
Yeah.
what's funny about that tunnel, though? When the cops showed up, they showed up with a concrete truck and sealed it. How did they know the tunnel was there until
But
they
did you
found
see
it?
the mattresses with the stains on it and the baby carriages in the tunnel?
It was crazy. And
What
the best
hell
part,
you need that shit when you're digging a tunnel?
did you see
They
the
just-
Jewish guy coming out of the tunnel?
Yeah, but
It was
that
the funniest
that
shit.
tunnel went to a mansion.
Yeah, but that story is a psyop. So
Yes.
like they got us talking about this shit, but really it's not the important thing. And then people go, "Oh no, this is anti-Semitic talk," and then
Right.
trying to trap people into talking about Jews, and then try to expose some kind of talk.
Yeah, they
and
want
say,
you to
"Oh,
keep your eye
they're
off the
victims,
ball.
Are they the
And
only
they-
nationality we can't say nothing bad against because they made that rule with the UN?
Exactly. They control the fucking laws, and then they
Yes.
they indoctrinated the public into virtue signaling for the Semites when they're not even Semites.
We just call them bagels. I call them bagels.
Palestinians are Semites. Palestinians are Semites, not
I-
these
And during
Ashkenazi.
Well, we could
And
call
during the
them
war-
bagels. It's easy.
during the World War II, it's totally
bagels.
impossible to kill 6 million of them. They
Well,
try
but
to
you
figure
could
out.
just
they had
call
the
them
money
I
on-
don't-
bagels.
Don't
them
do that.
bagels.
They're gonna take this stream down if you
I didn't
start
say
talking.
nothing, no names or nothing.
No,
Yeah,
but if you start
we gotta
talking,
call them
no,
bagels.
All right,
You
but I'm not
start
saying
talking-
anybody. I'm not saying the N word
So
or
there was
whatever.
6 million
I'm
bagels.
trying to avoid all that. Like she's saying,
No,
she's
no.
right.
But no, I don't think we should make fun of that because
Oh, I'm
there
not
were
making
lots
fun.
of innocent. There were lots of innocent victims in
Yes,
that.
I'm not making fun whatsoever. Believe me.
But they also killed Russians and Poles,
They
according
killed
to
all kinds. Yes.
yeah, and they
Anybody got in their way?
almost completely got rid of the Roma,
Oh,
the Gypsies.
Anybody
They're
got
not-
in their way?
they're really from Samaria. They all existed then, and they used Judaism as their disguise.
What's Sumeria? They're from fucking Poland and Germany.
No,
and
but
fucking-
if you
They
go
started
way
in Egypt.
back, they started in the Sumerian tribes
Oh,
and then
okay.
went to actually where the
Oh, I
Ukraine.
think we got
is.
the pyramid on the back of our dollar. They started in Egypt when they've been conquered by Rome. Their rich money and their Pharisees got into Israel and hijacked the Jewish religion.
Oh,
Then
this
they
is
worked up to the Catholic religion. Then they got into the Illuminati and the Freemason, and they've just been going on blackmailing as they go along. And they had
I
Jeffrey
see.
Epstein's island.
I see these particular kinds of stories as controlled opposition. I don't
Uh-huh.
believe a lot of that stuff that they say about I know that there's truth in it, like the adrenochrome and all that crap. I know there's truth in it, but I think that they are
Exaggerating it to keep your mind off what's the real target.
Hey,
And then
make
make
my
us feel
icon
stupid.
bigger. Make
And
my
then make
icon
us-
bigger.
and make us feel stupid when we find out it's not true. And then we think that, everything wasn't true when some of it was true, but
Well, they
all
like
got
to leave messages and signals and hints.
Well,
So if you look at
they
my
want you to
avatar,
believe in all the craziness. This way,
Yeah.
you don't know what's real and what ain't.
well, look at
exactly.
my avatar. It's got the
Yeah.
Jewish star, and each circle has letters in it saying Mason.
Easily planted into the public consciousness.
That's
Yes.
been in our government for a while, since the 40s, when they made that dollar.
This plan's been going on for a while.
Oh,
did they
yeah, it's been going on way long.
hid books that we really needed to see from the Bible, like the book of Thomas, I think it was. They hid that in 300 AD.
Yeah, they took the Gospel of
came out
Thomas
with
and a couple other Gospels out.
My family would have actually followed Jesus. My family name is
Right.
written as far back as 2,000 years in the first century. I mean, my family name shows up in the
I'll
census.
be right back.
So, Okay, my family would have walked with Jesus, like the actual Jesus, before there was any Christianity. Christianity didn't come along until hundreds of years after he died, right? Jesus wasn't a Christian.
Right.
So, but my family would have walked on the same land in Galilee, in Nazareth, in Bethlehem. This is where
Well,
my family's from. So
well,
my family walked with Jesus.
yeah. Well,
And
the
this,
Pharisees told Romans you can use him as a what's that word? Oh, god dang it! I had it tip of my tongue and I forgot. But hey, Roman, you can use this name here to start your own religion and stuff.
well, okay, but then what is it that they did? They took out bits of the Bible that were important, that
That's the New King
how
James version. That's when they
that
took
showed
out the Gospels of Thomas, Mary Magdalene, Judas. Yes.
because those books would show us our relationship and how close we are to the Creator. But
Right.
instead, they made it about obedience and hierarchy, so that we would
Yeah.
follow kings, that we were obliged, as far as the Bible was
Yeah.
concerned,
Martyr. That's the word. They used him as a
yes,
martyr. The
martyr is
Romans.
one of the highest symbols you can make for humanity,
Right.
right? Is to be
Right.
a martyr.
Do you
So
know who rewrote the King James book?
King James,
No. The
well,
Windsor family and what's his name? William Shakespeare. But William Shakespeare is not a real person. It's a pseudonym name for Adam Weishaupt, which was a Freemason back in the day.
oh, and obviously a Zionist Jew too.
Yes, exactly. Yeah, you know what I'm talking about.
Oh, don't tell me. I love Shakespeare.
Yeah, but a lot
There
of people don't know shit like we do, kind of. I mean, we may not know it all, but we got the gist of it. Our eyes are open, but there's a lot of people out there that just got their heads in the sand. They want to watch their sports, work really hard, and make money for their big house and
because they're
silicone wife, and
zombies. They're
it's just
zombies, and we used to
yeah.
be zombies too
I
until we
call them
woke up.
fake people.
Yeah, but we used to be them too
Yeah,
until we
I
woke up.
was. I
But
really
see,
was. I
the
woke up
problem is,
2005.
the problem is a lot of people can't face their cognitive dissonance because they'll feel stupid that they fell for it. So they can't admit to themselves that it's that they're wrong. So they keep it up. But if they could just face themselves and say,
What
okay,
woke you up?
I was
What woke
stupid,
you up?
I bought it, and now I don't buy it anymore.
What
And they
woke
should
you up?
sell. Actually, I thought that the most evil thing in the world was Israel until I started to see lies. I knew that the Ashkenazi Jews were controlling the media.
Yeah, they
So,
hijacked Israel.
well, no, they were Israel, and so they hijacked our media, and they were lying and never saying what they were really doing, and they would never say what they did to make the Palestinians throw the rockets at them. Right? They wouldn't say,
Right.
months we've starved them, or for months we've had them locked up, or any of that.
Right.
They would just wait till the Palestinians went to throw rockets, and then they'd say, "Oh, we were attacked." So when I saw
Exactly.
that,
False flag.
but then when Jerry Springer, when it came out that Jerry Springer was not real, I was devastated. My cognitive dissonance took such a beating because I just assumed it was real. Any of the Oprah or Phil Donahue's my fucking hero, and then I thought, well, okay, so fine, they were lying there, but they can't lie on the news. So I figured they were only lying about Israel and Palestine. They're lying about fucking everything. They're even fucking lying about the weather. They're lying.
Yeah.
They're not lying. They're sensationalizing, and everything is designed to make us feel at low vibrations. Everything, our rent, how much we have to work to pay that rent, how much we pay for food. Our families are turning gay, and nobody understands who they are. Everybody's separating. You're not supposed to trust your neighbor.
Right.
Everything is everything.
Did you
all-
ever say this to yourself? Did you ever say this to yourself? I wish I never knew what I know now.
Y'all many
Just
times.
yeah, just keep going blindly through the night.
Ignorance is bliss.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, but it's also deadly.
Yeah. Exactly.
Well, in the Bible, God says he has no patience for stupidity, like ignorance. He has no
Right.
patience for it.
Right.
Yeah, but I
Like if
don't.
you can't wake up
not
and see
true.
what's
I don't
going on
think-
right now, you're blind.
I know,
Everything is staged. I can see the fakeness in the TV shows and everything. The
The thing is, they
commercials.
throw so
it's
many
like,
things
wow,
at you.
is it so bad? It's so easy to see the shit.
90% of the stuff they're throwing at us is
It is so
bullshit, but
bad.
you can't figure out what's the truth because there's just too much.
They're
But
throwing
they
out gay stuff too.
but-
Two guys sitting on a couch. Hey, here, you need Ozempic. You need this medicine. By the way,
No,
it's got
that's
this
all.
side
It's
effects
so
and this
bad
side
now, and
effects and that side effect.
in every TV show now, there's gay couples. Every
Yeah.
single show,
Yeah,
every
trying to make it the norm.
movie. They're making it way normaler than it really is.
Yeah, but now it also again, yeah, it's just like the BLM movement, all that. What happens is something real happens, right? There's really gay people, there's actual,
Right, Rudy.
right?
Yeah.
And then and they can't help it. So, but then there's also there's the media. There's a campaign to make these things mainstream. So see how the whole those gay weird meetings with some fucking freak is dressed up like a scary fucking monster and reads
Of
to the kids.
course.
Okay,
course.
that is not gay people doing that. That is an agenda that's being run by the oligarchs.
All right.
So
Are you reading chat? Are you reading chat at all?
Absolutely, though.
All right.
That's
Mimsy
correct.
says this. To the norm, they're, and they're merely attacking our children. The reason why they're doing that is because this generation of people are going to be running the world later on and brainwash them when they're young. That's what they're doing.
They're not even going to be alive. They're giving them autonomy by telling them if they can take the Kool-Aid shot
Normalizing it
without even talking to their parents.
Right.
Their parents don't even have to approve taking the
Well, the
Kool-Aid.
schools are running
Their
our
goal
kids.
is to legalize pedophilia. That's their real goal.
You heard about that girl in New York? The psychologists are the evil ones there, and everybody's got to talk to psychologists. This psychologist was talking to this little girl. Do you like boys or girls? You're a young girl, the boys pick on you and shit. I like girls. Oh, so you like girls? Well, maybe what kind of way you like girls? And by the way, let's talk to the school nurse and give you growth hormone therapy. And you hear about this? The parents found out that the school is giving their kids these pills.
Yeah, pubic blockers.
What the hell?
I know, because they are dividing families.
Yeah, like schools got control of your kid.
But shame on the nurse in that school for doing it.
Yeah, they're getting paid on the table.
It doesn't matter. Whoever's doing it has to be punished and accountable.
This has been going on since we were born. The women's movement, the hippie movement, all of these things are CIA operations to segregate families. It's a hard job to do, and they've been doing it for decades and decades.
The season of love.
So this is just a new installment of separating families, is by having children think that they're adult enough to make these fucking decisions when even the adults aren't adult enough to make these decisions.
Mimsy's right.
Yeah.
What did she say?
Yep. Everybody's got anxiety all of a sudden. So it's like, you got all these pills for you.
Yeah.
They tried to put my son on. They
like
tried to put my son on pills.
Here's for your anxieties. Use a spinner.
And I wouldn't let him. They tried to put him on. Oh, he's got ADC and all this shit. Listen, he's a kid.
Yeah,
he's
my brother.
What kids do.
My brother was on Ritalin in the 70s when they were first trying.
They tried
that shit with me, and I found out marijuana did the trick, not that shit.
And his mother was like all for it. But my son's mother was like, she goes by whatever they say is correct. I'm like, no.
They should have gave me a marijuana when I was a kid.
They're not giving my son medicine. He's nothing wrong with it.
That would have fixed me right there.
A normal boy to them, there's something wrong with a normal boy. That
it's not normal. No, it's not normal. What it is when a child is ADHD, and I know because I am, they sat in front of the TV too much, and all of the stimulation that goes on in their brain when they're watching TV. Sesame Street, they would only have like 2 or 3 minute bits because they knew that couldn't pay attention.
Well, if that's the case, our kids are doomed with the cell phones because that's all they get.
Exactly. So the ADHD, that's diet. If there's too much sugar, and if they're not getting the right vitamins, it ends with ADHD.
Yep.
And when did TV dinners start?
MacGyver,
what's
you were reading out loud to yourself.
Oh, I'm sorry. I was reading
I had to mute
Menzies.
you for a second.
I'm sorry. I thought I was muttering.
You were reading. We were.
I've
Oh,
got
just
really bad eyesight and I can't see on these tablets. My
The
laptop.
biggest problem, I think, is parents allow it. That's the biggest problem. They allow them to get away with this shit. A lot of parents, not every parent.
Allow who to get the children or the
They
pharmacists?
allow the schools to get away with this. I would pull my
Oh.
kid out of school so fast today, it would be ridiculous. My kid would not go to the school. I
So
homeschool.
what can we do? We know the answer, but what can we do?
Mimsy, they changed the laws so that they could get
Yes.
away with it. So the parents
Yeah.
can bellyache all they want. The
Yep.
teachers, the counselors and all that will say it's legal.
Do you know you can go to a school and
I
just go
blame
there,
the
hey, I don't
parents, though.
like
I
what
don't
you're
care
reading
what
to
you
my
tell me.
kid. And then
Be
so
right back.
they'll go,
My
I don't like your
daughter-
attitude, ma'am. And then next thing you know, they call security and get you kicked out and they black flag you right there from that school. That's what they're doing.
Yeah, they would have just beat us for that.
No, man. They black flag you here to see schools if you just complain a little bit. They'll all of a sudden say, oh, ma'am, I don't like your tone. You're threatening. Oh, security. So best thing
You
for
know
you to do
what,
when you go
though?
to school, it's like, hey, I
That's
don't like you. You're threatening me. Call security on you.
that's the best thing for the child, because I don't think, in my opinion, YouTube, children is not a place. Sorry, school is not a place for children.
No,
Children,
Menzies smart. They're doing it to
in
their kids.
school is the enemy territory that teaches
Homeschool or
your
school you
child
can
all kinds of
trust.
shit that you don't want your child to learn. So I don't think a school is a good place for a child.
No,
So if
kids
they
are
get kicked
dumber.
out, then God is blessed.
Here in the States, it took out home ec, auto, wood shop, all that stuff, and they're definitely dumbing down our kids. Seriously. They don't know who the vice president is if you ask them. Me, I had to learn the preamble and all this other stuff. I had to repeat it and say it before I can get out of 8th grade.
Well, I have to say that when I was growing up in Canada,
Right.
Americans were always the stupidest ones.
But they seriously are making us stupid.
Yeah, I know. All of us.
And who got beat is for who's pretty smart with Chinese, because their kids are constantly on curricular. The British back in the day were definitely on that.
Yeah, but how do you measure smart, though? Smart is knowing how to build your own house. Smart is knowing how to find water.
No, this is brainwash smart. I'm
Smart
talking.
is knowing how to fix shit.
I'm talking brainwash smart.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't want my child's 33 and she's got a 7-year-old child. So I have a grandchild. My grandchild has never had a shot of anything since he was born. Never any needle has gone in him. And he has he's been homeschooled by my daughter, and he's been allowed to live in his imagination. And as far as I'm concerned, be close to spirit. My daughter's not very spiritual, but I got my spiritual awakening at 50. When was it?
We're not
2017.
cramming stuff down his throat. There's letting a kid be a kid and then grow up and experience things and learn common sense. You got a good common sense. Yeah.
And stay close to his instincts.
Yes,
right?
Listen to your conscience, not your ego.
Yes, by having to follow.
I tell my daughter all that. She's a great person. She's a manager of Bank of America, the enemy.
Who, your daughter?
Yeah, she's a manager there, and she married a doctor, full-fledged doctor. So I'm proud of her. But yeah, she knows it all. She came to me one day from high school. It's like, I don't know where to fit in. And I was like, that's the most easiest question. She goes, yeah, what is it? The people that come up to you and talk to you are probably your friends for the rest of the school. And sure enough, the people that talk to her, the band and the drama. So she calls them band geeks, drama freaks. And the last day of school broke her heart, literally, because she loved it. This girl will be sick? No, she'd be going to school sick. She didn't give a crap. She loved school that much.
I quit school.
Yeah, but she just loved it. She loved being with her band geeks, drama freaks. And she's got like a harem of girls she hangs around with. And they got married and had the big reception with all of her friends. And they go out like once a month. She's got like a group of 6 girls.
Like the show Friends.
Yeah, I guess so. But they're dorks, okay? I'm just telling you what kind of group of people you see at school. You got your, jocks, your band geek drama freak, She's a
played-
good person.
I played first flute and only
Mhm.
piccolo.
Yeah. Now she's big on top of this health stuff and learning about things because he's a doctor. Okay. Now
But
what
I'm
I'm
sorry,
doing,
but doctors are the enemy, man.
yeah,
Doc-
but he's a smart doctor. We talk all about a lot of shit, and he knows exactly what's up. But he's making the money and shit. Look at
Was he
this.
giving people the Kool-Aid shot? Was
He
he?
was forced to. He was forced to.
And there we go. He shouldn't be forced to. He should just say,
Yeah,
sorry.
but he needed to do it because he had all that schooling behind him, and all of a
What
sudden,
is
boom,
that?
this
That
suit came
MacGyver?
out.
That's not
What is
good
that?
for killing people.
This is 80% hydrogen peroxide
Uh-huh.
and 20% water.
Right.
Now, what you do is you shake it real good.
We're not
You
doctors.
inhale it. You inhale it when you will squeeze it. You do it 6 sprays like this.
And what does that do?
It gets into your lungs and cleans all that shit that's in there out of it.
Yeah.
Really?
But
Yes.
it's kind of it's some people are putting it in their what do you call that one that
So you're saying peroxide and water?
machine?
Yeah.
Yeah, 80%. And it has to
It
be
definitely
the
cleans it out because
hydrogen
I've been doing it now for a week
Now, how
and I'm
does it-
feeling
how
a
does
lot
it be-
better and breathing better. But
So-
why isn't
Wait a
anybody
second.
telling you about this?
the hydrogen.
Why do you put water in it though? Why not just peroxide?
To
Period?
dilute it and help it become a mist more.
But
So you want it to
you have
become
to
a
be
mist.
careful. You have to be careful which hydrogen peroxide.
Hydrogen
it has to-
peroxide percent 3%.
Right, right.
Oh, I gotta go look at
Not
what
2.
I got now. Hold on. What's height?
Not 2.
3.
Yep, 3.
Yeah.
Hold on. Let me go check
That's-
my
She's right on
peroxide.
that. She's right on that.
It's most common is the
Yeah.
3.
Yeah.
But I don't recommend putting them in those machines and breathing it in. There's a
No,
those.
I'm doing it in a mist. I'm misting
Yeah.
it.
Yeah, you just missed it every once in a while. Okay,
Right.
but I was thinking, isn't that like, I don't know if is that bleach or no? It's not bleach.
No, hydrogen peroxide kills bacteria.
Right. But you know what I use is colloidal silver, and you can.
Yeah. You
So-
can do colloidal silver, but it's not getting into the lungs.
Yes, it does. If you do, okay, there's colloidal silver and there is what's taught the ionic silver. So
Yeah.
ionic silver is an atom of their atoms, but they're just missing an ion, missing
I'm
an
sure you
electron.
see the guy who did too much colloidal silver and he looks blue.
Yeah, but that was not just because of that. It was because
He took too much. He kept overdoing it.
it's not why that's what the pharmaceutical company wants people to believe. That's not what happened. Although you can go blue if you drink too much, but that's
But
not what happened.
That's what
to
he
him.
said.
Let me-
That's what he
Let me
said.
finish this. Let me finish this first, please. There's
Ooh.
ionic silver, which is an atom of which are atoms of silver that are just missing one electron, which makes them ionized, right? But
Do
then
some
there's
research on it.
then wait a second, and then there's
Fucking charming.
please. I want people to understand. They should understand this if they're going to be listening to us. Then there's colloidal silver, not ionic silver, colloidal silver. Colloidal silver is nanoparticles of silver suspended in distilled water, like the ionic silver is in distilled water. And so that's all that is, but it can break the blood-brain barrier. It's that small. They're nanoparticles, still charged, but they're nanoparticles. So that is something that you could, now you can't, the only thing I've ever found so far is listeria that it doesn't cure, but it kills bacteria, supposed viruses, because I'm not sure I believe in some viruses, and even molds.
Right.
So it's fantastic, and it can get to your lungs because it goes through your bloodstream and gets to your lungs.
Right.
So, and you can drink it or you can use it topically.
All right.
Ionic silver will not work in your body only up to your stomach, because once it gets to your stomach, there are acids that will neutralize it, and then you'll just pee it out, and it won't be any good. So you can't get it through the rest of the body. But colloidal silver can go through your bloodstream.
Right.
So
You can also make a mist and inhale it.
you could do that too, yeah.
Yeah.
And you don't do too much of anything, because just like Pops had said before about only do that chelation for the metals once for just like a week. usually when you take any kind of naturopathic medicine, you take it for about 3 months and then you stop for a bit. You have to stop for a little.
Yeah.
Right?
Now, charming.
So
Yeah.
MacGyver, since you've
If
been
you're not a
doing that,
smoker or weed smoker, yeah.
what is that peroxide mist
See-
doing for your lungs?
Well, what it's
MacGyver's
doing
getting
is
all the
breaking
shit
up
out?
all the shit. I've got bacteria from smoking weed and smoking cigarettes for a long time. If you
Right.
go to online, I think it's BitChute, you'll see a guy's been doing it for 2 years. He had chronic lung infections and nobody can cure him and shit. And then a physician of his talked to him about it. And he's been doing it. He doesn't do it much anymore now because he's doing a lot better. But I've just been starting, but I don't do anything stupidly. I'll do research. So my
Right.
sister,
You feel
my
better?
older sister, she's on top of all this stuff, and all her friends are nurses and stuff, and she started because she heard about it, and she's doing a lot better too. I don't plan on doing it long term. I just want to fix my issue because the
Well,
doctors. I have a
peroxide,
cold.
I gargle with it.
Right. Yeah, don't
I gargle
swallow
with
it.
peroxide.
You don't
and it-
want to swallow it, of course.
No,
but-
but I gargle. I'm not gargle. I swish it through my mouth,
Right.
and it destroys all the bacteria. My teeth sometimes would hurt.
Exactly.
And now that I've been
It's
doing
not my
that, my
tooth
teeth don't
pain.
hurt no more.
Yes,
Can I,
exactly.
can I ask you something, guys? Hold on. Can I ask you something, guys? Because I'm hearing you guys talk. Have you factored in or done research on the different days, the different luminary signs in the skies, the different body part that you're talking about? Because the luminary signs play a major role. And same with days. That's why people used to understand eating different types of colored food, different days. If you don't factor
I
that
never
in,
looked into that.
okay, so knowing that, then you're forcing a situation. Nothing wrong with drinking artesian water, distilled water, hydrogen peroxide, preferably if it's food graded. Go ahead.
Don't drink
But that-
hydrogen.
That's
peroxide.
not scientific.
No,
That's
you
just
don't drink
kind of what
hydrogen.
you're-
Again, doing research, it is scientific. If you do the
Well,
research,
if
I'm
you
just
believe
saying
in
it.
that type of,
It's not about a
that's
believing.
real. It could be like that to me. That's like magic you're talking about.
Well, there is things called white and black magic, the unknown and known.
Yeah.
So when people plant seeds, there's a reason why they look at the luminaries. No different when they do big transaction with currency. If you follow it, billionaires spend money on people that understand astrology, let alone the day that you choose to enter that vessel. That's why we have horoscopes. Why, you honestly think you were in the vessel? That opens the question, who do you think you are? We're energy.
So you
Unfortunately-
believe in the horoscope stuff?
No, I'm not believing. I'm talking about knowledge at this point right now, Mike. Belief
All
system is something like I'm just sharing you, and then somebody says, "What's a horoscope? What's a sign? What's the year of the dragon? Why do they have different colors?" That's why when people in India, for example, two people are going to get married, for example, we're going to look at the signs to see if this is going to be a fruitful marriage, let alone an economic marriage.
It's true though.
So
with
I can
that,
only play with my Ouija board on the harvest moon.
There you
I
go.
don't get along with
Okay.
Gemini.
You probably could actually.
But no, my whole life, anybody that was a Gemini, I never got along with.
Yeah, they got split personalities. Gemini.
I'm a Sagittarian, and I just don't get along with Geminis. My son is a Gemini. Me and him brawl all the time.
You're
My
easygoing.
ex-wife is
Yeah.
a Gemini.
You're
They're all-
easygoing. Yeah, but you're
Yeah, and
easygoing
they're
as a
just-
Sagittarius.
They're bipolar. They really are.
They're ruled by Mercury. Unless you're a Virgo, you're going to be ruled by the same kind of energy. This is why they
Yeah.
understand the cube, the Saturn, and all that kind of. We're talking about energy here. We're not talking about the material. When you look up at those two flashlights up in the sky, that's not material. Go ahead.
I'm Virgo Sun, I'm Pisces Moon, and I'm Pisces Lilith Moon as well.
I'm Pisces.
Who's Pisces?
So
MacGyver?
you call them
March
you
8th.
call them flashlights, the
Okay.
sun and the moon, right?
Okay, you came into the energy of those things. That's not who you are. That's how you become attached. You're not the vessel. You chose those energies. Like no different when people say, "I chose the name." Now the parent might turn around and say, "I got this aspiration that I want to eat a certain type of foods." Again, we're energy. Now that's a tough one for people because they don't realize: are you the body? Are you the thoughts? Now, if a person says, "I'm the body," it's then who's speaking? Who takes over the body when you're asleep? Who's running the body when you're in a waking state? Who runs the liquids? That's why when they do experiment, you communicate with water. They're not. They tell you can communicate with blood.
I agree with some of what you're saying.
It's not about agreeing.
I'm going to
It's
get
just
a
about
timer
being
for
aware.
us. Everybody's got their time to talk, then we can let it go ding,
I'll
then
keep
it's the
going.
other person.
I enjoy being silent. It's always win-win for me if I say
Charmy
silent.
Anarchist is saying that that's insane, inhaling H2O2.
It's not insane.
He said it could cause
No,
your
it
lungs to
isn't.
collapse, suffocation. That's insane advice. He said,
talked
if you
about
want to
hydrogen
clean your
peroxide.
lungs, just inhale water vapor, period.
Right. Well,
No, you shouldn't be inhaling. The problem with those vapes is that you're inhaling vapor. You don't want to
Yeah.
be doing that. That means you're filling your
glycerin
lungs.
oil, the stuff they
Water.
blow out in concerts. That's what they're inhaling.
Yeah, it's one thing to have a mist go by you,
Yeah,
but it's
glycerin.
quite another to put it in a machine and breathe it in. So
Yeah.
that's why I said right off the top, I said I don't think you should put it in a machine and breathe it in but just having a mist, it's like having perfume. It's like it's not that bad.
Well, baking
It's-
soda is another good thing
Right.
he's talking about. There was
No.
a guy.
Now, after I do it, I hack up this shit, and I so glad I can breathe a lot easier.
There's a guy that
Go on.
swears by baking soda and molasses cure cancer. So what he does is he mixes baking soda, black molasses or something, and water in a cup, and he drinks it. The guy had stage 4 prostate cancer, and it's gone. And he claims that the sugar, the cancer likes the sugar, so it goes for the molasses, and then the baking soda neutralizes it. Now, there's a doctor in Italy that was curing people. You can look it up. I forgot his name. Just Google doctor in Italy curing cancer with baking soda. Solution. He made like a solution, and he was intravenously giving it to people.
What about
And he
Dr.
was curing
Brzezinski?
because it makes your body neutral. pH, no acid. Cancer
Right.
loves acid.
Right. Look up Dr. Brzezinski. It's all about the pH of your body and just bad foods that feed that cancer and tumors.
Yeah, because the pH is important. And you know
Yes.
what? I experimented with the molasses and baking soda just to see. And here's what I got from it.
We don't know what we're
My
talking about.
urine was coming out white. It was coming out nice. When your urine comes out white, your pH level is good. When your urine's coming out yellow, dark yellow,
And stinky.
usually that's toxins. You know, that's no good. Your pH is too high.
No, that can also mean that you're not getting enough water. If
Yes.
it's too dark.
Yes, you can
Yes.
be dehydrated, but I'm talking
My
about
wife's up my
I'm
ass
definitely
about water.
not dehydrated. That's
You
for
need
sure.
water.
You know, drinking beer doesn't count.
I gave that up about what, 10?
But
10,
there
12
are a
years
lot
ago?
of cures for a lot of different things that they're hiding from us.
Well, what cleans your vessels? Powdered cinnamon and garlic.
Also,
helps.
oxygen. Oxygen is something
Yeah.
we're severely
It
lacking.
helps clean out your blood
Oxygen.
vessels.
Apparently, cancer has trouble living in an oxygenated
It's
environment.
antioxidants. Yep.
And vitamin C. There's like severe vitamin C influx into your
Yep.
body, like by
Right.
IV, like serious
Right.
vitamin C. That can not that we're doctors, YouTube.
Right.
That can also supposedly kill cancer. I
Yeah,
don't know
they
if it's
say people at heavy dose vitamin C have cured cancer too.
that's what I say.
Also, you need to watch the water you're drinking. I mean, I don't care if it's bottled water, dude. You got to watch the water. You need to have
The
a
best
pH
way to
tester.
do water, if you have the money,
Get a
is to buy
pH
a
tester.
reverse
You test
osmosis
that
machine.
water.
Even bottled water has fluoride in
The
it.
plastic.
Yes. Yes.
So what you want to
Which-
do is you want to drink distilled water.
Right.
Distilled
It's the
is
main
the-
ingredient in rat
distilled is the
poisoning.
best water to
Sodium
drink.
fluoride.
There's no minerals in it, but you have
And on the back of your
supplement.
toothpaste, if swallowed, consult a physician. But you got it in your water. But it's so minute and traces zinc and it hurts you. But what about the long run? You're getting this Alzheimer's. Everybody I know is getting Alzheimer's and dementia.
Yeah, but there's fluoride and then there's aluminum.
Calcifies the pineal gland.
Aluminum is causing that, and it's in everything.
Yeah.
But this fluoride, what it does is it makes us docile. It makes us stupid. It's like lead in our body, right? It makes
Okay,
us.
a cancer cell. What activates
But
one?
the worst thing is that it covers.
Cancer cells get activated
worst-
to actually protect your body.
The
which
worst
is-
thing. The worst thing that fluoride does is it covers our pineal gland, which is how we
Of
connect
course.
spirit. And
And
if we're
dream.
cut off from spirit, then that's when they can control us. Because we're
Yes.
So that's why they give us fluoride. So you
Yeah.
want to eliminate fluoride, and because
They
what
did
it
it in
does is it
Auschwitz.
calcifies. It
They did it in
calcifies.
Auschwitz. They gave him more of a dose, though, in
I
Auschwitz.
think our
If you-
city also stopped putting fluoride
Gave
in.
them, kept them docile.
Yes,
Yeah.
it makes and it's like living near the tracks. It makes you stupid
Yeah.
from the left.
Right. Now,
Yeah,
a cell. Let's see.
It's
You get
controllable.
bad food, anything that changes one cell can actually duplicate another cell, and then so on and so on. But it's the crap that we're eating. It's our, there's still radioactive isotopes in the ground from the explosions. Roundup is another case.
Yeah.
You can pick this up of anywhere, and plus our bottles, our plastic bottles.
And the GMO food, and
Oh, of course,
all the Kool-Aid shots, not
right,
just
right.
If
just
I
the
can share,
20
guys.
shots, the ones
There are
before
a
that.
lot of doctors that do believe cancers are fungal growths. They don't believe
Right.
that doctor in Italy that I was talking about. That's what he believed.
But what happens is these cells eat off of stuff to keep them growing, getting bigger. And what is that? Corn syrup. That bullshit. GMO corn syrup.
Well, also
It's in everything.
Well,
Your
cancer cells will
stomach-
surround something to protect you, and then you get a tumor. See?
Yeah. Yep.
your stomach biome, like all the bacteria in your gut. There's the good ones and the bad ones. The bad ones feed off all the sugar that's in the food and some of the preservatives. That makes us crave them. It
Yeah.
tells
Yeah.
our brain that we
Hey,
want
Charmy.
sugar.
In
Charmy,
reality,
just look up Dr. Brzezinski. Seriously.
in reality, though, you're better
Brzezinski.
off eating as little as you can. Almost fasting is great for your body. The less food you actually, but like the people that live over 100 years, like these Buddhist monks up in the mountains, eat very, very, very little. They don't hardly eat. They eat just enough to sustain life. And they live over 100 years because
Right.
they're all skinny. They almost look like Biafra, but they're not. They're just skinny. They're healthy, and they
Yeah,
don't
that's-
eat.
Yeah.
And they
Now-
live over 100 years old.
You're right.
So they
Now the government is
Here's
trying to
the trick.
slam Dr. Brzezinski. They don't want people to know about his treatment.
who's
You look that
Brzezinski?
up.
Is that the guy that passed away, or he's still
No,
alive?
that's the guy that has got the cure for cancer and tumor and stuff. He told you about the pH.
I
He's
think
got
I
a pill
looked
that he
into him.
makes. The FDA
Yeah.
won't approve his medication. Oh yeah, they're
Uh-huh.
slamming this guy,
Do
Dr.
you guys
Brzezinski.
Yeah, I
Mike,
think
you
I
ever
looked
watch
into him
the
one
part-
time.
Yeah,
Did
Mike,
you
can I
watch-
share something about disease? Because you guys are talking about the oral part. Okay, what actually puts the body more times than not into disease mode is the biggest organ called the skin. We've introduced radio frequency, Wi-Fi, and electricity. Now, what happens is the red cells and white cells can't handle it, so then cancer cells have to be activated. Most people don't understand how to detox, so now those cells stays in your body, and then people do chemo. Unfortunately, most people once again think like it's like doing hemp or doing magnesium. If you actually do it in water or you put it on your skin, it's healthier for you than just doing orally. Got to remember, the disease detector is the nose, not the mouth. Anyway,
Right.
just carry on. Carry
No,
on.
That's
guys.
look-
why even
at-
with fluoride, we're all absorbing fluoride when
Yeah.
we take a shower.
Now look at the report on cell phones and how many people have gotten tumors from cell phones. My sister had one. What it is a radio frequency. It's a vibration. And if you vibrate a cell bad enough, you can damage it, and its offspring is going to be a damaged cell, and then so on and so on. Look
Okay,
that
and then
one
there's
up.
also BPA. There's also
Yeah, look
BPA.
that one up.
BPA is the thing that was turning frogs and turtles gay because it was,
Yeah,
it was making the estrogen higher, which is
She's right.
probably how they're doing it to the population here.
of course.
Because every receipt you get from the cash register, for instance, is covered in BPA.
That crap.
As
I mean-
as soon as you pick up that receipt, you're absorbing that into your skin.
All right.
Well, I didn't know that. So from now
What
on,
about girls
receipts, I'm
developing
going to make
earlier?
sure they touch it. I'm not touching
Girls
it.
are developing at 10 years old now. I used to be like 13 or 14 when I was a kid.
I'll tell
Right.
you, I take quick showers now. I used to sit in the shower for like 20 minutes. I take a 3-minute shower and I feel a lot better because what happens is your body's absorbing all that fluoride from the water.
Yeah, it's
And
true.
there's no way to get rid of fluoride. You can put filters on your
I use
shower.
Tom's
It doesn't get rid of
non-fluoridated
fluoride.
toothpaste.
I never thought about that about the shower.
Yeah, if
your
you
skin
just
is
take
the
the
biggest
shower
organ.
to clean yourself and not sit in the
Yeah.
shower, which I love a hot shower, don't get me wrong.
Oh, dude, yeah.
But I take showers now just to clean my body and I get out quick. And I feel a lot better because say you take a 3-minute shower every day, right?
Be soaking it.
At the end of the week, that's only
Okay.
20 minutes. But say you take a 20-minute shower every day, you're taking in 7 more times the amount of fluoride than I take in.
That's what I
See?
take, 20-minute showers.
Now
I
my
meditate.
son lives in the mountains. He takes baths and stuff in spring water.
In a
You
river.
know, we can't beat that. He's got a spring, and so
It's
when he
cold in the
takes a
winter.
shower, there is no
Freeze
fluoride
my
in the
nuts
water.
off. No
If
way.
it's bottled, there's fluoride. If you get bottled spring water, chances are it's got fluoride in it.
Well,
Of
they
course.
reverse osmosis it a lot of
Use
times,
that.
so that
Yeah,
gets
get a
rid of the
reverse
reverse
osmosis
osmosis destroys
Yep.
fluoride.
Yep.
That's the only way
Or-
to get rid of it.
Or do it yourself. Just get a pan with a bunch of water in it and boil it and collect it like they do with the process of making moonshine, and just get the drips off it. Now,
You mean
look
you're
at the
gonna
pan
distill it?
after all
You're
the
gonna
water's
distill
boiled
the
out of
water.
it. It leaves all that shit behind, this white powder.
That's distilled water. So if you buy
Yeah.
distilled water in a
Yeah, but
in a
you're still
non
getting the plastic from the plastics. There's
well,
the
as
problem.
non-BPA bottle, I was going to say,
A
you get
what?
distilled water in it with a bottle, a plastic bottle that doesn't have BPA in it.
Well, oh, they all have BPA now.
Well, you can
No, you
test it.
don't.
Just
No,
put
you
it in a
don't.
pan
You
and
mean the
boil it
bottle
off.
that has non-BPA? They have like a thing on it, non-BPA bottle.
Yeah, you gotta watch out for
It
the
still
bottle
got
type.
shit in it, don't it? Though with the plastic.
I mean, it
It
is
leaches.
plastic. If you don't refill it all the time, right? Don't
Right.
refill it once, and then you I don't think you have to worry about the plastic in the because you're
Yeah,
only
but the problem with plastic bottles when they ship it in a truck, and the truck gets hot, that stuff goes into your water. You don't
It
even know. By the
leaches.
time by the time you get it, there's already that stuff's in your water already.
oh
Because
I
they don't transport bottled water in a refrigerated truck. They just
Right.
put it in a regular truck, and now, it's going across country and it goes through a hot part of the country. Guess
Yeah.
what? Your bottled water is poisoned.
Yeah.
But there's
Now-
no way to avoid it if you live in the big city. That's
Now,
the
a
problem.
good test to do is this. Just go to your faucet, fill a pan up with some water, and sit it on your stove and let it boil off till there's no more water. Look at all the crap that's left behind.
Yes.
Seriously.
Yeah.
It's ridiculous.
Some of this
So-
stuff, sometimes you get calcium in there, like calcium deposits.
yeah.
in your, yeah, but
But
that's
you
not.
need a
that's not
reverse
that bad.
osmosis machine. That's the only way to get
Yeah.
decent water.
Right.
And you take the tap water and reverse osmosis it, it's better than the bottled water.
Most
Yep.
of us aren't rich money bags who can just get
No,
it.
I know.
The tap water.
A good machine is like $500. I understand.
She doesn't have the money.
I know that. I'm just saying,
Yeah.
unfortunately,
So she's got to come up with the filtering.
you almost
device
need
herself.
money to be healthy today. That's the
But
problem.
that's what they want. They want the
Absolutely.
poor people to die off first because they can't afford any of this shit. So they buy the poor people food, which got all the crap in it. And then next, she's in the hospital and doctor's office because she has problems. This is what's happening to a lot of
see,
people.
organic food, what they do too is they grow organic food in contaminated soil. Before that crop was organic, it wasn't, right? Now they
You're
use that
in
same
therapy.
soil and they grow organic food, and then they're watering it with fluoride. So
And
what
the
are you really getting?
chemtrails that fall on them.
You're getting a better quality a little bit, but you're still getting poison. No matter
Mhm.
what you do, our food supply is poison.
And you
Well-
can't even trust that they are organic because I saw a report on CBC years
Half
ago.
of it's a lie.
They were taking regular bananas and just putting the stickers on as if they were organic or bananas and charging.
Exactly. I've seen that one. Yeah.
Yeah, but you can kind of tell sometimes.
But they're doing that a lot. They're
organic,
putting this word organic, and it's not.
organic strawberries are very small. When you get regular strawberries, they're blown up with like helium. They're huge.
Oh yeah, all the GMO foods are huge.
Yeah.
And
So
Strawberries.
when I was in Florida, we ordered from KFC, which I never order from anymore.
Don't go to KFC.
But we ordered from KFC. The breasts we got were huge.
Yes.
Like we were from Monster Roosters.
Yes. And the
Yeah.
fat was yellowish.
do you ever see the chickens in
Oh, yeah.
Costco?
Those are called super chicken.
The Costco chickens weigh about 5 pounds. They sell
get the
1
Amish
billion
chicken.
chickens a year. Costco, $4.99. You get a 5-pound rotisserie chicken. You think for a second them ain't GMO chickens?
Monster chicken, Franken chicken.
Kentucky Fried Chicken, supposedly their chickens don't even grow feathers.
Kentucky Fried Chicken
out.
is the worst when they changed that
They said
up.
it's
I
like
noticed
mystery.
a difference,
They
and I
changed
can't
the
stand
name.
Kentucky Fried at all.
But do you notice they changed
I
the
love
name to
Kentucky.
KFC? That means because it's a mystery meat, their chicken. They
It's
couldn't
Kentucky
even
fucking
call it
chicken.
Soylent Green is people.
Yeah.
Even ice
Well, I'll tell
cream.
you-
If you look at ice cream now, a lot of it doesn't say ice cream. It says
It don't melt.
it says dairy dessert or something because
It
it's
don't
not
melt.
milk. There's no milk in it.
Oh, yeah,
No,
there's
it
no
don't
milk.
melt. You put it out there in the sun on your deck, it don't melt.
There was
Yeah,
an ice cream place in northern New York. There was an ice cream place. They sold theirs with milk. They made their ice cream with milk. And the Kawartha Dairy here in Ontario, they use real milk. But it's
Well,
pretty hard.
I heard your milk is super expensive in Canada.
They got in bags. They come in
I
bags.
don't even know how much of 4 liters of milk is. You get 3 bags in 4 liters of milk.
Yep.
Dominic knows.
They
How
don't
much
have
is a
cartons or
bag?
containers.
I last time I looked, it was $7 for
Whoa.
what is that, a gallon? So
Yeah.
it's $7. That was the last time I looked. That was probably 2-3 years ago. So I don't even know after stupid 19 how much.
I think your milk is about double the price. They showed a farmer in Canada that has cows, and he's a dairy, and they said when he hits a certain amount of milk, they make him throw out the rest.
There is
Like
some
he can't
kind
even sell it. Like it's against the law. Like once he hits a certain number, the rest of the milk he has to throw out.
Now, okay, I try not to drink milk anymore because I think it's a horrible thing to do. But
Yeah, I was raised on it.
fucking pus. There's pus in milk.
There's
But,
blood in milk. You know that, right?
Thanks for telling me that.
There's blood in milk too.
There used to be milk.
There's a lot
Used
of
to
other
be
chemicals.
my mom used to make us drink milk every day. She was like, that made her a good mom. She was a milk. There were Kool-Aid moms, and then there were milk moms. My mom was a milk mom, and she used to
Alright,
always.
Charmin.
My mom too.
And yeah, milk was like a virtue to drink milk, right? And
Raw milk from a
I
farmer.
noticed they started changing the Canada Food Guide, and then it's almost like an attack on the dairy business, and they've been trying to put dairy out of business here in Canada. So that's probably why they're making the milk so expensive.
Well, you know why? Because the cows fart.
All right.
Cows fart. They kill the ozone layer.
Oh, that's what they say.
No, that's all bullshit.
Well, they're trying to
cows on the-
control the food, and how they're doing that is, remember last year it went over 150 food
Yes.
factories mysteriously started on fire.
Yes,
Yeah.
that's
But
what I was
then
going to say.
Yes.
Yeah.
Then the European government, whatever, the union over there, they bought up these plants and they rebuilt them. Now they own them. Now they could control it. They could shut that down anytime they want. Now, remember last year or during the summer when we had those train derailments and the train fires and all that?
Yeah.
Because that's what we use to transport our food through the country. Well, guess what? They played their little game with these train people that are third-party owners, as the government don't own the training industry. So what the government do? They staged that thing on that train. And next thing you know, they had all these reports. Oh, this train derailed. This train derailed. There was something up. So I did more investigation and found out that they were putting stipulations on these third-party companies. And
they never
they had to go
fixed the
through the whole
tracks, too.
infrastructure. If you had hazardous material, you had to pay more of an insurance price and premiums for you had this hazardous material on your vehicle. This insurance.
On the train.
Yes, they can't afford this. They can't afford to redo the whole trains and pay this higher insurance. So they had to sell off the train industry to this European Union. So they own our trains now. So they can shut us down.
Well, that's what
anytime
they do.
want.
They make regulations so tough for the little
Yep.
guy. They
That's
put them
what
out
they
of
did to
business.
shut
Either
the mom and
sell or you
pop
go out of
stores.
business. Yeah.
That's what they're doing to the businesses around here.
They do that with
America
everything.
and
Restaurants, they do that with.
America and Europe are in bed together, so I don't think that Europe is going to do that. It
But
was
they
just
don't want little businesses no more. They want
But
the big
who's the
guy and
European
that's it.
part of China? It's
What?
China.
is China what?
Is part of the European Union in a way.
No, no,
They're
no, no.
running- China's
No,
influencing
they're
a lot
Asia.
of different
They're
things.
not in Europe. They're not in Europe.
Well,
They're
then
in
I'm
Asia.
using the European Union wrong. I'm sorry. But yeah, Asia, whatever. Yeah, I'm finding out that they're buying all the stuff up and putting it, like they're buying our land. Our
China
state
owns
parks are owned by China.
China owns the United States, man.
Exactly, because our government sold out to them.
Your money doesn't worth anything. You borrowed so much money from China and can't pay it back. So
Yeah, but
you
if
defaulted on the loan.
we-
China owns you.
But they can't bankrupt us or put us under because they'll be shooting themselves in the foot. So
No, because the American dollar's on a way out anyway, because now the Russians and the Asians, or the Chinese anyway, and Arabs, they've been working in different dollars. They're not working on the
Right.
petrodollar anymore. So the petrodollar is dying, and America and Canada is
That's
based
why
on
we're
the
going electric, even though it's a
Well,
joke.
that's why they're going to war right now, because countries don't want to
Get
use
away
the
from their
petrodollar.
That's
Arabs
not what-
oil.
So what we do is we punish a country if they're not on the like Libya. Gaddafi wanted to go back his money, and he wanted to get away from the petrodollar. And guess what America did? Punished him.
Killed him.
Saddam Hussein. There was
Domestic. I've been
no.
an appliance repairman for
They
40
never
years.
found weapons of mass destruction in
No,
Iraq.
they
Of
murdered him.
What they
course.
did is they punished him. They went into the country, invaded it, and the petrodollar. The whole thing is that's how America controls the planet.
Don't forget, we found
with the
Saddam bin Laden and
petrodollar.
threw him in the ocean. Don't
America
forget that
doesn't
one.
control the planet. The oligarchs control the planet.
Yeah, but
America's
they've
just
been using America as their military might. So the
But
military
yeah.
might comes from America.
every company, every country, every company gets their own specialty, right? And then they do different experiments on in these different companies. Like during Stupid 19, look what happened in Australia. They were practicing jailing people.
Right.
They were putting them in camps and
Yeah.
jailing.
And the
And-
people were making TikTok
and-
videos.
And then here they legalized hard drugs and suicide.
Right.
Government is killing you with your blessing.
But if you look at the Bilderberg group, you know, the people that go there, all Chinese go there. Yeah, I mean, a lot of these people go there. They're involved
But
with the
don't
UN.
believe everything, though. A lot of stuff is exaggerated to make you crazy. Like
Of
Bill
course.
Gates.
are
Put you
part
down
of
a
the
rabbit hole.
They said Bill Gates is buying all the farmland in America. You know how much land Bill Gates owns in America? Like 1% of 1%. Like America is 60%
Of course.
farmland. So
Gates-
for him
Gates-
to buy all the farmland, then he don't have enough money.
Gates is the oligarch's stooge, and the oligarchs are the ones who tell America and Canada, everybody what to do. So they don't have a country. You know what it's like? It's like when you're playing Monopoly. You don't live on Boardwalk. You just put your piece on Boardwalk. So we, the people, are on the board. They own the board. They're not from a country. If they're playing Risk, they're not living on the board. They're just fictitious corporations. That's all the countries are. The oligarchs are not from countries. They are basically they're from Europe because they're Zionists, but they're like they don't have a country. They know damn well that countries are just psyops. They're just
They don't
teams.
want countries. They don't want borders. We know this.
Well, they don't
We're
have
just
citizenships.
teams in NHL.
Nope, you're right.
Now, Bill Gates, what is he really buying? He's buying titles. He's not buying land. He's buying the
Right.
deeds, the titles.
Yep.
He's getting a load of old titles.
Yeah.
He's
America and Canada are still ruled by the monarchy. It's like in
Yep.
Russia and Ukraine, that's ruled by the Vatican when they took over the Tsar's
you got
family.
it.
The Vatican owns Canada.
They
The
rule.
Vatican, not England. The Vatican owns
If you
Canada.
understand about demigods, you realize they rule. They don't own. Humans do not own anything here. You're an immortal form that's going to expire, whether you're 80, 90, or 100 years. So there's rulers. This is why we have landlords. We
Are
have
you
people
saying Rothschilds or demigods?
No. They're middle management, but there could be
They're all-
there could be walk-ins on them, yes, if people value that concept.
Illuminati, as always said.
Not Illuminati, I'm talking about walk-ins.
What are walk-ins?
Walk-ins and things that jump in on you. They take over.
Like demons he's talking about.
You
They
can
go
call
to
them
your
demons,
possession.
yeah. Most of us have daemons. They're there to hone in on
They
your
possess your
personality.
body.
Your
Like
energy.
like you're
A
a
host.
host, and they're
Yeah.
some kind of like parasite.
They don't touch me. My energy's protected.
You might have strong ancestors around you.
You got to
Yeah,
eat a
we all
lot of
have-
hot red chili peppers. Nothing can live inside your body. You eat those. I'm not kidding, man. My grandmother ate hot cherry. She's an Italian, so she used to hang the cherry peppers
Yep.
from the ceiling and eat them. And I mean, like they were fire. I couldn't even eat a bite of one. She used to eat them like they were apples, right?
Mhm.
So the doctor said, "You know why you never get cancer? Because of those peppers. They kill everything in your body."
Or
You know, the
garlic, or-
Mexicans eat them hot chili peppers, and they have like a much lower case of like stomach issues than we do. It's something to do with them hot peppers. I'm telling you.
The
Really?
thing is,
Because they don't eat beans.
we have things called daemons. They actually modify or alter your behavior and your personalities. They're always trying to take over, actually trying to aid what's called the self, the low program. So this is where people understand about fasting and meditating. Most people have to be in a state of stillness or silence. Hence why people, when they go to sleep, they have dreams, because people don't really practice that when they're in the waking state. We're too busy breaking our silence by talking or typing.
Yep. Mims, what is the silencio? Tell everybody. Show them what a silencio. What is the silencio?
Doesn't it mean be quiet?
No.
Silence?
No, she says y'all need silencios. I know what it is, but what is it? Because most people don't know what you're talking about.
Maybe we should all shut up.
I'll tell you what it is anyway. You see the thing on in her picture. You see like that hood that she's got on her head.
No, I can't see.
All right. Well, if you look real close,
Mm-hmm.
she's got a hood on her head, and it's made out of silver web, and it blocks all the EMF waves.
Good for her.
Oh,
Good for her.
So she don't get none of those EMF waves going in her head.
Good for her.
So she calls it a silencio. She invented that name. I know because I have one.
oh, okay. I thought she was telling us.
It works. I actually, yeah, it's like a tinfoil hat. I actually have one. So sometimes when I'm getting like a headache from the Wi-Fi, I don't have Wi-Fi connected in my house. Actually, I just have the hard wire. You should disable Wi-Fi if you can. You got to go into your router and do it. But when I put that thing on, that silencio, it gets quieter. I don't know. My brain is like quiet. It just feels better.
Really?
Yeah, because I was getting headaches here and there, and I started, even my cell phone, I don't even keep it near me when I'm in my house. Sometimes I shut it, but I'll keep it in the next room. And if I hear it ring, I'll go answer it, because there's EMF waves coming to my cell phone.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
So the less frequencies you got coming in,
Pops, the people back in the 80s when they came out with that brick phone at first. Yeah, those were experimental, more or less. They didn't know what frequencies until they started getting all these people coming in with tumors behind the ear. My sister, like I said, my sister had that. She had a tumor.
Oh, when they first had the Motorola phones, remember the flip phones?
Yeah.
People were getting. One guy showed on TV. He put the Motorola phone underneath a glass of water, and he made somebody call him, and the water started bubbling.
Yeah.
And they knew, they've been known since the beginning that those phones give you brain cancer.
Well, they understand how microwave works. Microwave is faster frequency.
The media squashed that.
I use speakerphone when I talk on the phone.
Yeah,
but
now these 5G towers,
it's still coming into you because it's got to hit
now
the
these 5G towers that give off their frequency is a very low microwave frequency. I mean, not enough to hurt you, but they can turn the juice up, and
the 5G is a shortwave thing, so it has to be.
They got to be close. Yeah.
They can turn the megahertz up.
But they're pushing it on fucking satellites anyway.
I've been fixing microwave ovens for 40 years.
Well, that's another thing. Don't believe satellites are all the way up in space, because they're not.
Yeah. So can I ask you, Mike?
They're on balloons up in the atmosphere.
If you're laying yourself with that thing and it's protecting your vessel, what about the chakras with all the expansion energy around us that goes it can go up to 8 or 9 feet beyond you? What's protecting that? What's that?
Well, now you can actually put something on your house to, like, I know what you're talking about. My son, he takes readings on like all the power in his house, what's coming through, and his kid's room was near something, and it was getting a heavy duty reading of like megahertz coming in. He did something, I don't know, he shielded the wall, boom, gone. There's ways to build your house to EMF.
When I was out in the middle of nowhere, it was so easy for me to meditate, and I felt a lot better, way better. I was serious.
The only thing my son has near his house is just an electric pole. That's it.
Yeah, I got away from all that shit.
He's not near any of these towers.
I did an experiment by turning off my Wi-Fi at nighttime, and I didn't notice any difference.
Well,
the new lights.
You're going to sleep in a different room, though, right?
No, it's right by my head.
Well, I don't know how you didn't
There's too
notice the
much pollution
difference.
around here. MF pollution.
Maybe
I-
you got so much pollution around you that it didn't matter.
That's what I'm
Yeah.
wondering. See, I'm not.
Right.
I
Are
don't.
you
I
near
don't.
a transformer?
You
Like
got a
outside
lead
your
tent
house?
you can make and
No.
sleep in a lead tent.
They have actually these silver
It's like wrap,
curtains.
you know. It's like aluminum foil wrap. You buy it. It's a lead
Yeah.
sheets. Yeah,
They have these silver foil curtains that you can hang from
Yeah.
your bed. Like-
lead will do way better.
On the top of your bed. Like, you ever see those fancy beds with the curtains coming down?
Yep.
Well, they make them out of silver material, and it basically puts
You can't afford it.
what do you call that cage that you put? what's that
Faraday.
called?
Faraday.
A
cage.
Faraday cage around you when you sleep.
Faraday.
But you
Yeah.
need money because it's expensive. I'm gonna buy one.
You
when I
can
have
make
the-
one out of coat hangers and just wrap the foil on it.
Yeah, but I definitely want one of those, like a Faraday cage curtains I put on top of my bed, and
Yeah,
when I
a lot
go to bed, I don't get
Yeah.
no frequencies coming
That
in.
You can
means-
get some kinetic
Yeah, that
pipe.
means no cell phone or anything.
Yeah, you can get
Well,
conduit
you can
pipe,
keep your
PVC
cell phone
pipe it.
outside of the Faraday cage. You don't have to
No.
put it in it.
It's funny putting the person in the Faraday cage and not the cell phone.
Ah,
Well,
you put
you
the cell
need the
phone in its
cell
own little
phone.
Faraday cage on the
If
counter.
somebody's trying to call you, you need to answer, right?
Yeah,
So-
they're not going to call you in the Faraday cage.
But I'll shut my
Why is
phone
my
off
phone not
when I go to
ringing?
bed. I don't care who the hell's calling me.
Right.
The only problem with that, though, shutting it off, like I think about it, if I'm having a heart attack and I gotta dial 911,
Right.
That's the
gotta
thing. I
put
live
the
on my
phone on
own.
and boot it up. It's
I live on my own, so I can't afford to be closing my phone.
when I get old, I'm gonna get one of those like life alerts. I hit the button. I'm dying.
Now, what your son did was move out in a rural area, which is good. Me, I live in Chicago, South Side here, and it's just so heavily populated. If
How
anything
about
happens,
this? My son
Yeah.
lives in such a rural area that I know where his house is. I know where his street is, and I still can't find it. You go on
Hey,
Google,
son, where
you
you at?
can't find it. You
Come out to
can't-
the street so you can guide me in.
You go on Google search, you can't find this house. There's too many trees
Yeah.
covering it.
Yep.
He really lives in a good spot. The only thing is, it's a tougher life. You got to understand, like, for instance, he has a wood stove, which is great, right? But he's got to go cut the wood. Now, he has electric. He can put,
That's
he'll put a-
exercise.
But he likes the wood stove, and he runs the,
Yeah.
you know, and you
You
know
gotta
what?
keep
With
moving.
no power.
You stop moving, you're going to stop. So it's
Yeah.
exercise.
But
He's
when
gonna be
there's
an
no
old
power,
man.
guess what? He'll still have heat.
Yeah.
And then, you know, the water's an issue up there. You know, the pipes freeze a lot.
He can do that to the spring water he's doing. He can drink from that.
No, but sometimes running the water from the spring box to his house, the pipes freeze.
Well, if you get a ramjet and you can get that water up there without using any electricity or motor, it'll run.
What is it
A
called?
ramjet.
What is that?
It's got check valves in it, and it's got a PVC dome where the air gets trapped into. So it sucks it at the one end, the gate closes, it creates pressure in the PVC pipe, then shoots it out the other check valve, and it can pump uphill.
It's a ramjet,
Yeah, look up ramjet.
like a
Ram pump. I'm sorry, ram pump.
ram pump. I'm gonna tell him
Yep.
about it.
Yep.
Because
Lasts
you know,
forever.
but you know,
I'm-
even you know, it's a rough life when you live in a rural area, but it's worth it.
Or he can
Like
take a
this-
washer. He can take a washer. The stator rotor at the bottom. It'll give off 110 volts. If he puts two of them together and runs it in the stream with the paddles and stuff, you can go up to 480 volts. Tell him to look up that one. Free electricity.
Mim says we're all being microwaved by the towers.
You're
I need to
breaking
go
up
now.
there.
I need to go now, so I'm sorry to interrupt, but
All
I
right.
just say thank you for having me up, Pops. I
You come on anytime you want.
thank you so
You're
much.
more
It was
than welcome.
Thanks for coming.
Thank you. Nice
I
to
like
meet
your
you.
avatar too.
You should leave your email in the private chat so we can work some way of getting a laptop to you, maybe.
Oh no, it's okay. Thank
No,
you.
no, it's a donation. We're not doing it for handouts. We're just doing
was
it
nice
so
to
you can
meet
talk to us
you.
better and relate to us better.
It was nice to meet you, Dominic, and it was nice to meet you. I
Mac.
forgot your name now. Mac?
Mac.
Oh,
Yeah,
MacGyver,
Mac.
right, Mac.
Yeah.
Okay.
Chuck,
Yeah. And good to finally talk to you, Pops.
You
So
too.
I'll
It
be
was a
seeing you
pleasure.
again. I'll be seeing you again.
Yeah, come by more often.
Thank you.
Okay. And everybody, just so I don't forget, please hit the like button and hit the subscribe if you're not subscribed. And if you are subscribed, go tell a friend about us.
Yeah. So look up the washer generator. It's
I
if you
am.
need help, I'll give you a link. And the ram pump.
Yeah, or a hand
Yeah.
pump would be mint.
No, ram
pump. Ram pump, Mims. Write it down, Mims. Ram
Yep.
pump.
Just type it in on YouTube and you can see how it works.
Yep, you trade convenience for quality of life, and I tell you what, the quality of life overrules the convenience. That's for
Yeah,
sure.
but if you're smart, you can make it less inconvenient.
Yes. No, my son, he has, little by little, but it takes time and money,
Yes,
For him
it
to-
sure does.
You know how much they want just to put a well?
Yes, I do. About
It's like 20
6,000.
grand. It's like crazy.
20, depending on if they can find it. If they find it right away, it's like 6,000, but they have to
Yeah,
do some
but
searching and
Where he
shit. You go
lives,
deeper,
man, he
go
lives
through
in
rock.
deep rock. He lives
Yeah,
on
and
rock.
then it's gonna cost them a lot of money to break through all that fucking rock. Yes.
Yeah, they got to break through a lot of rock.
Yeah. Yep.
But, it is what it is. The good thing that he's living on a lot of rock, there's no mudslides,
Right.
So if I can ask, guys, what would it look like to be interdependent with nature opposed to interdependent with civilization?
Some people couldn't handle it. If I do that, my wife needs to bring the microwave oven.
Some people couldn't handle not having their cell phone. I could live without a cell phone.
I think we'd be more healthier.
I grew up
We
without a
just
cell
get
phone.
our own
What do we
gardening.
need? Why do we need cell phones? I don't want a cell phone.
What,
I only
you're
have
Just
to
smoke
have to.
signals.
Mike, you're talking about one technology. What would it
Well,
look
I'm
like?
going one at a time. So now
Okay.
a cell phone, you can't even get a job if you don't have a cell phone.
Okay, like I
That's,
said,
that's the thing. Now let's go
Landline.
internet. I can live without the internet.
Landline and a recorder.
The only thing I would say is important to me. I mean, I think kind of electricity is kind of important.
You're
There's a
spoiled.
lot of things that run off electric, whether it be a vacuum cleaner.
so would you
you
be
know,
living interdependent
but
with
I-
nature at that point?
No, you wouldn't. I could live
Okay.
without electric if I had to. I could live like they lived back in the day with candles, wood stoves. The only thing I like, here's one convenience I like, and it may sound stupid, but I do like it, a toilet bowl. Have you ever shit in a bucket when you went
Or out in
camping?
the woods.
There are a lot of people that don't have toilets because they don't have cistern systems, right?
Right.
Where they live,
Right.
and they got to shit in buckets, and then they got to
Okay.
take the bag of shit and they got to go burn it. And I, for some reason, I like shitting in a toilet bowl.
You're
I like
comfortable with it.
shitting, flushing it, and I'm done with it. I don't want to smell it. I don't want to touch it. I don't want to see it. And that's probably the main convenience I like. But I could still live without a toilet
I
bowl.
got a
too.
good taste of that kind of living. My dad and me and my uncle, we'd go out to Terre Haute, Indiana, go on these things called a rendezvous, where we bring our old flintlocks and it's old times. They're cooking cider and a
Yeah.
bunch of other stuff and handcrafted stuff
The
for a whole
Amish
week.
are the best example of it.
But I had a great time. I really did. had a
I could
great
live
time
like the
doing it.
Amish with no problem.
Yeah.
See,
But it was
the
like a
key
bunch
is-
of people from all around the states. They'd meet up and dressed up in the old timey ways, and
I like horse and
stuff.
buggy. I don't like cars. I want to have a horse, to be honest. I'd rather ride my horse than get in a car.
yeah.
I love horses. I fuck cars.
But there's people that can't. No way, man. I can't live without my tablet and all my
People can't
what
live
do you
without
call it?
television. They can't. Now,
the
if
stuff
you
I
live
can't
a-
bring with me when I die. Stuff,
if you live alone though, and you have no family, it's rough to live without like at least a television or a computer. But if you have family
Yeah.
surrounding you, which is usually how it used to be back in the day, fathers live near their children, and their children live near. They
I
all
couldn't
lived in a
stand being
little-
alone. I
And if
couldn't
you got
stand it.
family, you don't need no television. You don't need shit. You just need your family. That's the most important thing. But they don't
So-
want you to have your family. They want you to rely on watching the computer and listening to what they're telling you on television.
Right.
So is it safe to say that we're unaware of anybody that we know close to us that are living interdependent with nature opposed to living interdependent with civilization? Because
Well, I tell
nobody's
you,
independent.
my son is as close as you're going to get without.
He's not even close
sacrificing-
yet, Mike.
He
He's
just
not
basically
even.
has electric.
Does he have a car? Does he have a car or truck?
Well, his car broke down, but he needs a truck to get
Okay.
to the
You
store.
guys cell phone
Any-
signal. He's
anything
got a
that's
computer.
man. Okay, hold on. Anything that's man-made technology, you're living interdependent with
Well, what about the
civilization.
Amish?
The Amish, to a certain point, they're actually like a village kind of experiment going on.
But
Now,
they're as close as you're gonna get.
It's
They
their
don't have
belief.
cars.
It's not experiments, a belief.
there's many people throughout the world outside of developed countries that are living squatty toilets and all that kind of stuff. I'm just saying most people don't realize they're not even independent. Never been. That's a delusion at best. Somebody's making our clothes. Somebody's making our car.
I agree.
That's tech. If you want to talk about nature, nature is chi. So now most of us, if not most of us, in the developed countries aren't even close, not even scratching the surface. Almost to a point, most people that live outside of civilization that are basically still playing with technology are actually selfish. They're just not aware of it yet.
Man.
But I don't think there's hardly anybody on this planet living
That I
with
don't know,
nature.
Mike, remember, there's a lot of tribal people out there still. I'm
They
just
show
talking
you
about.
tribes in the Brazilian rainforest, and they got Wi-Fi.
Okay, then they're living interdependent with both. But for us to live with interdependent, I'm talking about interdependent now.
The Indians are the ones that live the way.
What are you talking? Somebody living on a desert island by themselves?
No, like an Indian living in a tent, making your own clothes, hunting your own food.
No, you still got the white man's gun.
An Indian is a perfect example. Back
civilization at that point. I'm just putting that out, Max, because a lot of people, they like to say, okay, I'm living off the grid. I said, no, that's just you're living without a couple of electricity. That's a man-made device. To be interdependent, I'm looking at as the hypocrite looking at it. When a person has satellite, they have, it's like my buddy saying to me, Dominic, I don't like technology.
There's necessities of life.
Well,
in life.
You're not going to get away from it 100% no more. It's almost impossible.
When you're off the grid, you're making your own or growing your own food, and you got solar panels for your electricity.
That's not living off the grid then.
Because you
living
still got
off the
solar
grid
panels with batteries.
That's a man-made device terminology saying that your absence of one of their devices. To live off the grid.
You know what the grid is? It's electrical poles out there. That's what we're talking about. That's
what we're talking about when you get off the grid.
That's the grid.
That's right. And when it becomes man-made,
we're not talking caveman.
When it's man-made and it's manifested in the material, it's called technology. So now TV, radio, that's technology. Now some people might want to be, well, I'm sharing because it's being recorded, Max. You might already know this kind of stuff, but out of the 3 or 4 billion people, maybe 1 million people understand this. I'm not even talking about the alchemy of language. We're using it, but I'm talking about the alchemy of the material. Now you're talking about energy. I get that part. But for most of us, the manifesting it into the material, most people might say, well, I'm not doing this. Okay, so you're a vegetarian on a Tuesday and forget about Thursday and Friday. It's like when somebody talks about eating meat, or in this case, a meat diet. I said, is it wild or is it domestic game? You break things down. This is when you start using your calculated mind to deduct things that it isn't. So for most people, they're not living interdependent with nature. Maybe partly. They might have a tree.
Anybody though living independent with
I'm guessing at that point, Mike, because I don't know the billions of people here and I know different countries. In America, it's a developed country like Canada. Most of us are not interdependent. We have roads that are created. I don't care who, it doesn't matter who created. We have satellites, we have cars. A guy that's talking about I'm living off the grid, well, there's a satellite dish, he's full of shit. He just doesn't know it yet. He's this absence of certain technology. Nature's a different type of technology. It's curve. Our stuff, it dies. I can't even say it dies. It's not real. It's a movement.
But even if you go to the most tribal areas in this planet, whether it be in Africa, rainforest, up in the mountains, they all have some form of technology, whether it be the clothes they're wearing were made by, they all have something. They all have maybe one truck for the whole village, but they have a truck to get to, let's say, a hospital or to get food or supplies or tools. There's nobody out there. I don't know of one village, maybe there's 1 or 2 in the whole planet that actually live exactly with nature.
I'm going with this, Mike, because people talk about the word truth and they don't got a fucking clue what they're actually saying. Most people are attached in this realm to the deception. Satan gives you whatever the fuck you want. You want a car? I'll give you a car. You want technology? I'll give it to you. The truth is here to
there's always consequences.
The truth is here to separate from these attachments. But most people are stuck here. They're stuck here. The truth is not here.
Right.
Go ahead. Please share.
No, you're right.
No, I don't know about being right. I'm just saying when people use it, they're using it in words only. They don't realize what they're really saying is they're in the deception. The deception is the thing.
We're in the
I
matrix, man.
I can live without things. I said, well, did you offer the product or service? No. Did you create the money? No. Did you plant all the trees that eventually went into the grocery
Stop
store? No.
complaining.
Most people, that's right. Most people don't realize they've been a bitch for fucking the day they were born. Anybody that tells otherwise, they're full of shit and they're not aware of it yet. But even that shit's fertilizer. You know,
Well,
that's why
if
when
you
people
think
say,
about it, you go to work, right? You get one job and everything else is provided for you, but people still bitch.
well, that's you know that why? Because they're serving the self, the lower program, the ego. That's what they're serving.
Yeah, pride.
So now, once they become aware of that, they can say, "Oh, okay, that's fine." So then it should be easy for them to be silent. But hey, they're not. They start complaining about the elites. Where most people, they don't even fucking take care of themselves.
Well, that's why the elites think most of us are useless eaters.
And what about the concept that they're here actually, whether we're aware of it or not, to anchor this realm? Then we're the ones that are disobedient here.
Well, I would say maybe back in the day, but I think now there's a different agenda.
Well, the only reason why we know this,
I
Mike,
think
is
it's
because
gotten evil.
information is allowed this for stuff to come here. Most people don't really know how to apply wisdom and understanding to that information. So what they do is, they give it through a book form, which is a dumbed down process. Let me give it through the internet, and if enough people say it, then it must be true. No, it's not about true. It's about fucking being aware, having discernment. How does it serve for me to live outside of humanity? What am I really saying to humanity? I don't fucking care about you. That's what they're saying. That's the self talking at that moment. That's the ego talking at that moment. And that's what most of us are. We're just not, most people just aren't honest with the self.
I am. I learned to be.
You could be.
I
agree with
when
that.
I wasn't honest with myself, I didn't realize I was unhappy with myself. Then when I woke up and started being honest with myself because I knew how to think, believe me, my life's been much, much better. Way better.
Thank you, Matt. Thank you,
Me and my wife both get along great because I got her to do it too. And she's like, why doesn't people know about this? And it's like, I don't know.
Well, that's why most people, not most,
That
a
ego's
lot
a
of
bitch.
people are miserable because they're actually not happy with themselves.
Exactly. And they won't be honest with themselves, saying that they're not happy with themselves.
Yeah.
Mhm.
You know,
They say shit like
it's the
stuff.
truth.
Yeah, they say words like, and you can tell them from anybody if you're aware of energy, self-aware, self-love.
I mean, I'm not happy with myself, but I try not to be
You
miserable.
need to learn to
about it.
meditate and change your ways.
No,
You
but
can
I'll be
rewire your
honest. I'm
brain
not going to
on
sit
that.
here and tell you I jump for joy of
But you
all the
can
mistakes
rewire
I
your
made.
brain.
I made too many mistakes in my life, and you can't go back. You can only move forward, right? It's like a
Well, you're not
cloud.
gonna do the same stupid shit you did back then. It was a learning
No, but
experience.
still, it haunts you sometimes. Listen,
Yeah, I was totally ego-minded in the 80s and didn't
I'm not
know it.
ego-minded. I just made a lot of stupid mistakes when I was younger, and it haunts me sometimes. But I try to let it go, and I have up to a point. But it always is inside the back of your brain. You know, no matter what you do, you can't forget the mistakes that you've made in the past. You can forget about some of them, but some of them they ain't going nowhere. And that's why it's very difficult to do whatever you're talking about. Meditate, this, that. Yeah,
Yep,
but
man,
I mean,
Z.
you know, I hear a lot of people talk about meditate and all that. You know what? It sounds great on paper.
There's a right way and a
99%
wrong
of
way to
people-
do it.
99% of people won't do it. So we need a better solution. It ain't going to work. People aren't
Well,
going
let
to
me tell
meditate.
you this, Pops. Let me tell you this.
You need a
I
better solution.
went through 4 back surgeries. My back was wiped out. I was on pain pills, and the pain pills were tearing me apart. But the doctor I had was from India, and he said about meditation, and I laughed at him, not at his face, but in my brain. I was like, yeah, what a joke. And anybody talk about meditating, yeah, what a joke. So I had a
It's
problem.
breathing.
My pain level was up high. I had no pain pills, and because I was getting off the bullshit. And I tried to meditate, and nothing happened. I go, I knew it. This is for shit. Then me, the kind of guy I am, I like to do some research and find out what's going on. So I was doing it completely wrong. So I tried it a second time. Maybe I got off a little bit, but the third time was the winner. Now, to me, I got to figure out what's going on. I just don't going to meditate just for it. I got to figure out because I'm a MacGyver. So what's pretty much you're doing is the breathing exercise is causing you to hyperventilate, which is the brain thinks it's dying. And then your pineal gland releases a little, it's like a DMT molecule, but not quite. And it helps you relax and get into this state. Then you go into a thinking conversation with yourself and you be honest with yourself. And through thought, you get answers. It's nobody's talking in your head. It's all through thought. And then
Yeah,
you
well,
can make
listen, I'm
yourself
not
up.
saying that it can't work. I'm just saying 99.9% of people just won't do it. It's too much
Right,
work.
right. Because they don't understand it and they think it's a joke like I did in the beginning.
Yeah, and even
It's a
if you
bunch
do
of.
meditate, it's still not going to cure the mistakes you've made in the past.
Oh,
If I
no,
could-
it will not do
The
that. But you
past will
can
not
grow.
go
You
away.
can
It happened.
grow. You can
You
be
can
happy with
grow,
yourself.
but listen, that is kind of hard. Listen, I could sit here and tell you, yeah, you could be happy with yourself. Clap your hands, doom, doom. If you know you're happy, clap. But
Well,
it's
you
all
don't know until you
bullshit.
try it. How's that sound?
Because, look, I've tried a lot of different things, and I'm
Don't know until you try.
semi-happy, but, I try to let things go, but sometimes they haunt me.
Well,
This is life.
If I
when you
could share,
meditate,
Mike,
you'll have the answers.
it's kind of like fasting. There's a pre-thing you have to do before fasting. So meditation is the end part. Most people forget you have to do a concept called prayer, inquiry. Then you have to go in a state of peace, which is called silence, because the
Yep.
ego doesn't know its place.
Right.
So now when you go into a state of meditation now, because you've already
need to be
inquired, you've
silent.
gone into in silence, now yourself, the ego, is going to be listening to something called the higher self. Both of those, believe it or not, are programs. So now the masculine energies, the programmable energy, most people are not teachable. They're not going to be in their feminine energy. That's the teachable energy. Now, what do you do when you're in that teachable energy? You're listening. You're the student now. Now, these people that go into clubs, they get into initiations, but they're not students. Now you have to observe from within, opposed to being the experiencer. Now, that's when you have the observer, and then you realize there's the observing, being observed. This is where even you, Max, said it. I'll use the word afterthoughts. Because we're in the afterthoughts. You can actually be in thoughts, which is consciousness. This is where we get into Christ consciousness. Now you actually have to be higher intelligent, not just fucking low grade. You go to university, shit fucking things, or you live 80 years. That's wisdom based on I became a diabetic. That means fuck all. You're still not scratching the surface at that point. When a person says I'm 60 years old, you're not at that point yet. Why? Because we do not age. The vessel does. And this is where people forget. Now, once you do that, then you become mature even with your emotions, energy and motion. This is why the mental plane and the emotional plane is not going to be covered up by that little fucking still wool shit for your fucking body. Now, I'm saying that with a little bit of, because there's so many fucking walls built up with all these programs we have. But yet, hey, I'm aware. What the fuck are we aware of? Do we see energy? Do we see what's called skinny water, air? Do we literally see that? Do we see thoughts? And when I speak, I'm using it for the avatar. How are you receiving it? Hence Kabbalah. What is it being stored? Is it in blood? This is where people talk about spiritual cooking, not the shit that they talk about. We're talking about gold, urine, blood. That's spiritual cooking. Well, most fucking useless mouth breathers, they're doing material fucking cooking. You're eating a dead fucking animal. It might taste good, but it's still a fucking dead animal. Let alone fruits, which is, hey, that's fine. But again, we're human beings. Anyway, I went on too much, guys. Chit chat if you want.
What do you mean by that?
Please share.
There we go. Ready? This is what everybody's thinking right now.
Thanks, Pops. Thanks for my rant, by the way.
Listen, I listened to it and it was great.
Yeah.
And look, I basically understood everything you were saying. Most people couldn't.
You're aware, Pops. Thank you, by the way.
But a lot of people couldn't understand that. It's too
That's
deep.
okay. No,
The average person wants to be, I guess, ignorant. Ignorant is bliss, right? They just want to go on with their life, not worry about shit, not think about shit, and just die.
Yeah,
and that's the end of it.
They can have
I
another
want to
rebirth.
know the answers
That's right.
to what's going on. Like, I want to know all that. I want to know where, why am I here? What's my purpose?
Yep. Quality over quantity. And that's what it is.
People don't even want to know what their purpose is.
And that's for them.
Now, I think my purpose was put here to basically make my two grandsons baseball players. I'm making a joke, but I'm serious. My purpose is to train my grandsons. That's what I feel my purpose was. that's because I love my grandsons. I love my granddaughter too, but boys are boys and girls are girls, right? So I don't know what really is our purpose as a species. Why are we here? What are we here to do? Is this basically a test realm? So when we get to the next realm, we know what's good and evil. We know what suffering is. We know, what eating is. I mean, do they eat in the next life? Wherever we go, does our energy eat? Now, in the Bible, it speaks about they have food up in the heavens in the next dimension. So is there food really? Like, do they take a shit or not? I mean, have you ever thought about this? Why do we shit? If God created us, he could created us where we would eat food and our body would burn it off. Why did he make us go to the bathroom? Why? Does he take a shit? Like, why do we have to take a shit? Think about that. If you think about that, that's like, people don't think of something like that. I do. I think about like, well, why do I have to go to, did God know we're going to eat a lot of poison and we got to get out of our body? But then again, he could have made us where our body destroys the poison, right? Why is it he made us where we actually go to the bathroom? If we were created by a superior being, right? If you're energy, I would imagine you're not going to the bathroom in the next realm. So what is our purpose here in this vessel, you call it? I call it what is it? A skin, meat skin, I call it. We're in a meat skin. I don't understand. And I think that's what we're all searching for. I think most people were searching for why we're here. What's our purpose? And who is God and what is his purpose? And I don't think nobody's figured out the equation yet. People have theories. They say that if this is true, we're only using a small percentage of our brain. That if we used like a big part of our brain, like say 10%, we would go insane. That's how smart we would be. So did God dumb us down for a reason? Because we're not as smart as we could be. If we're only using a small percentage of our brain, what does that mean?
Well, we've got two hemispheres of our brain, right?
Yeah.
So maybe one hemisphere we're working with, and the other hemisphere is occupied by the ego mind. Maybe a spirit that, that's a light being. We don't know. They're made us so they can live through us. We don't know.
But it's a perfect design because if you think about it, imagine a lion as smart as us. We'd be done.
Right.
We'd be the bottom, and they'd be the top of the food chain. We're top of the food chain because of our brain. It's the only reason.
What brain are you talking about, Mike?
Fast.
Sorry,
I couldn't
what
do
brain?
21-day fast.
Yeah.
Wow.
What brain are you talking about?
A rationalization.
I'm just hypothetically thinking, what if?
We can build things.
I'm a being that, I don't have a body, but
no other animal builds.
You know what I'm saying? In a way,
we're the only ones.
I guess, Mike, what I'm asking, because there is a couple of brains. There's the midbrain that communicates with the mind.
Oh yeah.
And then there's the upper brain, the hemispheres that you guys are talking about. If that was actually expanding more, it would actually have a tough time because it wouldn't be able to rationalize everything that the mind has to offer. And language everything is in the mind.
All it is at one time.
And the reason why it's in the midbrain, the reason why it's in the midbrain is because women that are childbearing, and this is where we talk about alchemy, they're the ones that are going to, this is why we have words like insight, intuition. For most men, they become scholars and scribes. They're using their masculine energy, and that's a program, by the way. So when people read a book, they're just being programmed, whether reading from left to right or right to left. It's a program. That's why you could tell a person, if you understand energy in those areas, you'll know when somebody you're talking to is very scholarly.
Right.
They take everything through a book, which is fine. But again, the ones that used to write things like in the Bible and all that, they used to download shit. So who knows what they were doing? Ayahuasca, hemp. They might even have done bloodletting, as far as I'm concerned. So again,
I believe the Bible itself. I personally believe the apostles or whoever wrote the books were not smart enough to speak or write that way. I think that the divine Almighty whispered into their ear and told them what to write. I think they were basically programmed to write what he wanted them to write. I don't think people were smart enough to invent those stories. People go, oh, it's just a story. A guy invented it. I don't think there's anybody smart enough to invent that story.
Yeah, this is the unknown. This is where, when they talk about Edgar Casey, he was able to, you could put a book underneath a pillow for him. And he said that he could take that information. If something's been inspired to be written or spoken, those are both afterthoughts. Then therefore, through inspiration, you should be able to get that information, regardless of men, MEN, warp it. This is why when people talk about history, they're talking about man-made stuff. Men want to rule. That's what they want to do. They're not even following Satan. That's how arrogant men are. So
Yeah,
if people think they're,
true.
yeah, most satanic people do not give a shit about Satan.
But the most powerful people, I believe, on the planet do worship Satan.
Sure, they do. They're ruling, yeah, because supposedly, if people understand their story of the Bible, it controls the wind. You know, this is why the story of Jesus with the witness taking up sin.
Hey, Pops, I'm gonna get going, buddy. All right.
All right.
Mac.
Well, we can end this
You
soon
take
anyway.
care.
Yeah. Ciao, Mac.
See you later, dude. Nice talking with you.
Yeah.
I'll see you next time, kid.
All right. Take care.
Even though he's older than me, I call him kid. I think he's older than me.
He could be. He could be. But then again,
Well, you're my age, I think. You told me
Yes,
you
I
were
am.
born in 64.
my best.
But you're probably older than me because I'm born in December.
I'm September.
Yeah, I'm December 17th. It's actually a good day. The 17 is one of my favorite. It's my favorite number, 17.
Love it.
I don't know what it means, but I'm not I'm not into the number thing like most
Mhm.
people. I like numbers though, man. Math is my thing. I've always been fascinated with numbers. I guess because numbers don't lie in a way. 2 + 2 is 4. There's no in between. But our government will tell you there is.
Well, corporations will. Government will just.
2 + 2 is 5. What are you talking about?
Could be. Well, 17, 1 and 7, singularity and spiritual number. Added up together is number 8. That's the material number.
Mm.
So.
But there are special numbers out there that people don't realize. I really, since, I don't know, since 666, knowing what that is, and basically to me it's evil, but it's anyway, I hate the number 6 now. Like anything with 6 in it, you give me like, at one point I was getting my phone number and there were 3 6s in it. I go, I don't want that number. I go, why? I go, there's 3 6s in that number. I ain't taking it. Like, I literally, I put ice cubes in my soda. If I put 5 and all of a sudden there's 6, I got to put another one for 7. I can't have 6 ice cubes in my drink. It's like an insanity. It's like an obsession. I hate the number 6.
It's like 13. People, for some reason, when they look at a clock, I said, you're not seeing the 13th part. What do you mean, the middle part?
Well, yeah, but the Jewish people believe 13 is a lucky number. That's the weird thing.
Well, yeah.
So,
yeah.
But I 13 too, but like 6 for me is like, and guess my first wife, her birthday was 6/6/1966. I should have seen the sign right there. And she was a Gemini. I tease my son. I go, yeah, your mom's she's Satan's daughter. Like I tease him, but he laughs too. We laugh about it. Like, yo, I'm telling you though, when it comes to evil, that 6 has a big meaning. I think so. I mean, 6/6/66. I don't know, man. That's scary. And I think she was born at like 12/16 or something. There's even another 6 thrown in there.
I guess it sounds like you're leaning against the woman that you had married.
Well, I could care less. Like, it's been so long ago. I got divorced 30 years ago.
Mm-hmm.
But I was married twice, though. But the first one, that was the real tough, very tough.
Was that the practice run? Is that the one you had your child with?
Yeah, I had my son with her, and then the second marriage, that didn't pan out down the road, but it was okay. That I didn't mind the second marriage. But being married, it's hard. You got to work at it. It's a job, especially the way women are taught now. They've been brainwashed kind of not to be more masculine, actually. A lot of the TV shows I'm watching, the women are acting like the man in the TV show, and the men are acting like the women. It's crazy. They're reversing it and trying to plant these seeds in people's minds. Like they're making the woman very non-feminine now, very masculine. And they're making the men more feminine. It's just a plan of attack, I guess.
So you decipher, I was going to ask you, Mike, do you decipher the concept of male and female is the same as masculine and feminine?
Well, I just say it. I never thought about it.
Okay, good enough. Because there's the male and female, that's the physical, masculine and feminine, that's an energy. And you can have both masculine and feminine energy.
Well, I would think women back in the day, let's just say, had more feminine energy than a man. Yeah, the man had more masculine energy. Let's say all men had some feminine energy, but not, like men cry. That's feminine. That's normal. But like, I think now they're trying to give the man more feminine energy and give the woman more masculine energy.
Well, we're living in more programs, so it would be more masculine energy.
Yeah.
There is more programs. Again, the feminine energy is the teachable energy. So women would be, if they're very intuitive and very feminine energy, they would be better to understand isms, religion. Most men are very robotic. Think about military. Military is all about programs. Yeah. Now, occasionally a person that's very feminine energy, they can be very teachable. Unfortunately, most people aren't really teachable. This is why women get first crack at children. Unfortunately, men wreck it because they're too busy being sheeps. Now, they might turn around and say, I'm the more masculine. I said, okay, are we talking about, because you're designed physically stronger? Because women do way more tasks than men do on a regular basis. Unfortunately, women don't have the same equality when it comes to earning money, because if they did, men would be prostitutes. Way more. And the thing is, they wouldn't be good at it because women on a biological level, they're more attractive on biological level, not just basic on what the senses. So once again, when guys talk about, a woman's more feminine or a man's more feminine or whatever, more times than not, they don't got a fucking clue what they're talking about.
But there's really nothing, though. I understand you, but show me an example. If you took 1,000 men and 1,000 women, beside making children, what could a woman do better than a man? Cooking, the best cooks in the world are men. Inventions, the best inventions all came from men. So when you're saying this, I get you, but show me an example where, beside bearing children, what can woman do better than a man? Because I think we are, I honestly, I'm not being a male chauvinist, but I believe God made us superior.
Okay, so now let's say
we are a superior specimen.
First of all, men would not be here.
Well, women wouldn't be here either if not for men. So
I know, but you're putting it out there, so we have to put some things on a scale. Okay.
Well, we're talking about children bearing. I agree.
Yeah,
women, they raise a family better than any man could. Right.
Okay. And whether or not, obviously, we need the spark of life, whether you call it the sperm or the egg and all that kind of stuff. Again, this would be a better conversation if a woman was actually.
That's a weak example, to be honest. Because
that's an example.
You can't have a baby without both.
Okay.
So tell me what women.
But women are going to bear it for 9 months, so they're always going to be single mothers first and foremost.
No, but what can they do? I said beside children, I'm giving them that. Women. Okay. Bearing children is probably the biggest job in the world.
Okay.
I'm not discrediting a woman, by the way.
If we lived in a very close-knit family or a tribal environment, they would be very intuitive. See, the thing is, a lot of the things going on now is mostly programs. So you're born, you're going to be conditioned to be an electrician or a police officer or whatever. Those are programs. It's not like as though we're going to say, okay, so how many of us understand where the moon and sun have to be? Now, that could be a very intuitive thing, but that might be something you inherit from the feminine energy, which would be from the female, from the midbrain. The best
astrologers were men too. Like, no matter where you go with this.
Yes, I'm with you, Mike. I'm with you.
There's no example of showing me where a woman is better than a man. The best doctors in the world are men.
For every...
That don't mean there ain't good women doctors. There are.
For every 10 men, you might have 1 or 2 women that are very physically strong. But for every 1 or 2 men that are good with astrology and all that, you'd have way more women.
Wait a minute. Let's go this route. So for every 10 men, you're saying there's 2 women that are physically strong, but I
They
guarantee
could be
those-
strong. They could be
but they're
strong.
not as strong as the 10 men. There's
No,
not
probably-
one man
okay.
that's not stronger than them. Like
Okay, I'm not talking about. Okay, Mike, we're playing with somatic.
you went to physical. I'm saying
I'm
name
giving an
me
example.
one item that they're better than.
Okay, I'm giving a.
Yeah, you got no receipt for it.
I'm trying to share something. If you already know the answer, then it's not really a conversation we're having. I'm entertaining ideals here. I'm not here to defend women and female. If anything else,
I didn't
if
say
there-
you were here to defend them, to be honest.
Okay, but I'm giving
I like
examples. I'm giving examples.
All right, go ahead.
I'm not leaning on it either way. And if there was going to be a woman here, I would hear them because I'm not a woman. And even among women, they're going to be different. So now I'm going to give an example. From every 10 men, okay, there might be a couple of women that might be able to be physically strong, whether or not to those 10 men, but more times than not, it's mostly men than it is when it comes to personal physical strength.
Okay.
On the other spin, when you're saying there's some men that are good cooks, or which could be a lot, or some men would be good with astrology, more times than not, there's probably way more women than there is men in those areas. Like most men aren't going to be the nurturing type, but there will be some men that are the nurturing types. It would not make sense to bastardize them. They just have a certain skill. Some women are better NASCAR drivers, some, but most are usually men. It's just because those are program energy. On a teachable energy, women are by far more superior than the average basis on a man when it comes to being teach. Think about who teaches the most. It's usually females. Now, that might not be a 6 to every 3. It might be a 7 to every 2. Sometimes it might be a 5 to a 4 comparison. Now, this is where men will probably put some visors on and see what they want to see because they think the other species, the weaker species, based on what? Are we talking just physical? Are we talking about mental? We're talking about emotional. Women know how to be more in tune with their emotions. Sitting with a bunch of women that share with each other compared to a bunch of men, men are like, I'm asleep half the time. Especially when men start talking shit like, you couldn't live with my wife. I said, most of you men couldn't live with each other. That's the game that people play. They're not actually start being attracted to a man. That opens up a different game because men change their personalities when they're around women, whether they know it or not. This is about
I agree
awareness.
with that.
Yeah, well, you probably have experienced it too, probably.
Of course,
but
you self-aware of things you do yourself too.
But I'm talking about most people. They're just parroting. They're reacting to stuff. They never actually probe that kind of stuff. So they'll probe. Parents will say, okay, the boys wear the color blue, women are pink. No, they're not ever questioning those energies. And then somebody can say, oh, okay. It's like traditions. Traditions should be questioned because if not, either people are going to follow it or it's just going to die. And for a lot of guys, I'm going to say guys, they think, I'm really comfortable with myself. No, you're not. It's like when guys say, oh, don't be in your feelers. I said, who the fuck ever told you that? You're full of fucking shit. Did you cry when the Leafs lost a hockey game? Did you lose when the Steelers lost? Yes, you did. So whoever told you you're not in your feelings are a fucking idiot. And if that was your father, tell him to fuck off. If that was one of your boys, tell him to fuck off. Why would I say that to him? Now you want to be philosophy. This is where men are weaker.
Yeah, well, certain things, women definitely have an edge, but like even rationalization. Okay, if you took 100 women right now and said to them, honestly, do you feel women should be firemen? And I would say at least 50. I would go as high as 75. And I think I'm pretty on point. Would say, yes, women should be firemen. Now, if you asked 100 men, probably 95 of them will say, no, women shouldn't be firemen. And the reason is it's rational for a man to be the fireman because he could go in that fire. Now, there are exceptions. Like you said, there's a couple of women that are strong enough. But if you asked any woman, your child is 12 years old, he weighs 100 pounds, and he's in a building on fire, and I have this guy who's 180 pounds, he's a man, and I have this woman who's 100, let's put her at 180 pounds. Who do you want to go into that fire to save your child? And they'll all say, oh, I want the guy. Why? Because we're made different. See, women have to accept, though, what they are, and they're not today. They think that they think they're as strong as men, and you're not. And you know what? The transgender movement has proved it. The swimmer there, who was ranked 454th in the world in swimming as a man, went into women's sports and came in first place in every event. So we have it's just that women are programmed now to believe they are equal to us in everything.
Okay, so now, Mike,
like I believe a woman, I'm not equal to her in being a mother. There's no in between.
There's no comparison. But now, as an example, if you've got your feminine and masculine energy both balanced, the question would be not why would a woman want to be a fireman? It would be to ask a man, why did you become a fireman? That's the question I would ask. This is where people get caught up in this moronic fucking right or wrong opposed to right and left, a direction. Right and wrong, fuck, you do four rights.
It's simple to tell somebody why you became a fireman. Most people become firemen because they want to save lives.
Okay, so again,
it's not a good occupation.
Okay.
I mean, you ever do it? I've been in fires.
Okay, once again, I'm always talking like there's children in a room. I don't give a shit how old they are. So if there were kids in the room, this is a great opportunity. That's when you start teaching them by example. When they start hearing about men going, "Oh, you can't be a fucking fireman," I'm like, "You're an idiot. Get the fuck out of here. You can save a couple of people. You're still an idiot because you're not going to save anybody. You're just going to temporarily keep them alive, and then eventually they're going to have to go back out there and probably get hit by a fucking truck." So now at that point, I'm talking to them like a wise person. Why did you become a fireman? How did you become? Because I'm thinking that there's other children around the room. I don't care if it's a female or a male. That'll be the next generation. But usually what ends up happening is you get a bunch of older men staying in their position. You can get a bunch of women fucking reinforce them. They've lost themselves in their energy.
People don't even know why. I agree with you.
That's fine. And you're right. And when I say they've lost themselves. So now for me, it would be a question. I don't value the concept of right and wrong. Those are both pious positions. When somebody tells me I'm wrong, fuck off. If they tell me I'm right, fuck off. I said, you pick a direction, go with it, because each moment could be a different given moment. That's what awareness is all about. So now in that particular case, Dom, why'd you become an electrician? Oh, I'm glad you asked me a question. No different than the apprenticeship. The apprenticeship works when you ask the person that's teaching you because it reinforces them. For me, I'm the student. This is why children come into the world asking a bunch of whys to see whether or not the parents have fucking stayed true to be who you're entertaining. That child could be an old soul. So now people don't realize how many times have you come back as a female, let alone a male, let alone dark skin, let alone white skin. Fuck, you came back as a sequoia tree. I'm playing with possibilities. And last time I remember, most human beings do not invent any of this shit. If we were just solely based on the way the old men used to think, we wouldn't have the internet. Now, they might have fucking nature, but then they wouldn't have had fucking language either. This is where I tell people, I said, unless you're willing to fucking bury yourself, have a revolution with oneself, don't spend fucking time bitching, complain about the other species, because even among women, they don't even understand each other. Same with fucking men. When my buddies tell me, he said, I'm a millionaire. Yeah, do you understand how fiat currency can be? No, and they're probably not concerned. Conversation is over. I'm not here to fucking prove anything to him. But this is what men do, and they're trying to prove their program. This is why when I tell people, you want to debate somebody, fucking go masturbate alone, because that's the best way to learn. Debate oneself. Don't debate others, because I don't know it. I'm just using Mike as an example. I don't know your story. I don't know your upbringing. We might have some similar, because you've told me you play sports 30 years ago, you got married. There might be some similarities. But I really don't know who you are. You don't really know who I am. It's a overgeneralization to think that men are stronger than women in certain areas, which maybe we can use as an example. But what type of men are we talking about? Midgets? We talking about men that are 6 foot tall? We talking about men without fucking arms? See, this is where people. I'm
talking about an average man and an average woman.
Okay, then you would have to break that down for whoever it is, because to me, these are fun conversations. It's like when somebody talks about abortion. Was she raped? I'm the kind of person I like to ask all kinds of questions. I'm not even fucking answering any of those questions. I'm just assessing them. So now when I hear about that, I love being behind enemy line and talking with women. Why? Because I'm bringing my feminine energy here. I hope you guys are bringing your feminine energy too. As far as the female, that's a totally different thing. We're talking about body parts at that point. And even that, they're all different.
Well, what do you mean, Jamin? By the way, what do you mean, Jamin? Woman wins self-preservation. And tested by dropping babies in a swimming pool. So they they drop babies in a swimming pool and women won't jump in to save the baby, or they do jump in? Because self-preservation means she won't jump in. Because I know a man, I know my kid's in the swimming pool or whatever. If my kid fell off of basically a waterfall, I'm going to jump in the waterfall too. I mean, try to save my kid.
That's your protector.
But will a woman do that? He's saying woman basically win self-preservation. Self-preservation means she wouldn't jump in the pool. Am I right?
You've heard stories, Mike, when people that black out, they have this physical strength come out of them. Women are no different. If they tap into that unknown energy that have inside of them, fucking any man on awakened state will fucking get pulverized by a woman that's in that state, and vice versa. There's certain, you've heard stories about a guy that's on drugs, he's blacked out, and he fucking takes 10 police officers to fucking hold him down. It's a different kind of energy we're talking about at that point.
Well, even like I give you an example. When I was a police officer, I never really wanted to work with a woman because I felt with a man, I had somebody who was fit. Now, he may not be as smart as the woman, but he was physically stronger. And if I was in a scuffle with a group of, let's say, 2-3 guys, and my partner was a man, I felt I had a better chance of going home that night.
Yeah.
No, now, I had a girl partner one day, give you a quick story. We get a domestic dispute. We're going up the stairwell, and the guy had a shotgun at the top of the stairwell. I then immediately pulled out my gun. Now, he didn't have it pointed at me, and I screamed. I don't want to use the words online, but I cursed at him and screamed, "Drop the gun." And if he would have turned and that gun was starting to point at me, I was going to unload my whole gun into it. But he dropped it. I ran up there, handcuffed him, and I turned around. The girl was nowhere to be found. My partner. She told me she went to get the radio in the car, but I knew she was in back of me, and I heard the radio as we were walking up the stairs. So she panicked. We had another girl police officer. There was a robbery in a gas station, and the thieves came out of the gas station shooting and blazing, and she went under the dashboard, and the cop, fought them off and was firing back. He got shot with a bullet. She stood under the dashboard. They came. She got a medal. So a woman, to me, reacts different than a man when it comes to the fear factor of death. And that is another reason. So I'm not trying to discredit women, but I'm saying there are just certain things that men are like. I would rather be in a foxhole with a man than a woman during a war. And any man that'll tell me they'd rather be with him, that's an exception of women. There are women out there that are Navy SEALs, but they're the exception. We're talking about an average. What's average? Well, what's the average height of a man? 5'8", 5'9". So what's the average weight? 170 pounds. What's the average height of a woman? What's the average weight of a woman? Now put them both in a foxhole, and which one do you want with you in that foxhole so you could go home at night and see your family?
So in that instant, Mike, you're spinning two different stories. One's actually your personal experience, and you can validate that. And the other one is you're going to use maybe like a overgeneralization, and that's where I'm playing that game because I'm not a police officer. I can't even say I've ever worked with an electrician woman before. So now I could only talk based on the consistency, which is males. No different when if I start exploring other ideals, why do women live longer than men? Because women have more to live for. They brought in children to the world more times than not. So there's a biological.
I think their disposition's different too, so that has something.
Yeah, that plays a role. Yeah, we can talk about physical, but then again, women have always worked in history. They've always.
But do you know that number is changing? Like it's getting lower. Like let me explain to you that. You can look this up. Women used to live. Let's say a study 20 years ago, women would live 5 years longer than a man. Now it's down to maybe 3 years or 2 years. And the reason why is because now women are in the workforce and they're getting stressed out. But stress will kill you quicker than anything, I believe. So now women are stressed out. And I think a woman actually has it harder than a man today in a family. The reason why? The man is expected to go to work, right? But the woman is expected to take care of the family, the kids. So now the woman today has to go to work and has to take care of the family, where the man will try to help her out, but he's not capable like a woman. Women know how to take care of children. There's no in between. So now the woman's doing 2 jobs and the man's really doing 1.
Well, I was leaning more towards when they get older. Like you probably have your own personal experience. You go to emergency place, or you go to old age homes and all that. You'll see more times than not. You'll see silver people, silver hair. It's usually women.
Yes.
Okay, so that
most women
okay.
bury their husbands.
Okay, yes. Okay, now whether or not we want to bring in hypotheticals or possibilities such as men work more, that's where I was going with it. Women have always shown in history they're the ones that do most of the work. Now a guy will turn around and say, I go to work 9 to 5 or 7 to 5. Okay, but meanwhile, more times than not, the woman is taking care of the kids, cleaning the house,
16
cooking.
hours a day.
Yeah, exactly. Now, if they were getting paid, most men after their 7-hour, 8-hour, 9-hour shift, they're still broke because the woman says, I'm still working. So that's just common. It's just
But now
design.
it's changed, what I'm trying to tell you. Now women actually have to go in the workplace and take care of the family.
Well, part and partial because we've permitted governments and corporations to play games with us.
Yes.
We have not permitted ourselves to demand for certain things should be staples, whether it's food and shelter. Those are staples. Some countries still do that, but unfortunately, that's what happens, and the elites know that, not because they're doing it. They pay professional people like us, not maybe me or you, professional people that are in the focus groups and all that, to say, listen, how much can we push before the people give us pushback? Fuck, you can push them till no end. And that's what happens. This is why when people vote, I'm like, you've never really addressed all the fucking topics that are important. No, they don't. This is why.
He addressed his, he said, boys sink to the bottom without fighting, and baby girls will struggle to survive or float. Well, I personally think that has something to do with muscle mass.
Could be.
Because muscle does not float. Like, so a woman has more fat than a man and about like less muscle mass, usually. So I think women have a better chance of floating than a man. Like, they're more buoyant than a man is.
And again, there's different cultures too, whether it's a dark-skinned human being or a light-skinned human being.
Yes.
That plays a role.
Another key factor.
You're European, like me, we have oilier skin, so that might play a factor. This is where I think you talked earlier. There's science
white
behind all of
people
that.
are more buoyant. They are.
I'm still looking for people that are white.
Darker skinned people, not just saying black, just darker skinned people,
That's
whether it be have more muscle mass. It's a proven fact.
Yep.
This isn't just science now.
When I used to play sports, a lot of my friends from the Caribbean islands, whatever, playing hoops or whatever, a lot of them would end up with bad knees. It's just we all have different makeups, whether it's from cultures or and yes, there's probably a distinct difference when it comes to genders, but even among ourselves, men are different among ourselves.
Yes,
to make it so clear to say, okay, we're superior than women. I said, what about that guy over there? He's 5'5". The other guy's 6'3". Why is a 5-foot guy can lift way more weights than the other guy? These are all different. I like to play with possibilities. Honestly,
well, I was more or less talking about average, like I said. I wasn't going into like 5'5" or 6 feet. The average.
Okay, the average from our own personal experience, or what the media tells us, because now that's a different game. Because the insurance,
that's a whole other game.
Yeah, and that could just be all made up until we actually say, okay, I have 10 buddies. Do I ask them, okay, what can you lift? What can you tolerate? A lot of men don't know what pain is, for example.
Do you know women consume though more than men? Like 60% of sales are from women. Yeah. So now, if you own a company, who do you want to be in the workforce? Men or women? If men are more like stingy with their money, and women spend it a lot easier, who would you want to be the head of the family with the money? If you own a corporation, think about that.
But well, I can. A lot of these big corporations are manned by men.
They study who spends more money, women or men, right? So if I could reverse the roles and make the woman the head of the family and the men the lesser income, right? I give the woman more money. I'm going to make more money because she's going to spend it.
Okay, well,
I mean, these are studies that they have.
Yeah, I value the concept, Mike, that privately, women should be ruling the family. Publicly, the public image should be a man. Think about Muslims. Usually women.
That's fine. I agree with that.
Yeah. Now, a lot of these cultures have changed now, so it's becoming a consuming culture. So now women aren't going to go around collecting coins and hockey cards, for example, but men will. So that tells a lot about them. So now women, if they truly value a dollar, it depends on how their upbringing is. That plays a major role. You know, if you see your parents going to work, but you don't know what they do to earn money, they're lost already.
Yeah.
And that's what a lot of kids are. And unless they're actually with their parents and they have those days to listen, son, come to the farm, come to my workplace, you'll see exactly what I do to earn a dollar. They're being taught. But most people
it
aren't.
even goes by what country you're born in too. I mean, like
Sure
there's so many factors, but when they do a study, let's say they do a study in America and they study 100 million people, let's say 50 million men, 50 million women, I'm sure they have the numbers of who spends more money or who does it. You know, the woman getting into the workforce, actually the main thing they wanted to break up, to me, the family unit. The family unit is the biggest danger to these globalists or whatever you want to call them, because the family unit doesn't exist as much as it used to anymore. You know,
In our time, it was a little bit different, Mike. But then again, divide and conquer has always happened, whether it's through religion, through state. That's divide and conquer. Culture is divide and conquer.
Well, they went into the family now to divide and conquer. They even went past what they were supposed. You know, they got greedy.
They went into comforts. They didn't go into the family. They raised the price of houses. The rest will do it. Hey, no problem. We raise the price of crack cocaine. You'll come to it. That's what they do.
Yeah, but they've enticed the women to get rid of their husbands. Like if you go to the poor neighborhoods, when you take the average package that they offer the woman on welfare with food and medical and rent and the things like in New York especially. So this woman can get $60,000 worth of benefits, whether it be food stamps, rent for shelter, you know, all kinds of medical benefits, this and that. And then they say, well, if your husband lives in the house, you're not going to get this. Now, the husband, he's not even capable of making close to that amount of money. So what does that do for the woman? She goes, well, I'll get rid of him. I don't need him. I'm doing better without him. They've made it that way in the poor neighborhoods. Okay, because in the poor neighborhoods, the man is not an earner like, let's say, in a middle-class neighborhood. You understand? So a middle-class neighborhood, the man can make $60,000. But in the poorer neighborhoods, they've done this. They've actually made women get rid of their husbands for economics.
Well, if people understand that the New World Order, whatever you want to call it, they're trying to get rid of that, because in those other countries, there's always been rich or poor. They're talking about families now. They're not talking about a man or a woman. If women were actually making more money than men, you probably would have had a depopulation a long time ago, because most women wouldn't want to be with a fucking man. They would turn around and say, why would I want to be with a man? Because why? I'm doing most of the work and I'm also getting paid more money. So this is what happens. Men have only leverage because the economy is slanted towards them. Yeah, and that's designed, by the way.
It's changing now, though. It's changing.
Again, it is changing because they're depopulating. But the thing is, all of them are still designed. Yeah, it's all an agenda. Forget about facts and theories.
Design.
It's all by design. Now, whether or not it's the elite people, they're the ones that probably finance it. Sure, they do. You know, we're going to send out thousands of different people that are going to do focus groups and give us something that's going to give us a good flavor. You know, and that's what happens. And most of us, we're not participating in all of that. We're participating only from the point of view we use those stuff. We're not actually participating in making it. So that's why when people complain about what type of car they're getting, what type of fuel it's going up in price, I say, are you participating in bringing that resources? No, then shut the fuck up. Beggars can't be choosers at that point. And that's what most of us do. It's like when even people in America were bitching and complaining about the police officer. I said, what the fuck are you guys talking about? You wouldn't need police officers. Everybody knew how to take care of them fucking self. They're there to enforce a law that most people have never raised their kids to understand what decency is all about. So don't blame the police officer for that fucking problem. Wouldn't have firemen if all of a sudden insurance weren't involved. You know,
look, there's some bad apple cops. Okay, there's always going to be. But in general, I used to tell people all the time, when the shit hits the fan and you're in trouble, who are you going to call? Who's going to come save your ass?
It depends what shit it is. If we're talking about the economy collapse, police officers aren't going to be fucking.
Oh, I'm not talking about drastic. I'm talking about like, you know, you're somebody just robbed your house or somebody's in your house. You come home and you see somebody in your house. Who are you calling?
You're not
You're
going
not
to
going in that house. You're calling the cops.
Yeah, you're not going to be calling the paramedics or the fucking firemen.
Right.
It's just burning down. You're calling the police. But I get it. Most people think the police are bad, and I'm like, okay, so what? All criminals are good?
There are some bad. There's no doubt, but you know, the majority of police officers are good. They
They're doing
mean
their
to
job.
do good, even if they make a mistake, because cops make mistakes too.
Sure, they do. And
The
hopefully
only
there's nothing.
problem with the police, though, they're trained wrong now. They're trained to treat the civilian. They want basically the police departments to be soldiers, right? The cops. They don't want them to think anymore. So they're trained to treat the civilians like their enemy.
Yeah.
Even in a car stop, they're coming to the car with their gun out already. Okay, I never had my gun out on a car stop unless I seen something in that car that was really suspicious. Like he had almost have a gun in his hand, and I seen it. For me to pull my gun out, I would come in to the car stop with my hand on my gun. So if I had to pull it out, I would pull it out. But I never had it out because I never wanted to put the driver in that type of fear. Like, if I get pulled over in today's society, I'm scared I'm going to get fucking shot by the cop by accident. He may think I had something in my hand. So you know what I do? As soon as I get pulled over, I'll stick both my hands out the window. Because you got to let that cop know you don't got a weapon. Well, he may shoot you because they're trained.
Again, it's one of those things, Mike, where whether it was police officer, even priest, you know, back in the days, the priests were philosophers and they would probably stay in the community. So if you were a police officer trained, you'd probably be inside of your own community. So they would have known you growing up. Well, unfortunately, today, when you become a police officer in a lot of countries, they move you to a different place.
Oh, so where you work? Yeah, I wasn't in my community. I thought you meant like I was with the people though. Like I walked around.
I know. But if you grew up in that community and you were one of the kids,
you know everybody.
You've been a police officer, a fireman. You own one of the restaurants there.
Yeah.
Again, this goes to the divide part. So now you have a foreign police officer just doing his job, been assigned to a different community, and now all of a sudden, I don't know this person. That's just typical of human behavior. And of course, that's shitty fucking behavior in human beings.
People call it racism, though. Like I told people, why don't you have the black cops work in the black neighborhoods? They know their people better than I do. And have the white cops in the white, if you can do it that way. If you put 10 white cops in a black neighborhood and 10 black cops in a white neighborhood, what does that accomplish?
Again, Mike, that's the agenda. That's had nothing to do with them. These are things even beyond
they want to say it's
detectives.
Racist. It's not racist. It's common sense.
Okay, again, that's lower level.
That neighborhood. Now, I lived in a mixed neighborhood, right? Black, white, Spanish. So if I was a cop in my neighborhood, I understand my people better than some guy that lived in Long Island in a ritzy neighborhood.
Yes, but again, Mike, that's design. It's like talking to a principal of a school. They're just pushing the agenda, not because they created it. So now a police officer, you would hope that from top to bottom, even the people that are orchestrating all this, that are not even here, most of the policies in America and Canada aren't coming from America and Canada. This is United Nations shit. So now you would hope that the people would say, okay, we'll do the back checking. What do you mean? I don't care what agenda you assigned us. We're going to make sure that we're going to confirm whether or not this serves the community or not. But most of us are either indifference or fucking ignorant or fucking bitching and complaining. They're reacting based on what their media is telling us to do. That's just the game that's being played.
They're playing a bigger game too. They're busting in cops from different areas. Like, you remember when the horses ran over the people in Canada? They were trampling.
I thought that was a common thing here, but go ahead. Which one? What time?
Well, I don't know if it's common. There was like the truckers revolt, and then they had cops there with horses.
Yep, all orchestrated, by the way.
I think those cops were not the local police. They bust them in from somewhere else.
And you think all those truckers were
like
the
a
local
hit squad
truckers?
of police?
Mike, again, this is all an agenda. Most of those truckers, not all of them, but most of them, they were assigned, and they even deviated them from away from the major highways to go to another one. Why? Because where were all the major fucking truckers for all the big corporations? They weren't even there.
That's true.
That was designed because they're trying to squash the independents. The ones that once you get big enough and you have 4 or 5 or 6 or 10 trucks, then a big corporation will buy off you. Now, these truckers, I get where they're coming from, but they were being very selfish. I said, who built your Peterbilt trucks? Big corporations. So why the fuck are you here? You're a dying industry. You're trying to bitch and complain to the masses that don't give a flying fuck about you. Same with the farmers in all these parts of the world. Where'd you get your red, green, or green truck, or whatever those Red Deer and all that kind of stuff? People forget, the government, these are big corporations. They say you can use farmers' fuel. Sure you do. This is all designed. They're trying to kill the small industries because this is their agenda. But most people don't realize.
Yeah, but the little guys got to fight back. That's how they're fighting back.
No, it's the masses that have to fight back.
The masses aren't going to go defend the farmers. Ain't that a shame?
Mike, most of us are going to go to Costco. We're going to go to Sam's. We're going to go to Costco. We're going to go to Zellers.
We don't give a fuck who's making it, right?
Bingo. So this is where, when people talk about the few, they're fucking idiots. The problem is us, the masses.
You know what? 100%. That's. I mean, I didn't get to that point, but yeah. I mean, think about it.
We're the problem. We're the
problem. Poor farmers, these little guys, are going to fight for their life, but nobody's behind them, sticking up for them. Everybody's like, yeah, fuck it. The farmers are there. Who cares? I don't care.
They've been withering away for a long time.
The masses are not. They're not revolting together. They're not organizing together.
Most of them aren't even aware.
Years ago, 100 years ago, the masses kind of, not a lot, but if it was 10% that got together and revolted, that's what scared them. See, now we couldn't even get 1% of the masses together to revolt.
Unfortunately, Mike, human behavior never changes. If this technology was around then, it would be the same fucking thing. Listen, let's not give our forefathers thinking they would be different. No, you guys would be no different. It's like when somebody telling me, Dominic, we were better with money. Fuck off, you old fucking piece of shit. What are you talking about? If you had credit card, PayPal accounts, you'd be no different than us.
But the thing is, they were brought up differently in school, so they had a different mentality. But if they were brought up the way we were brought up, yeah, you're a project. I mean,
okay,
you're a project of your environment. Like if my grandfather was brought up the way I was brought up, he'd be the same as me. And if my son was brought up the way I was, he would have my attitude. But the problem is, you can't expect these younger kids to be us because they've been brainwashed in school differently.
Okay, so now here's an example.
I mean,
we do this
taught to pledge the flag. They're not.
Okay, well, again,
we were taught to love our country.
Burn the fucking
kids
thing.
Today aren't. The kids are taught America. I understand, but kids are taught today America is bad. It's not America. It's the government. The American people are good people. Canadian people in general are good people. We all want peace. Right. We don't want wars.
No, that's like,
how many people on this planet you think really want a war?
No. Peace can come as many ways. You can be quiet, or a bullet in the back of the fucking head will give you the same result. Most people are full of shit when they say they want peace. Most people are fucking indifferent and selfish.
There's only one way to get peace, through force.
Sure.
There's no other way to get it.
Now, whether or not you're the good guy or the bad guy, the few, it'd still be the same way, because the masses will kick and scream. So now we do a thing. Our forefathers came here. Doesn't matter if they're Irish, Italian, or whatever. We start labeling people. I don't, but the media does it. We'll call them refugees. No, those are families like how we were. They probably have the family origin still together. But most of us here, we've been divided already. So now we're punishing other people by saying, well, we don't want these refugees. Well,
wait a minute. You're talking about immigration?
Yes.
Yeah, but they're not going through. They're not being invented like my grandfather was vented. Yes. I have no problem in letting people in this country. I welcome it. Let them come. But I want to know who they are before they come in here. And I want to know who's leaving.
You're in America. I'm in Canada. Are you going to do the research and find out most of the stuff in America that have been held up for the last fucking 15 years have been owned and ruled by fucking foreigners? Call them refugees, call them whatever the fuck you want. We're talking about low-end refugees, opposed to these are rich fucking people. When China people wanted gold. We don't have any gold. So they can start giving us all your fucking property in America. See, this is the whole ideal. People think these refugees are coming here. No, because the people that own all this shit are already foreigners. America's been sold a long time ago. Same with Canada.
But half the people coming in now, we don't know who they are. Half of them are people that just want a better life. But the other half, they're saying that they're claiming that 50% of that 50. So forget about 50% of families, but the other 50 are more or less military age men. And they're here for a reason. They're not here to just say hello. They're coming here with brand new clothes. They look like they don't even want to be here, but they're coming here for a reason. But here's the key. When my grandfather came here, he went to Ellis Island. He was an iron worker. He brought something to the table. They let him in. Look, I don't want them to let people in this country that bring nothing to the table. This isn't about, I got to feed your family with my taxes.
Mike, they do. This is the people want some.
No, but they do this. But see, that's not the right, proper way to have immigration. The proper way is to vent them. Okay,
but are you participating in the rules that are being made prior to all this coming to you? You're probably not. So look, you don't know how the game is being played.
But the rules were set that were pretty fair. At one point, it was fair. They let, even when Trump was in, he let a certain amount of people in, and that was it.
Countries do deals with each other in exchange for their citizens. In Canada, we have
borders.
Okay, Mike, those are illusions.
Without a border, you got no country.
Okay. If there was a border, there shouldn't be a single fucking military man from America stepping beyond that fucking border. That's the problem, that most people throughout the world are fucking don't like America because they're contradicting themselves. I'm not saying you, Mike. They're contradicting themselves. You can't defend your fucking country when you're in somebody else's country.
Well, here's the deal, and you can look at one of my shows. Here's my thing: every single base in the world that has American soldiers should be all pulled out. Every single one of them. And
Clinton did that. Clinton did that.
Should be on American soil.
Yeah, but Clinton did that. And you know how quickly the Bush family corrected all that? They took 300,000 soldiers, got pulled out of all these countries. A lot of people make money from selling toilet paper, soap, and all. These are trillions of dollars.
Cheney made money selling them supplies, not bombs.
And then if they start people doing research, if they really like doing research and find out what is the fiat currency, the Federal Reserve finance, they finance all the fucking military in the world. All of them.
Both sides. They finance
both sides. Not Canada, the British, Iraq, they fuel them all. They even give you the numbers that they fuel. So if they think for some reason, they give us the illusion that we're divided. They're together. Same with all their astronauts, all their things. That's together. When they shut down during the pandemic just means in Greek, all people, the nobles, they showed what they own: the Vatican, Mecca, all the fucking sports academy, all the Rothschild hospitals. But if people think for some reason that there's fucking borders, they're asleep.
Look, two wrongs don't make a right. So what I'm trying to say is, without borders, and you say there are no borders, there's always been borders. That don't mean that you couldn't get over the border. But without borders, you don't have a country. And that's what they want. They want countries they want a globalist world with they basically want you'll be able to go to whatever country you want, whenever you want, wherever you want. And that's the way it is.
Mike, me and you are citizens, okay? Whether I like the word or not, I have a citizenship, okay? I have to have a passport, okay? That's your border right there. But these other people internationally, they do not have citizenships. That's the difference. Now, in Canada here, there's a bunch of Asians that are here. Most of them do not have a citizenship. This is why when they were talking about putting 3 to 4 Asian police systems here in Canada, people say, oh, you can't have that. I said, you don't even know where the fucking CIA is. You don't even know where all the British Army is. This is the credit system throughout the world. Now, this because in the last 20 years, a lot of foreigners have gone to China and India to teach them how to speak English. They never did that with Europe unless you were from the upper class. Here they had to learn the language. So when they already came here, they already knew how to speak the fucking language. These are two countries. Their population would have said, listen, we don't need any of these fucking Germans. We don't need any of these Italians. We don't need any of these Portuguese. Why? Because we got 2 nations alone that could fucking flood that. That's an agenda.
They all have, listen, they have an agenda. Yes. Like you said. Most people from other countries do not like America, right?
Only because they've been fed that information.
All right, but they've been brainwashed that way. America bad. Okay, so now you make the military in the United States very unattractive for men to join from the U.S. You put all this transgender stuff, LGBT in the military. Now, the average kid that's born in the middle of the country, who's mostly the soldiers, okay, all these kids that you call rednecks, a lot of them were the soldiers. They don't want to join no more. Now, and you can look this up, I'll show you a video. They are offering all these people coming in, don't know who they are, they hate America. They're offering them citizenship if they give a 5-year guaranteed in the military. So now here's what happens. Now you got 1 million immigrants in the military that came in, hated America, and now they try to take control of America and they turn the military on us. Guess what those million people that hate Americans are going to do? They're going to listen. They're going to obey. Martial law, no problem. If you did that with 1 million kids from American-born families, they wouldn't turn on their country.
No, they wouldn't.
But these people will turn on us.
Mike,
Just like they'll send the UN in here with the blue hats.
most of the
Is this
people,
an agenda?
okay,
That's
most
what I
of the-
want to know.
most of the kids or young adults that go into the American military. This goes back to Obama trying to do the medical system like in Canada. Full of fucking shit, because you would have to pass 40 different thousand laws just to implement it. But why would you change medical for citizenships in America when they offer it to the below middle class in the military? What most people join the military in America is because they get fucking paid. That's it. If anybody,
but if they come here and they hate us, do you want that guy a soldier in your
that
country?
guy will do it for the same reason why most Americans do it, for fucking a piece of paper.
Yeah, but if they're brought up to hate America,
Yeah.
and now the government sicks the military on the citizens, like me and you,
Yeah.
you know, they're going to obey them.
Yeah. But Mike, that's just
An
the way it is.
American-born kid, no, an American-born kid will not go against his own family in his own country. These people,
but wait a second.
their families are not even here.
But he's trained
They're in
to
China.
Go, okay, but bingo. Think about the psychology of that. They're American, but they're trained to hate Iraq and Iran. That's easily taught. It doesn't matter where you're at.
It goes the same way, but at least when we're invading, we're actually invading with our own military.
The Russian and the Russian and China military have always
They're
been strong.
destroying us within, though.
Yes.
You understand the plan?
Well, that's the Roman
Destroy
Empire.
America within.
That's you're talking about the Roman Empire ploy. That's exactly what they've always done. This is
Yeah,
how
and
they
they're
do it.
doing it here right now.
Yeah. But the thing is, it's like when people are saying, "Oh, I'm going to," because I love drones. Send a whole bunch of drones to Ukrainian. People don't got a fucking clue. All those drones are actually technology from Russia and China.
Yeah,
So
absolutely.
now, here's all these people thinking we're going to fight with these fighter jets. No, if you're fighting fucking drones, you're good luck with that shit. See, the thing is, when they talk about America's military, a long time ago, this is history now, when Russia was winning the war when it comes to military. They had 4 tanks for every America's 1 tank. They played a game on Russia. They knew the CIA and KGB were going to play this. Okay, we're going to have spies, whatever. We have this laser technology. Russia spent a shitload of money for a technology that didn't exist. And Russia's never forgiven them for that. Now, the sleeping giant, which is China now, that's already aligned with Russia. But it's not China. It's the corporations that are with there. They've just left America.
Yes, the corporations left America, hands down.
That's right. And America right now, there's probably, and I'm glad I'm able to share with you, Mike, it's collapsing. America collapsed in 2005. Whether Americans understand
the dollar, they put a Band-Aid on it, but the dollar was worthless in 2005.
Yeah, exactly. So now, hey, let's give all our rich people a whole shitload of money, spend it quickly on things that are more tangible. And at the same time, when we blow up the fucking the World Bank, that's telling all their people it started.
The rich people right now are buying hard assets because they know the dollar's going to be worthless.
That's right. And then, hey,
you buy a piece of real estate, right?
Mm-hmm.
And the dollar collapses, whatever down the road becomes the currency, the land is still going to be worth a lot compared to the dollar.
I'm with you, Mike. Yep. Here,
if you have money right now, you should buy hard assets. It could be anything.
And make sure you protect it too.
Yeah, I mean, you could go out and buy a couple of trucks. That's a hard asset because when the shit hits the fan, the truck is still going to be worth a certain amount of money, whatever money they use.
You'll still need fuel then, unfortunately, Mike. At that
Yeah,
point.
well, of course. I mean, but
See,
we're always going to have fuel. That's
probably skills would be important. So now, when they were getting a lot of people to play with Bitcoin, they never once told the fucking people what tax system are we going to use on that. They were just trying to get people to get away from their currency.
they own Bitcoin.
Sure they do. Sure they do.
Guess
And then
what? You got $1 trillion in Bitcoin, and one day they wake up and
gone.
it goes to zero. Guess who loses?
Us.
Everybody that got money in Bitcoin.
Or it's like stock markets. Once the stock market starts to crumble a little bit, people, if they really want to understand stocks, you have 1 million stocks in something. All of a sudden, it starts crashing. It's been orchestrated. Good luck trying to get a stockbroker to try to sell it.
Right. People don't understand that part.
And then what happens?
You can't sell Bitcoin at one point.
No, and they'll wait till it gets to about 20 or maybe 15% below its, like, to the dollar. Then the big boys will say, I'll buy it. This is no different when people play with sports cards, coins. It's all the same fucking game. It'd be different if it was tangible, like, hey, I see that cow there. I see that chicken there. Well, what the fuck is value? This is a fucking
It's a hard
card.
asset. Oh, cow.
Well, it's a valuable asset.
Yeah.
You can eat it. You can milk it. You can't fucking milk a fucking Mercedes.
Land to me is the best hard asset you can buy up to a point. I mean,
Well,
if you
we're
can buy,
land-
with
I'm with you.
taxes,
Yeah, we're land dwelling creatures. Everything. I don't care if you have a boat. It has to be made on a fucking on land. So
there's only so much of it too.
And those
That's
wars
water.
those wars have been fought a long time ago, Mike.
Yeah.
At this point, when people think for some reason, oh yeah, I can still buy land. Who the fuck told you that? I said you're paying insurance, property tax on something
you don't own.
You've been renting your whole fucking life. They say,
Yeah.
oh no, I'm not renting. I said, yes, you are. Even here, like, I'm a licensed electrician. Okay, so
The landlord don't even own it.
no, they're just landlords. Yeah.
They're just landlords. They're the lord of the land, but they don't own it. They're just the
No.
middleman kind of.
That's right. You might be a duke or a baron. So when I pay for my renewal of my electrical license, it goes to a corporation. If I get a speeding ticket, it goes to a corporation. People don't realize when it says corporation, the government just collects it. It doesn't go back to the citizens. What we get is when a prime minister or president says, because they're reading from a script, we're passing a budget. They're giving us an allowance.
Yeah, absolutely.
That's why we keep getting
an allowance.
That's it. And people say, yeah, but Trudeau or whatever, what's his name? Let's say fucking Trump boy. He's not the one that's fucking doing that budget. He's not giving his money.
I mean,
Go ahead.
I mean, you got to look at common sense. The American economy, beside the last 4 or 5 years, China's passed us, and they're making believe America's still number one. We're not. So the American GDP for 40, 50 years has been number one. Why is our infrastructure so shitty? Because they're not spending the money on America.
Mm-hmm.
And that's the saddest part is our infrastructure, our electrical grid is from 1960.
Mm-hmm.
So, yeah. And, I think the one problem is most people didn't know all this. Now the information on the internet is starting to wake a lot of people up, though, you got to say. I mean, not everybody you'll believe, but there are people saying, maybe you're right.
Mike, if all of a sudden a whole bunch of people started hearing somebody speaking French, they're going to know about it, but they're not going to understand what the person's saying. So I'll give you an example. If all of a sudden a whole bunch of people start dying in America, GDP goes up.
Let's see where we were. Go ahead.
No, I was just going to say, if all of a sudden a whole bunch of people start dying in America, GDP goes up because you got to pay for death, funerals, and all that. That's all attached to GDP. A fucking world crisis would make the GDP go up. So people don't realize it's not something where it's positive, or in this case, useful for the most of us that do survive. No.
Well, communism doesn't work either, though. I heard one day, I think you were talking about communism, whatever. Yeah. Communism, the GDP in any country that's communist, it goes up it don't go up, period, almost. But capitalist countries, the GDP always goes up 2-3%. So definitely capitalism is better than communism.
Okay, so
communism is not run correctly.
Okay. When people have done studies on all the isms, only one could ever work. But it can't work either because of human factor. So now capitalism could only be truly gauged on capitalism, on communism, if the communism would say, okay, we're going to print money, we're going to force everybody else to use our currency, and we're going to have the strongest military. Then and only then you can make that comparison.
I got you.
Until then, we're talking about a system. Capitalism only survives off all the other isms. Now, when Russia and China, when Russia and China were set up for their infrastructure, they couldn't completely do it because they had to arm themselves military, because they had to fend off Japan and Germany. And both of those nations are with America right now. So this is where people, when they talk about communism, they don't got a fucking clue what they're talking about. Most of the elites, they love communism. They like their citizens to be communism.
They say the best mix is like you have capitalism and like 50% of your country's kind of communist and 50% is like capitalist.
Okay,
China's almost fitting that mold right now.
Okay, so Mike,
a lot of people own their own business in China.
Okay, well, now you're talking about entrepreneurship now.
Yeah, but that's capitalism when you own your own little business.
This is what capitalism is. Me and you, Mike, we can print whatever money we want, and we'll have military, and we'll force everybody else to play with our currency. That's how we capitalize on them. That's what capitalist is. Now, what people talking about, they're talking about free enterprise. They're talking about actually bartering, whatever. If it really came down to America, I'm going to give you a hypothetical here. United Nations, for whatever reason, said, let's shut down everybody's world borders. America would die within fucking 6 months to a year. Most of their resources is coming from outside of their country. That's how it works. So now,
most of our food. How about our medical supplies? Where's it all coming from?
China. This is why when we have phrases such as "their naivety is our bliss," that's how they say it. Most people think, "Oh, my naivety is my bliss." No, that's a fucking moron talking. Their naivety. So in this particular case, capitalism will never work because they got to print the shit.
But America didn't need to get to the point where they make China now has such an advantage over us. After World War II, we were the #1 country making stuff. When I was a little kid, I remember going to the store and looking if it was made in China, because a lot more stuff was made in the USA, and I would only buy stuff made in the USA for the fact is usually it was made better. Then China just took over. I mean, it just got worse and worse. It got to the point where they didn't make anything in America anymore. That's the problem.
China came out in the auto industry with just-in-time like truckers. They only created when they needed it. Companies like GM, they were the biggest. I think after them in the 80s was Mitsubishi. Like GM was like way bigger, and only a third of their industry was auto industry. So GM was big. So now what ends up happening is, these countries, your president, not your president, but the president of the United States, he read from a script. He was telling his people, false flag. He was telling people who's ruling America. It's not America. America's never ruled their fucking country. It's ruled by a foreign nation. Think about who's the best cars in the world. Germany. The German won the war.
Yes.
Not the Nazis. Call them whatever you want. Think about the Zionists. They're Nazis. So this is the whole game, and then they give us, they separated all the scientists to go to Russia, and they went to America because they conquered them.
Well, there's a whole big story about that. I'll go into another time with you.
Yeah.
I know you may not believe it, but
I'll hear you.
There was a breakaway civilization that went to Antarctica.
Yeah. No,
they say there's. Do you think Germany only had like 100 scientists? They had thousands.
They probably had thousands. Probably all working together with the
they
American.
left, but they nowhere to be found. Only like 100. Maybe 50 went to America. 25 went to Russia, and like another 25 went into Europe somewhere. Maybe 100 scientists. Well, where's the other 2,000-3,000? Where'd they go? Just like submarines. I know this sounds crazy. They have a problem. 1,000 submarines disappeared. They don't know where they are or where they went. But they track all of these submarines, all going to Antarctica. And this ain't like, you can look into this stuff. These are facts. But they kept everything quiet because I think they made a deal. I don't think America was ready for World War III right after World War II. Because what do Americans hate most of anything? Their boys dying, right? Their kids dying in war. That is the one thing Americans don't have a backbone for. You know, they're not bred that way. Russians are bred a little different. Russian people are more ready for war than we are.
The thing is, too, Mike, we might not be able to prove what you're just sharing there, but we can prove because that information is all logged. Zionists, Zoroastrians, the Windsor family. If people read the story of the book called The Garden of Eden, they talk about Saint Germain and how they use the Germans used the British army to fight their wars.
And what makes us think Antarctica is cold, the whole Antarctica? It's 1.5 times the size of the U.S. It's almost the size of Canada and the U.S. combined. Canada with the U.S. is a little bigger, because Canada is like the size of the U.S., if not a little bigger. But what makes you think 2,000 miles inland of Antarctica, it ain't warm? Maybe that's where they live. But we don't have any satellite photos of that, you know, Google images. So who knows really what's 2,000 miles inland? Because Antarctica is 1.5 times the size of America. Think about how big that is.
This is where the dumb down comes down, because there is children and adults, whether females or males, that still can intuitively understand information. Again, this is not always about somebody said, but I read a book. I said, there's people that don't spend time worrying about reading fucking books. They just intuitively know. There's certain things, pretty sure, Mike, you've experienced where you just know. Not because you read a book, you heard it, you just know. And some people say, but can you prove it? I said, you want me to write this fucking shit down? That's dumbed down version. This is where most facts are based on. You know, now, if I've experienced it, whether I write it after or I talk about it, I experienced it. That's my version of fact. Somebody else now repeat what I say. That's a parroting version of facts. So for us, it would be like, my first question is, so who are the people that own these satellites? Have I ever seen one? No. So I'm seeing a picture now.
Right.
Who's to say that's true? I don't know. So I can only use possibilities now. But then you get these occasional fucking university.
Well, there's a blackout too on a certain part of Antarctica too, on the south. Blackout.
Again, yeah, that's the story that we hear. No different when they blacked out when they killed Kennedy.
Why? Right. Why?
Yeah, we can ask that question. But if we do ask that question, why? Then you can go into a state of silence. And then you go inwards. I said, humans aren't going to tell you that shit. Go inwards. Because if they're truly already known that they're lying, why would they tell you otherwise?
Correct.
You know, this is where people think, oh, if I put enough pressure on you. No, most of these, even military guys have been taught. Prisoner of war. You're valuable. You're a pilot. Yeah, you fucking beanbag kids. We don't give a shit about you. But if you get caught, don't say a fucking word. Why? Because we made a pact with the United Nations. We exchange you for one of theirs. Because you're valuable to us. It's like the guy that's bouncing a basketball. You know, Shaquille O'Neal. Shaquille could be anybody. Where he's bouncing a basketball. Yeah, he's a millionaire. But who's he bouncing it fucking for? Right. That's the game people forget, you know. And of course, somebody gives me enough zeros with it in front and one of it. Who knows, Mike? What am I selling? Right. If people are honest with themselves, now people, you get the occasional person just because of their pride. Oh, I will never sell out. I said, I'll add another zero. You tell me when you're ready. And at the end of the zero, I'm going to put a knife to one of your kids. You tell me when you're ready.
Yeah. Well, that's what I think the major thing is. I think more. Not only the money, but if the money don't work, then it's the knife to the throat. You know, I think that's how they get a lot of them.
Yeah, they won't do that to you. They say, no, what do you attach to?
No, your kid. What do you love the most?
Yeah, what do you love? Your dog, your cat? No
That's what the cartel does. Whatever you love the most, they kill.
Yeah, I want nothing to do with that, Mike. At that point, I say, listen, guys, if I made a mistake by being here, I don't mind talking for the sake of talking, but no, I'm not. If I was I'm the kind of guy, I enjoy talking with people. If I met a bunch of bikers, I would respect their rules and regulation. If they turn around and say, listen, we know you well enough. Yeah, you could talk like a sailor. Okay, thank you. I'm in the club now. You know, I get to talk that way. But you get some people, you know, even on these channels, I'm like, would you really say that to a bunch of truckers? Like, you know, talking foul and all that? There's a good chance they're going to take you in the back and piss on you. And it's not for urine therapy. It's just going to piss on you.
Yeah. But, you know, the best is some of these people in the, you know, in the alternative media, like Alex Jones. He'll sit there and tell you the CIA tried to kill him 5 or 6 times. Sure, I'm like, no, they didn't. The CIA wants you dead. You're dead.
You're dead. You're dead. So that boots.
You're taking a dirt nap. So stop bullshitting. But people buy into him because he has millions of followers.
Because a lot of people, They want to have somebody to hate.
Yeah, well, he gives you the who to hate and the doomsday news.
Yeah, you
So,
know, David Icke and him together, bed buddies.
yeah, well, I don't know about David Icke. He's really David Icke to me is different than Jones. Jones is just like doomsday, and here's a lot of the shit he's telling you is the truth, but it's what they want him to do. They want him to tell you what the fuck's going on. They want you all. They want chaos because chaos is how they're going to take over. They want.
Well, then people become numb. Then people start saying, "Oh yeah, I knew about that months ago." I said, "So you didn't do nothing about it? Like you didn't share with other people?" Well, no, I don't do that. I said, "Well,
watch Alex Jones for a half hour. You'll get numb.
Oh, I know Alex Jones and the boys. I get it, but hey, at the same
They
time,
make you numb. See, like David Icke is a whack. Like he's into more, but he's spot on with one thing. I believe what he believes in one thing, though. A demonic cult is running the world.
could be. I'm with you.
You know, I believe that Germany, they were the demonic cult. They were dark, man. You ever see some of the videos of Hitler rallies? That shit was dark, like real dark side to it. It was equivalent to. Do you remember the one time Biden came on TV and he had 2 Marines in the background, which I don't even think were real, and there was like a red and black background, and it looked fucking demonic. Like it just looked. Do you remember that?
No, I don't remember, but the way you describe it seems funny.
Oh, well, you got to watch it. Biden did it like an address to the nation, right? And there were 2 Marines in the background wearing white gloves, right? And they were just standing there. And there was like a red and black background, and it was glowing. And Mo, this shit looked like he was almost in hell. And he was giving a speech, an address to the nation. And I was like, whoa, this shit is fucking demonic. And I think they were holograms anyway, like the Marines. I don't know.
Those could have been real. A lot of times, I don't know about that particular one, but those could be signs. When they're talking to the media, they're giving signs. It's like when you go into a court system, like in America, and there's gold leaves around the flag, you know you're in martial law. So whatever that judge or captain of the ship decides to, because these are their rules, these are their games. It's like legalese. People have to understand. I get when somebody says, birth certificate. I said that's only if you think you're the body. If you think you're the body, they can play whatever game they want with you at that point. And you get the occasional person, but that's wrong. I'm thinking, okay, so you're going to tell a bunch of bikers it's wrong to steal? Good luck with that. You tell me when you have cement fucking boots.
Yeah. Well, some people just they ain't practical. They ain't real. They just, I don't know what you call it, but they're in another planet somewhere. They're in the Matrix somewhere. I don't know where, but
they're not reading the room at that point, Mike. At those points, they are the ones that they're NPC. I said the sooner you get rebooted, the better. Why? Because you're just noise at this point. You get these people that they want to fight a system. I said you should at least try to understand how the system works first.
Before you can fight it. Know your enemy before you start going.
Yeah, and then you might find out most of your enemies on your side.
Well, you're right sometimes. We may think all the time they're bad, but maybe some of the times they're actually doing good. We just don't know what the good and the bad is.
If I have somebody on my side and they're totally ignorant, and the other side, they're truly aware of what they're doing, they're not my enemy. The guy that's ignorant is my enemy at that point.
Yeah, because he has no clue about anything.
Yeah, he doesn't know a clue about it, but yet he still wants to fight. I'm like, what are you fighting? Here's a paper bag. Put it over your fucking head. I'll put you near a cliff. You go figure out if you can fly then. But
the sheep are the enemy, though. The sheep in this planet are the enemy.
Easy. Let's not insult sheep. The humans, the enemy. Let's not insult the poor sheep. They're cute.
Well, the humans that act like sheep. Yeah, sheep actually have more guts than most of the humans.
Sure, they do, and they're useful. A lot of us humans, and I include myself in all that, Mike, because I have those moments. I have those brain farts. Now, somebody might turn around and say, "Well, Dominic, but you don't do nothing." I said, "I'm sharing awareness. I'm not ready. If anything else, most of this shit that we're talking about should really be done privately, underground." We're openly.
But I do have a renegade mind for some. I have a renegade mind.
I like that about you, Mike. Thanks, by the way. I enjoy that about you. Now if they're going to do something, Mike, fuck, they can do it whenever they want, whoever they may be. You know what I mean? I love when people say, "Well, who are they?" Oh, fuck. I can give you names, but those are stories that I've been told. I just know that something's running the system. I'm not going to delusion myself by thinking it just happens randomly.
That's right. It's all by design, no matter what we want to think. Yeah. Even if you believe there's an almighty God, which I do, It's a design. Whatever is going on right now, this is his design. He wants this to happen. He's letting it happen for a reason. Whether it be a great awakening or be it's a test, and he's cherry picking who he wants and who he don't. But there is a reason for it. You understand?
Yeah. You get the occasional person that will say, well, why doesn't God or Source do something? I said, oh, okay. So should he come down or come here to make himself aware, or she will become aware because of the way the animals are getting treated, the way the plant life is being treated? Like, why does it always have to be about fucking us poor little fucking humans? Maybe we should.
Think about this.
Go ahead.
If you're the Almighty God and you want to test your people, you want to test them, right? You want to see who's good, who's not. Don't you have to invent the devil? You have to have it. Now, who does the devil work for?
Probably God.
Maybe the devil works for the Almighty God.
He's an adversary.
And he tells him, go infiltrate them.
Yep.
Do as you want, up to a point. He must have gave him rules. And he said, go do it. I want to see who is with me and who ain't with me. Lucifer could actually be working for the Almighty, playing the bad guy.
Yeah, you're talking about the story the story of Job at that point.
Yeah. Why not?
Yeah. Or here's one. You have two kids. One decided to do one behavior, another one. You're going to love them both.
Right.
And, say, listen, I have two dogs. One will lick you. The other one will tear you apart. And it's only based on your energy. And a person.
You're right.
Well, I'm making assumptions. I try not to.
I don't mean they're 100%. It's a fact, but I think you're right. I think it makes sense.
Here's one, Mike. I've always found this funny with people, and in the media they actually do it too, or in the movies. When somebody's an atheist and they say the word God and the word damn, I look at Christians and I say to them, if you value a God, that shouldn't come out of your mouth. If you're an atheist, those words shouldn't come out of your mouth. Unfortunately, most people say shit unaware. So now in movies, they actually write those scripts purposely in those things. So
here's
now,
the problem I have with atheists, though. Good, finish.
I was going to say, is there a good chance maybe certain types of fallen angels know that there's a God and they just don't like them? That could be. I'm going as a possibility. And yeah, go ahead with the atheist. I think they're a funny bunch, but please go on.
I had a friend that was an atheist, right? So here's my problem with being an atheist. So you're in this meat suit or whatever you want to call it. You're going to pass one day, right, expire, and supposedly your energy is going to go to, let's say, a heavenly realm, right? And you're going to be judged. So if you believe that there is no God, right? You believe strongly there is no God. So you're going to die, and there's nothing after this because you don't believe in there's a God. There's a superior being, right? But if you believe in a God and you try to do what he wants you to do as best you can, when you're going to be judged, there's a good chance your energy may still keep going and you may live, So I asked the atheist, if that's the scenario, am I correct? You don't believe in him, but after you die, where do you go? Nowhere? Correct. That's what they believe. They believe when you die, that's it. It's over. So what do you got to lose to believe in there's a God? You got nothing to lose, everything to gain. Because if you don't believe in him, you're dead, no matter what. And if he don't exist, then he don't exist. Let's say you're wrong. Let's say I'm wrong. I believe in the Almighty God. There is none. Well, when I die, I'm in the same boat as the atheist. We both don't exist. But being that I do believe in the Creator, and you don't, when I die, I got a shot. You got nothing. So why don't you join my team and believe in the Almighty God? And maybe if there actually is an Almighty God, which I believe there is, you got a shot. You got nothing to lose to believe in God. This is what I'm trying to get to the point. You got nothing to lose.
I think a lot of atheists come from that team. So, for example, a lot of them that I've met.
But you get what I'm saying, right?
Well, I get what you're saying, but it'd be different if you're talking to somebody that was never religious. A lot of them were, whether they were Jews, Christians, Jehovah's Witness, which is another form of Christianity and all that. Yeah. So nobody was ever able to explain to me. So, but it'd be like talking to a Catholic and then say, listen, you're going to tell me that you're going to go to heaven. And of course, here I am a thinker. I'm inquiring. So when you die, do you go as a 70-year-old person? Do you go as a 30-year-old person?
Right.
You've got people that are on very ground level trying to represent religion. It's no different talking to somebody that's a voter in state. If you're going to talk to somebody, me and you, Mike, we got a pair of shoes, we don't like them. Do we go talk to the person that works there, or do we bypass them if they can't solve our thing and we go to the manager? If not, we go to the district manager. Fuck it, I'm going to go right directly to Nike now. See, for most people, what they'll do is they're looking for their way out. So they'll be converted from being religious to state. A lot of people that are atheists, they jump on the state religion, the state teachings,
like
now.
China.
Or you get a bunch of people not realizing flat earth and globalism is just another dogma, because you can't prove it.
Yeah, if you've never been up there, you don't know what the earth looks like.
Yeah, we can entertain possibilities. Now, somebody would say, okay, the Christians believe in an unknown God. The pagans say, well, whether there is one or not, we value what was left from them, nature. So now somebody could tell me, okay, so are we talking about earth, dry land? Yes. So can we work with, we burn this thing, well, that's called fire. Okay, or this is called water, or this is called, what you call it, when you're grafting a tree or something. But for most people, they've been so conditioned with the written work or with thoughts, they actually never reflect on that stuff. That's why I don't really like having conversations with atheists or humanists. They're another funny bunch. When I say that is, they're not ever challenged the ideals that they hold. They think their ideals and them are the same. I said, no, I'm challenging ideals. I'm not challenging you. I don't even know who the fuck you are. But what do you value as being an atheist? No different from me asking a Christian, well, what do you value being a Christian? And now if somebody turns around and says to me, Dominic, but I'm a Christian, I said, in words only. What does it mean to be a Christian?
What do you value? It's
Yeah,
hard
what
to
do
be
you
a
value?
Christian, let me tell you.
Now, if I look at a person long enough, I said, okay, yeah, but you really worship money like the rest of us. What do you mean? Well, you work so hard for it. Do you respect money or do you work for money? Big difference. Some people will say, Dominic, I have it. I know I need it once in a while to purchase my needs. Because really, money you don't need. You need what it can buy, whether it's your wants or your needs. Just like this realm that we live in. We have all our needs met here. We just have to find our lacks, our wants. Unfortunately, I can't have that conversation with the average person because I know I'm still talking to a child, meaning that they've never fully developed. And I'm talking about whether it's the emotion and mental. I'm a child too still. So it's not as though I'm fooling anyone. I just say, listen, when I realized what Roman Catholic meant to me, state and religion, I just told myself, I'm never going to allow myself to be converted again. What I'm going to do is it gives me an opportunity to study things now. Whether it's Muslim, whether it's Marxism, liberalism, Jehovah's Witness, I'll just take that information. I'm not interested in buying anything.
I look into all the religions, and I don't go to any of their churches. I basically believe in there's an almighty creator. I do believe that Jesus Christ did come down here and he was his son. There's a lot of evidence that points to that.
Mm-hmm.
But I don't follow any of their rules or regulations or what they're trying to teach because I don't know how much corrupted it was. A Catholic church is out of control. They want you to call a priest father. He's not the father. The father's up there. Just everything they do is inverted of really what a Christian's supposed to be, the Catholic. Now, not the people. Most people, they don't know. They're innocent. They don't know they're being fooled. But the Catholic Church is fooling everybody.
They're naive. I don't know about being innocent, but hey, if they want to be innocent, go ahead.
With their pagan symbols. Yeah. And, you look in the Vatican's hall, their Great Hall.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know if you ever seen it.
I've been there.
It's spooky.
It is.
It looks like a snake with two eyes in the roof. And then they got Jesus, and it don't even look like Jesus. It looks like some kind of serpent coming out of his head on all these like sticks. It's like spooky shit, like evil looking. That's not what it's supposed to be. So why is it that people are still buying into the whole, even like saints and statues? I think the Catholic Church too, to make money, they invented all these saints that you could basically buy their statue and pray to it.
Yeah.
And that's how they made money, selling these statues. Blessed Mother statue. You don't pray to the Blessed Mother. You pray to the Almighty God. Or supposedly you pray to Jesus through him or whatever. People believe that too. But why go through channels when you can go directly to the source?
Got to buy all the all like the items such as instead of Michael Jordan or Wayne Gretzky stuff, you got to buy Saint Germain or Saint Francis or Saint Dominic, keychains or Mother Teresa. There's another piece of shit. Mother Teresa,
Yeah.
she's helping the poor.
And
Get
then the
fuck out of
Muslim
here.
religion has its flaws too, but at least they worship the same God that I worship. They call him Allah, whatever they want to call him. Now, the average Muslim doesn't know about a lot of things, like with the Black Rock and all that. I've done a little bit of homework into all the religions.
Well done.
They all have flaws. There's not one religion out there that's actually on point.
Mm-hmm. Many
That's the
stuff.
way it is. I mean,
well-
Mormons, Jehovah Witnesses, all of it. I mean, Jehovah Witnesses basically they're a Christian religion that basically believes in God's name is Jehovah, and the letter J didn't even exist up until like the year 1500 with the Latin, the way they spoke. So where did Jehovah come from? But that's another story for another day. They do a lot. They're the only religion, I have to give them credit, some things. Like they're the only religion that will not join the army. Will not. They will not fight. They will not go to war. It's against they're the only religion. And the other religion on this planet there's Mormons that are in the war, in the army. They're the only religion you're not allowed to go to war.
But they're small in number, and then when you start
There's only
backtracking,
like 9 million of them or something like that. They are small, but what I'm trying to say is, could you imagine if that was in every religion? That you could not join a military service. So who would be in the military? Not too many people.
but they also don't
Atheists.
they don't value blood transfusion. But then again, you could trace these guys whether
But maybe they're right about the blood transfusion. Think about all the diseases people are getting from blood transfusion. I mean, if you had HIV before they was testing for it and you got a blood transfusion, you caught it. Now, I think certain incidences you do need a blood transfusion. You lost a lot of blood and you have to take a shot. And the blood now, hopefully, they're scanning it or filtering it. But here's the other key with the blood. How about if you got the magic potion? That's not being filtered. They're not telling you you're getting a pure blood or you're getting a vaccinated blood. They're not telling you that. Now, do I want to get a vaccinated blood? I don't know. What's the side effects? I don't know.
Again, this is a lot of erroneous information.
No,
that they
but
give us.
when you sit there and we talk about the Jehovah Witnesses, right? So they're not allowed to do blood transfusion, but maybe they're onto something.
Again, unless the person understands the different types of blood that we have running and how some people have the ability to obtain memory from blood. And again, the Jehovah Witness.
This is true. You can obtain memory from another person's blood.
Not everybody can. Again, it's different abilities. So, again, Jehovah Witness, Scientologists, 7-Day Adventists, they're all connected with, to a certain point, watchtowers. Those are called members that run that.
Oh, there's no doubt. Look, the head of the Jehovah Witness was amazing. Okay, on his tombstone was amazing.
They all are.
The Mormons he was amazing.
Yeah.
Now, what does that really mean, though? Were Masons bad in the old? Maybe they were good Masons.
No, it's just more control on a lower level. It's like I'll give you an example, Mike. You probably know this, but I'm just going to share it out loud. When people talk about not buying certain, like don't shop at say Walmart, for example, but not realizing how many manufacturing companies are tied up with Walmart.
Yeah.
So whether it's like when talking to a Muslim, I said, you're praying to Mecca 5 times a day. Do you know when they stop praying to Petra? Or what do you mean, Dom? I said, then you don't really understand your history. Then you can get into the cube. They're not innocent. They're naive.
No,
they're
the cube
ignorant.
is real crazy.
Yeah. But for a lot of people, because we live in this age right now where you can't.
But I do agree with not buying from Walmart. I'll tell you why. I know. Okay. Let's say Walmart owns some of the products that I buy anyway. So if I go to another store and I buy it, I'm still supporting Walmart, correct? But here's the key. I buy about 80% of my stuff from a local grocery store. The guy that owns it may own 1 or 2 grocery stores. He's probably a millionaire, but that's all he is. He's a regular Joe. that's a millionaire. Let's say he's worth 3, 4, 5 million. He's not looking to do harm to me. Walmart is the one pushing a lot of this shit, these agendas, which I don't agree with. So I don't go to Walmart. I picked one store, and they're just as evil as Walmart, that I buy about 20% of my groceries. And the other 80%, I pay. Let's say the bill's $100. It probably would have cost me $95 in Walmart. I'd rather give that $5 extra to that guy that's a millionaire, not a billionaire looking to hurt me. See? So if we all started feeding our local grocery stores, yes, we're still not cutting out the middleman. Walmart's still going to get a piece of the pie, right? Because they own the product, okay? But they're not getting the whole pie, see? Walmart works on very low margins. I didn't know if you know this. And their cash flow is very important. So imagine, it'd be like this. If everybody didn't buy gasoline for one day, do you know what that would do to the gasoline industry? It will put it in turmoil because cash flow. Everything revolves around cash flow because everybody's got credit, even the gas station.
You would have to go, Mike, you would have to go a year before you actually do a dent into the gas company.
Well, I don't think you do a dent into the oil company. I think you would do dents into the smaller gas stations that buy oil from them. You would actually hurt the little guy in a way. But
so now most people,
if everybody stopped going to Walmart. Let's say everybody agreed we're going to buy 20% of our stuff from Walmart, the other 80% at a local grocery store. You don't think Walmart would be hurting?
No,
I do.
Okay, once again, you have to realize how they're all interconnected. So I'll give you an example. Most people aren't after justice, they're after convenience. The reason why Walmart does well, or Subway Sub,
well,
and
Amazon would be the biggest example.
Yes, but it's convenience. So I'll give you an example. When people, let's say, take a stance about same sex, they don't realize how all the industries that they go shopping in, they're encouraging it. This is why when they shut down during, we'll call it the pandemic, they revealed what they own. So for most people, they're talking out of the second version of their ass, which is their mouth. With all sincerity, we're a handful, Mike. It could be a million of us. We're a handful. Majority of the people, they should learn. Get some fucking Gorilla Tape or duct tape and shut it.
And shut what?
Their fucking mouth. Because they don't got a fucking clue how it is. Now, I'm sharing just awareness. It's not as though I'm practicing this. But when people are talking like, okay, I don't agree with same sex and all that. I said, well, then you don't really understand how everything is interconnected, how they've been doing depopulation, birth control pills, increasing the houses throughout the world. This is where wisdom comes into play. Most people are just getting information, so they can't use the excuse omniscient. There's no way I can know. Just because the person knows doesn't mean they have a fucking clue how it works. Just because they get a little bit angry, oh, fucking I'm a little righteous anger. Yeah, you can hang out with fucking Mark Pasio. Do whatever the fuck you want with that guy. That's what they are. They're basically agents unaware. We're like flies on the wall. No, can't change nothing.
We are fly. We're little fish in a giant pond. I mean, I understand.
Yes.
But we have to start from somewhere. So
with awareness,
if everybody started spreading the word,
hopefully,
like they boycotted Budweiser, right? Budweiser ain't out of business, but they lost billions and billions of dollars because of that commercial.
Okay, so let's go with that.
So what we can do is we got to try to shift the power a little bit. Like, I know it sounds crazy, and I'm not saying it can be done right. Do you know Walmart could probably go a year without making $1 and still stay in business? But we have to try our best to shift the power a little bit. I like Amazon. To me, Amazon is the best because you could go on Amazon, type in what you want, find probably the best price you can find out of anywhere, and get it delivered to your house for free.
Yes,
and
because
you don't got to go to the store and be inconvenienced.
But Amazon's biggest business is not their item and free shipping.
It's the trucking. It's the shipping,
no,
isn't it?
It's their program.
What do you mean?
They're after.
I thought it was their shipping. Is how they make their money.
No. Again, Mike, we're talking about industries. They print money.
Right, but what's in their program?
Their programs, when you buy something, they could tell you what you're going to buy next based on their program.
Oh, you
They're
mean
gathering,
their algorithms and all that?
yes,
Their data
yeah,
info.
that is what they're,
They
that's their
sell
big,
that.
they gather it for the military. Same with Facebook, same with
I agree with that.
AliExpress,
Even with Microsoft Windows.
bingo.
You
So
ever
knowing,
see you got to
yeah,
sign an agreement that they can almost spy on you?
that's right. So at that particular point, well, they've had technology, TV and radios. They've only just recently shared in the last 10
But
years.
that's why Bill Gates gives it to you for free now. He makes more money selling the data.
Could be, yeah, could be. But again, it's like
Maybe the
Warren Buffett.
government owns
Yeah,
Windows, you know?
yeah. No, that's usually owned by bigger industries. No, the government is, Mike, you know what government is? Me and you work in GM and we work on the line. We're union workers and we have upper management. They're not in the union. That's government. They're just writing the checks, but they have no fucking power at all.
But,
So when you look at Bill Gates, the guy from
they have
Britain,
no power.
they have none whatsoever. The only power
Zero.
they have is the people that finance their amount. Now, the average guy that votes and says, listen, did you give $1 million to his campaign? No, you're insignificant at that point. Cash your vote, get here, put an X. Oh, you know how to write. Good. We've taught our slaves how to write. Well done. Outside of that, get the fuck out of here. I'm talking about these people. Get the fuck
How
out
about
of here.
people don't see that there's different factions fighting? Like Elon Musk, he's not on Team Humanity. He's just in the warmonger faction. You know, like they're all from this. It's like what's the name of that movie they made? Where there's different factions. What's the name of it? I forgot what the name of the movie was, but there's different factions. Like you got the globalist elite industrial complex faction. Then you got the oil faction. Then you got, whatever, a farming faction, land. So a lot of these factions, they fight for control and power, but we don't see it.
And they're all eugenics, by the way. The Musk family, the Gates family.
Yeah, they're all on the eugenic thing.
They're all eugenics. And the eugenic comes in the form of same sex is a eugenics. Because two people of the same sex can't reproduce. And they even, for pure fucking giggles and kick, reverse the chakra flag on their gay flag. That's a fun one. And the increase in the price of housing throughout the world plays
insanity. Insanity not to own a house.
Well, even when go ahead.
They've made it so expensive for a person to own a house now that I told my sister this one time. I said, listen, and it has nothing to do with their race, but I said they want us to live like a Mexican, where there's 10 people in one house, and not in Mexico. Mexico, they own it. In America, there's 10 people living in one 3-bedroom house, sleeping on mattresses in rooms, and they don't really live there. They just sleep there and go to work all day.
Yep.
And that's how they want the average American to live now. Right now, a room you could rent, like in Jersey, you can't even hardly get an apartment anymore unless you're willing to spend like $2,500 to $3,000 a month, and you got to have a good job and good credit. So the average person that's, let's say, making $1,000 a week, okay, has to rent a room in a house. Now he's living with 4 other people in a house, paying $1,000 a month for a room. This is going on in New Jersey. Now, why? Because it's supply and demand. They let a lot of illegal immigrants in here. They're all working. Illegal immigrants work. They're not lazy. And they all need somewhere to sleep, so they rent a room.
Some of them, what they do in other countries, Mike, a person wakes up, somebody sleeps in his bed, and they go to work.
Yeah.
And same with the Filipinos. When they come here, a whole bunch come here. Once again, when people listen to the media and they're talking about interest rate, they're talking about a very small percentage of people. 2-3%. They're not talking about the guy that actually has a credit card at 27%. They're not paid for a month. They don't talk about rent. I wouldn't be surprised in years to come. Rent, you're going to have to go to the bank to borrow money to pay your rent.
Yes. You know what? 100%. They don't put that in the equations of inflation. They only put what makes the equation lower. They pull stuff out. They put stuff in. It's all a game. It's a numbers game. And it's probably not even accurate. They probably even lie about the numbers anyway.
Mike, let's say I'm an investor. Somebody comes with me a business plan. He says, Dom, I want to, I have this product or this service and I need so much money from you. I said, okay, have you gone to your family first? Well, no. Did you go to the bank? Well, yeah, they said that it wouldn't be a good investment. I said, okay, sure. You want to come to me, an investor? They're willing to give it to you at a fucking ridiculous amount, low interest rate, which I think is fucking insanity. This is why when they had all the mortgages and all, they
Well,
were
the
playing.
zero interest was ridiculous.
That's
China
right. They
was
were.
eating us up with that.
That's right. But they were playing a game. Okay.
Mhm.
So now, if your family's not willing to take a chance, no problem. I'll lend you to you. This is going to be like the fucking Dragons lend or whatever. At 30% and I want my money back at the end of the year. How many people are going to do that? None.
Right.
And this is where people don't realize real economics does not work the way the fucking bankers do it, let alone what your parents do. Now, if you're a Jewish family, you keep it among yourself. Most of them don't even fucking pull money out. They just rely on their name. The rest of us little ants, whatever word we want to call ourselves, we have fantasies. They're not, people study what a business plan is. They're not study what a virus is. What most people do is they're just reacting, opposed to having the ability to respond. Because if you do have the ability to respond, which you do, Mike, then you know how to be accountable. Most people are we're in an nanny state right now.
Yep.
Everybody wants to be babysitted. Now, when people tell me, "Dummy from Canada," I say, fuck off. This is throughout the world. Study fucking other parts of the world. Understand how China's going through a credit system, how India got fucking bombarded,
Oh,
how
China's
Venezuela.
getting hammered right now.
Sure they are. But so is America, because even in America,
Yep.
you have different states and you have different laws. You could sell marijuana in one state and it could be illegal on a federal level, but they'll still fucking collect taxes from you.
Yeah. And then they'll arrest you federally.
But Mike, I want our taxes from you. And then of course, here's say we have our kids, little kids. So Dad, you're trying to tell me it's illegal to put a plant in your mouth? Yeah, it's not. Eventually you're going to do the same shit with fucking tomatoes.
Yeah.
That's where we're at.
They invent. I told people a long time ago the one thing. I says, you may think you're free in America, but we have the most laws in the world of any country. Like, we actually have so many laws. There's a law for everything. There's let's say there's 1 million laws. So how the fuck is that freedom? If they can control every aspect of my life with a law and say, nope, you can't do that. Nope, you can't do that. I knew Germans that came to America. I lived in the Dominican Republic for 5 years, and I met a lot of German people there. And they said, your country's fucked up. And this is going back about 15 years ago. I go, why? They go, as soon as I got off the plane, they were telling me, nope, you can't do this. You got to do that. You can't do this. You got to do that. You can't do this. You got to do that. He says, they were fucking controlling me from the moment I got off the plane. He says, not even in my country it's that. Now, this is going back 20 years ago. Germany was probably more free than the U.S. 20 years ago. And I go, you know what? You're 100% right. That's what they do. They control you in every aspect of your life, and yet you think you're fucking free.
Mm-hmm. And
free to do what? To watch Netflix?
That's right. And this is how they get us, Mike, because it's done in our own house. You only have to teach the one person in the house to be a fucking sheep. And then they'll reinforce. It's like women. They'll reinforce each other. What do you mean? You get, this is a good one, where I've heard this conversation with women. They'll look at a Muslim woman and think for some reason, because they got to wear that thing over their face. I said, but it's okay to be an American Canada and wear a little fucking string between your ass. Right. Where's the imagination part? You're only tempting guys at that point.
Yeah. Where's the balance?
But that's where we're at. No different with guys. They turn around and say, well, America and Canada, we're free. I said, really? You honestly think you're free? As you got all these fucking tanks and guns, and the people that live in there have to fucking pay an enormous amount of money. They're barely able to fucking breathe. So
don't pay your taxes and see how free you are.
Yeah. You could skip paying your mortgage, but if you don't pay your property tax, you see how fucking quickly you lose your house.
Yeah. And if you owe the money on taxes, right, they'll the main thing is they don't want to put you in jail right away. They want to get paid, right? But eventually, if you don't pay your taxes year after year and they know they're not getting their money, guess what they're going to do to you? They'll put you in fucking jail. That's what they did to Al Capone. They got it with taxes.
Yeah. One of the corporations. Hey, you can spend time in the corporation. Well, what about the food? No,
they own the prison.
There you
That's
go.
how fucked up it is.
Yeah.
So if you own the prison system, corporations, what is the most important thing to have when you own a business? Customers.
That's right.
So they're putting people in jail for any fucking thing almost.
Yeah.
And then the best is the guys that don't pay child support. Okay? Here's what they do. So you go to jail, you didn't pay your child support because you couldn't afford it, right? You would have lived in the street. I'm not saying a man shouldn't support his child, but what I'm saying, this is what happens. Now he goes to jail for not paying his child support. He gets out of jail. I don't care what people tell you. You can't get a fucking job if you were in jail. Nobody hires you.
That's right.
Very
That's
good.
right.
So now the guy can't get a job, and guess what? He can't pay his child support. Guess what happens? He's back in jail again.
Yeah, and who's
It's
screwing
like
them?
a fucking revolving door.
Yeah. And who's screwing them? The system. Even though the women might benefit from it, it's the system. Now, of course, if somebody gets smart and say, okay, let me understand this. So you say in America that you can mandatory my kids to go in the military because you say that the kid belongs to the state. Well, then you fucking pay for the kid then.
Yeah.
You pay for my
Raise
kids.
them and support them.
I'll take care of them, but you pay for it. I'm okay with that. That's a good system. But again, this is me, you talking a little fairy tale.
The
because that's
system
not,
is so fucked up, it's ridiculous. It's so geared against us, it's ridiculous. Like the child support thing. Okay, let's say you want to put a man in jail for child support. When he gets out of jail, it should be that it's not on his record because it was a minor thing. It wasn't like he did a crime, he murdered someone. And then he could get his fucking job. And then he could pay his child support. Why does it have to be on his record? They can make it where, okay, you get convicted of child support for the first time. When you get out, it's not on your record. This way, the man can get a fucking job. But they don't want him to get a job. Why? Because they need customers. Who do you think sells the jail, all the food, when they took over the prison system, corporations, you knew that more people were going to go to jail.
Sure you did. Sure you did. Same with the medical industry. You're going to get more people sick. Sure, there you go.
Yeah. I mean, look, I understand DWI. You're driving while you're drunk and you get a penalty. But they penalize you. Let's say you were just a little bit over the level, right? 2 glasses of wine in a short period of time, you could be DWI. So now they ruin your whole life because you fucked up and you had an extra glass of wine. It's reality. You didn't kill no one. You weren't drunk. You were just above the level that they said is drunk. And they kept lowering it. It was like 0.8. Then they made it 0.6. Now it's 0.4. Now if you even breathe near a fucking glass of beer, you're drunk.
Mike, you've been in the industry, so you kind of probably would have obviously experience to this, where you live in a country like America or Canada where it's encouraged to have second, third, fourth time offenders, where in other countries, if you did a drinking and driving, we hope nobody does it, but the first offense, you lose a tongue. Now, somebody might say that's hideous, but wait a second.
Make the level of drunk a normal level.
No. Let's go with this.
Pick a number, but it's got to be a number that's real. If you had 2 beers, would you be considered drunk?
But once again, Mike, where I'm going with this, I'm going to backtrack it. It's going to go right back to the fucking parents now. So now, first time offender. I have an uncle, let's say hypothetically, for whatever reason, he got drunk, he lost his tongue. I'm sorry, but we're not interested in making this economics. We're not interested in having police officer fucking pulling over a second, third time offender. Okay, so how do we prevent this in the future? My kid's gonna fucking learn at a very fucking young age the consequences. My uncle's gonna teach him the same thing because, hey, why doesn't uncle talk anymore? Because he lost a tongue. See, but in our country, they get rewarded to be second, third. And a police officer now, knowingly that, okay, wait a second, because I know in Canada, a couple of my buddies, I literally have to see the wife getting beaten before I can pull him over.
If you knew they were going to cut your hands off if you stole, how many people would not steal?
You would make sure you would teach your kids at a young age, because if not, then it would be one of those things. If the kid committed a crime, then we should find out if the parents were neglectful. So they should be punished too now.
They chop their hand off.
Fucking right. This is where people don't understand wisdom. Now, somebody said, well, that's hideous. Only if it has to be applied. See, but today, this is why corporation can do what they want, because they know, even if we wanted to change the system, the masses do not want to change. They want to talk about it, but they don't want to change it. Because most people, when they talk, they want what's advantageous for themselves. They don't give a shit what's going on in fucking North in Indiana or fucking Ontario. What they give a shit about, as long as it's not happening in my fucking backyard, literally in my backyard. My interpretation, you've seen the Italian hand gesture, fuck you in the boat you came off of.
Yeah.
And that's them. Now, they might turn around and say, and then, of course, they'll get all upset. I'm thinking, how interesting a self-absorbed person makes it about me now. Get the fuck out of here. And this is where we're at. Now, I get it. People say, but there'll be less police officers. Yes, we'll have less military. Yeah, most of us end up becoming farmers or hunters.
There'd be less crime. How's that?
Then women and men would feel safe in their communities. Go figure that. Because usually when there's the mafia ruling a community, everybody kind of feels safe. Because they respect their community a little bit more than big corporations that aren't living in our communities. Rich people do not live in our communities, but they're making the policies, or at least they're paying somebody to make the policies at that point.
So Jamin's saying they presume you were guilty until you blew in the breathalyzer. It's true.
Hey, I'll tell you something here in Canada. I don't know how it is in the States. A buddy of mine, I'm not going to give names here, but there is a policy out there where he knew he had too many drinks. He got pulled over by a police officer. Told him straight out, I want the test to be done in front of my lawyer. So the police officer has to now take him to jail. He gets his first call. Tells his lawyer straight out, 7. That's all he told him. He says, I'll see you in 5 hours.
Yeah, because the longer the time passes, the better chance you got.
You get it, Mike. You get it. Now, my buddy knew what he was doing was wrong, but at the same time, he didn't want to lose his license, and who knows what else would have happened to him. But these are the policies that out. Or here's another one: a rich person that comes into a country that doesn't have a citizenship here, kills somebody. They're doing damage control because they're not going to prosecute him with that nation's laws. What they're going to do is they're going to get him off, but then he'll get punished by his people. That's why when you hear about rich people, it drags on.
Yeah,
it drags on. You know, like a guy like OJ, he's a club member. We're not going to get you here. We'll bail you out, but because you had to use that get out of jail fucking ticket, kind of like Monopoly, we're going to punish you with something else.
Yeah,
and they did. Same with Bill Cosby.
They made sure they broke.
Yeah, there you go. You make a bet with the devil. What do you expect? You think you're going to leave with that money? No. That's why when the New World Order, they talk about it, you're going to own nothing and be happy. The first thing is we don't own anything anyway. Being happy is, you know, the guy that's in underneath
the New World Order is here already.
Yeah, we're here. And put it backwards, own. But at this point, you know, when you see those junkies underneath the bridge, that's what they mean about being happy. I want to be happy all the time. No, you got to enjoy life. Take the sweet with the sour. You're going to have those moments you're going to feel like a piece of shit. Other moments you're going to be mad because the guy cut you off in the fucking street. But I get it. We all put on masks.
Yep.
You know, and I get it. I'm that piece of shit. I'm okay with it. Where other people say, but you can't say that. I can say whatever the fuck I want about me.
You're right. But anyway, I'm going to end this because it's 5 hours.
Thanks, Mike. I really enjoy chit-chat with you.
Thanks for having you on. I mean, it's great. Every time I'm here, you come on, you're more than welcome. I feel like I got a co-host and you're him.
Co-host. I really talk in a lot of these channels, but I enjoy talking with you because I get the sense that me and you probably have very similar upbringings or experiences, regardless of our professions. That's just earning money.
Your version of my version, your version's a little more intricate. Like, I understand you.
It's a story.
But I make it more like, understanding for dummies. I dummy it down some because I know people out. If I speak like you, they're not going to understand me. So it's
a Sicilian in you. It's the Sicilian in you. Maybe that's what it is.
My son speaks more like you. He's very intricate, uses a lot of words, and I tell him, Mike, just get to the fucking point. Just tell me what you're thinking. Like, you know, me and him we butt heads all the time because my son's
he's a good young adult. I've actually heard him recently. I think it was on Machine Live, and he was rapping. Fuck, your son has talent. It's good for him.
Yeah.
Well done on your part. Yeah.
But all right. Anyway, I want to thank everyone. You had anything you want to say before you leave?
Ciao, Mike. Have a beautiful night, okay, my friend?
All right, you too. And everybody else, may the Almighty God bless you and your family, and Pops out.